Welcome back to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. For everybody on site and back at home, we are doing an opener for our post-produced 1 hour special on Speed Sport. So a few things you hear will sound a little bit goofy, but you won't miss any of the action. We're getting everything set up for that 4400 unlimited race. So again, some of the things I'm saying may confuse you back home and on site, but don't worry. This is for that Speed Sport special. You will not miss any of the action.
Were y'all gonna bring me another talent zone? Asking for a friend. Just FYI, those live views will overheat and not want to respond. So if it's been sitting in the sun, there's a chance that it has overheated and it's not going to respond unless it cools down.
So again, this is going to sound a little goofy to some of you here on site and back at home. We are doing our opener for our post-production 1-hour special on Speed Sport. It'll be coming on later on this month or early next. Good afternoon and welcome to the Big Sky 200 by Amsoil. Welcome to the Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana for the first Western Series race of the season. Ultra4USA teams up with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing to bring you the flat-out racing across prairie lands of the great state of Montana. So sit back and enjoy the Big Sky 200 right here on Speed Sport. I am Miles Haskell alongside my good friend Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4400 Unlimited race and the Your Pro classes. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait to get this party started.
I can't either. I'm super excited about it. The drivers are out there ready. We have drivers that just came off course that are now going to pit for our drivers that are going out on race course. They're getting lined up. It's going to be an amazing day of racing.
It's been a great week out here in Montana. It's absolutely amazing. And we have a great group out here putting this all together. We've got a team behind the scenes and outside. So we also have a lot of other people that are helping us put this together to make this one heck of an amazing, amazing race. I can't wait to be able to show you all back home and here on site. But we have another one of our members out on track, Erica Red Seal, and we'll send it down to you.
Five, 3, 2, 1, go, Erica.
Thanks, guys. It's finally time for the race we've all been waiting for. With 5 laps and over 200 miles, it's going to be survival of the fittest out there. Man, woman, and machine. This race is going to require a lot from our drivers because not only is it long, but it's continuing to heat up and the course is deteriorating and getting rougher as the races wear on. Finishing this race will be no easy feat, so I can't wait to get it underway, guys.
Reset. They call.
Welcome to the Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana for the first Western Series race of the season for Ultra4USA, and we are teaming up with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing to bring you flat-out racing across the prairie lands of the great state of Montana. So sit back and enjoy the Big Sky 200 right here on Speed Sport. Welcome to the Big Sky 200 presented by Amsoil. I am Miles Hasquist, and sitting right next to me is Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the 4400 Unlimited race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing as well. I can't wait to see all the exciting action we are about to see right in front of you.
Yes, we have lots of heavy hitters out here this weekend. They're all getting lined up right now, getting ready to start the race. It's super exciting. We've been having some bets going on about who's going to have the fastest lap or if a UTV from yesterday is going to have that faster lap. So it's going to be an exciting day of racing. I'm ready. I know the drivers are ready. I know you're ready. So I'm ready to get this started.
It's been a great week out here in Montana. It's been so much fun to see all the racing action. We started out here early in the week putting up the course, and then we've had all the racing action yesterday starting out with qualifying. Then we've raced today, and we've got a lot of behind-the-scenes action going on, but we want to introduce you to another person we're going to have on our broadcast crew going trackside with Erica Allreed. Take it away. It's your show.
Thanks, guys. It's finally time for the race we've all been waiting for. With 5 laps and over 200 miles, it's going to be survival of the fittest out there, man, woman, and machine. This race will require a lot from our drivers because not only is it long, but it's continuing to heat up here, and the course is deteriorating and getting rougher as the races wear on. Finishing this one will be no easy feat, so I can't wait to get it underway, guys.
Thank you, Erica. What a great backdrop you saw. That was where we qualified earlier this yesterday morning. It's been a long week, but that was part of the course we'll be racing on today. There's a great shot of some of our 44 and 48 cars that'll be racing here today, and this is why we call it the Big Sky Country. Look at that beautiful backdrop.
It is absolutely gorgeous. What I really love too about these drone shots that we get up there, you can see the different lines that we have. Besides the Big Sky that we keep saying is beautiful, there are so many different lines out there. 10,000 acres of land that we're out here racing on, and there's so many different options. There's so much different terrain. It's amazing out here.
It's absolutely beautiful. Yesterday morning we started out with qualifying. Then we went UTV racing. This morning was limited racing. Now we're going unlimited. That course is amazing, but the ruts are getting deeper. The corners are getting longer, and this course is starting to get beat up a little bit. And now with unlimited suspension, unlimited tires, unlimited horsepower, this track's really going to deteriorate, I feel.
Yes, after speaking with the 4,500 and the 4,600 classes that just came off the track, the ruts were already big. They said the UTVs really ate up the track, and now we have, like you just said, the unlimited classes going out there. It's just going to change every single lap.
And this is wide open racing out here, but it's also very, very technical. There's a lot of gotcha spots, but it's a lot of wide open. So your co-drivers, we have single seats as well, but I think co-drivers are going to be extremely important because right here they'll be kissing up over 100 miles an hour, and then you have to slow down for a G-out or a fence crossing. So it's going to be a little bit of everything. I believe this is the longest race in the Ultra4 USA series.
And speaking about the tight corners and everything, there are some, with these guys being larger, the horsepower that they have to kick their car around in some of these tight corners is really going to be beneficial to them. Paul Horschel has that rear steer car, so that might be his benefit right there, having the rear steer in those tight corners.
We will take off at one at a time, 30-second increments. This is a 40-mile lap. 5 laps, 200 miles. It's going to be absolutely amazing here in Broadview, Montana. Elevation's 3,900 feet, and it's going to be really, really amazing to see this race take off. We are moments away from live racing we've been building up all weekend long, and it is about to go down.
Again, super excited. Cannot wait. The drivers we just saw all lined up, and we're ready to get going here in just moments.
So while we wait for this racing action to kick off, be sure to get your drinks ready, get your snacks ready. We are about to take off, so we're going to take a quick break and be back with racing action right after this. Speed Sports coverage of Ultra4 USA and the Big Sky 200 is brought to you by our official partners. Amsoil, by Raceline Wheels, by Rugged Race Radios, by Project X Off-Road, by Speed Sport, and by Mid-America Outdoors.
Spatial awareness is special.
can't see, their laptop freezes, their remote control session freezes. So I sit there and kind of wait for Cam to lose control, and then I'm like, take over, and then, yeah.
Okay, have fun.
Literally, this morning, or even probably even right now, Starlinks are running like crap. The internet connection here runs like crap. Even my cell phone, which was running good, barely is moving data. And it's not like there's people here. It's like something's in the air. Yeah. So
I guess we're just spoiled in some places.
Welcome back to the Amsoil Big Sky 200. We are about to kick off the 4400 Unlimited race alongside this as a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road. It is going to be one heck of a show, so be sure to get everything ready. We are about to go live racing here in just a little bit, and it's going to be one of the best races we've had in a very long time. 200 miles, 40-mile laps, 5 laps at a time. It's going to be great.
It is going to be great. There's a lot of terrain out there that they are going to be going through that's fast, but then we have some stuff that's not so fast, the tight stuff like we were saying earlier.
And we have some big jumps out there also. It's going to be a lot of fun to see all the different terrain out here. Like I said, up over 100 miles an hour. Then you have to check up in some of these sections and then sky out over 100 feet.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to watch. We have this one jump that's like kind of close where we could actually turn around and look at it, and I'm excited to see these guys go over that jump.
It's been a great weekend out here in Broadview, Montana. Yesterday morning we started out with qualifying. Everybody that wanted to qualify could, and then from there we went to the 4900 Can-Am UTV race, and it was absolutely amazing to see that go down. Kyle Cheney he's got that pole position and owned the entire race. Paul Wolf, who'll be racing here momentarily, was having a great race, had a failure. We saw so many different cars break down.
And let's talk about the youngest driver we had out there yesterday in our larger races that we had for our 4900 race. Nathan Parker, he went out there and he won. He had a brand new car that they built in 14 days at CT Raceworks, and he came out here, no seat time in it, and took the win.
Yeah, as a 14-year-old, just completely, and he was such a polite young man. I saw you interviewing him. He's like, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, whatever we got to do. It was great to see him. I think he has got a very bright future with us here at Ultra4USA. And speaking about the young guns, we had the youth race yesterday as well. We had the 170s out there, and they were so much fun. You got to interview some of them as well, and they are the future of our sport. Is so fun to watch.
Well, and speaking of the youth race, that's probably the longest race course that we've ever created for them. It was our qualifying course, so it was roughly 2 miles long that they went out and they raced for a half hour out there. I'm not sure exactly the lap count that they actually ended up doing, but they had a blast. They got out there. They actually would have had to fuel if they would have went a little bit longer, but a half hour out on a almost 2 mile course for kids that are, ranging from 6 years old on up. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. The Your Series had their race going on as well, so it was a lot of fun to watch. And then this morning we kicked off with the limited races. We had the 4600 Spider Track Stock class and the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, along with the Your Series as well. It was a lot of fun to watch. And John Matthews, I think, took that one away. It was really, really great to see.
It definitely was. And speaking of John Matthews, and him and Sean Rance, they were like leapfrogging all day long. And then Sean Rance ended up having alternator issues. And John Matthews, he went in at one point, he was having some overheating issues at the beginning. But you know what? It was a great race. Loved watching it. And we're pretty much wrapping that up, and it was an amazing day to watch them racing, but see John and Sean going out there competing against each other.
And there was another John of John Williams that took over the 4600 Spider Track Stock class. That was a really good one to watch. We saw Albert Contreras get a little tumbled up, him and Joe Fabrizio tied up. We saw John Rance pull over, have an issue. We saw Josh Atterbury run out of fuel, tough break for him. But as soon as somebody gets out front, they have an issue, pull over. This, like you said, leapfrogged all day long. And being intermixed with the Yellowstone Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series was so much fun to see all the different characters. Those 1600 bugs were a lot of fun to see. Two-wheel drive racing against these four-wheel drive. It was so cool to see. And this track is just so much fun to see out there. And you were able to catch up with somebody and check out the track earlier this week, weren't you?
I was, and I've been out talking to the drivers as you were, but Paul Wolf, I sat and talked with him, and it was pretty cool to see what he was thinking about what he's going. He was in his Can-Am pre-running, but he's thinking that today in the 4400 he's going to be definitely hitting the triple digits out on the race course.
I can't wait to see this go. So Pam, let's see what you and Paul Wolf had to say out there on course here in Broadview, Montana for the Big Sky 200.
Chasing what I know is true. There's nothing that I would not do. When everyone around me drops, I'm never gonna ever stop. I won't waste another minute. No, I won't. I'm a man on a mission. I'm a man on a mission. I don't need no permission. I'm a man.
Welcome us back with Alan Johnson. We're going to do a little invocation here. Keep everybody safe because this is the Amsoil Big Sky 200, and they are going to be giving it all they got on course, and obviously safety first. So what do you want to say to all of our drivers and fans out on course?
There's one that's going to finish and one they're pulling.
I've seen the one coming across over here.
Because he won't finish in time for this race to start. He'd be out of time anyway.
Do you know how many trucks are in this one?
Don't.
I could start counting by that time I heard people going. Or on this track where I was at.
Hey everybody.
Welcome back to the Amsoil Big Sky 200 here in Broadview, Montana. We are about to kick off the 4400 Unlimited race. It is going to be a sight to see. It's going to be so much fun, but we want to keep everybody here on site and out on track because safety first out there. So Alan Johnson is going to give us a little invocation and keep everybody going. So Alan, what do you
Sure.
got for us?
Thank you, Miles. Everyone would please stand and remove their head cover, and we'll go before the Lord in prayer. Father God, we come to you with grateful hearts. We thank you that we get to race today. We thank you for this amazing ranch where we get to go fast and have fun. We thank you for our friends and family that are supporting us and here with us. Lord, we ask for safety and protection for our drivers, our pit crew, our course workers. And Lord, finally we ask that everything we do on the course and off the course honors and glorifies you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Alan. It's going to be one heck of a show. Thank you, Alan. It's going to be one heck of a show. We can't wait to get this party started. So now if everybody could please stand, remove your cap, and we will sing the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world, our national anthem.
For production.
And here's our Project X starting grid. On that pole position, the number 1018 of Paul Wolf.
And in that second position, the number 19 of Paul Horschel.
Third off the line, the 888 of Cody Addington.
And in the number 4 position, 47 of Philip Jilton.
And that fifth spot goes the 4456 of Brett Harrell.
And 6th position, the number 20 of Travis Zollinger.
Seventh spot, the 81 of Levi Shirley.
In 8th position, the 4406 of Brent Burton.
In ninth spot, number 35, Mrs. Bailey Campbell.
And in that 10th position, the 4413 of Tom Prendergast.
In 11th spot, the 4570 of Joe Gatlin.
In the 12th position, the 4499 of Clint Peterson.
In the 13th spot, the 4416 of Sean Holland.
In the 14th position, the 222 of Richard Moore.
15th is 74, Jaron Gunter.
In the 16th position, the 1001 of Curtis Warner.
That is the 4400 Unlimited class. So up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Here's the Project X starting grid for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. First off the line and sitting on that pole position, the 4837 of Jeremy Jones.
And in that second position, the number 56 of Brent Harrell.
In third spot goes to 22, Stephen Woody Rose.
And then in the fourth position, the 889 of Rob Inglis.
In fifth spot, the 747 of Chad Jesse.
In that sixth position, the 312 of Eric Brinker.
In seventh spot, 1949 Nicholas Allegri.
And in that eighth position, the 406 of Eric Weichel.
4811 Trent Roberts.
In that 10th position, the number 73 of Greg Neff.
In 11th spot, Russell Raven.
In that 12th position, the 1119 of Levi Rhodes.
In 13, the 1717 of Johnny Valadez.
In 14th position, the 37 of Dustin Sexton.
In 15, 819 Bob Lindgren.
In 16th position, the 4832 of Chance Holloman.
Then Victor Beal.
Garrett Humston.
And Larry Baglow. We are about to go live racing for the 4400 class, mixed up with the 48 and the pros for the Yor. It's going to be one heck of a show for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. We are moments away from live race course with the 1018 of Paul Wolf sitting on that pole position. They are taking off one at a time, every 30-second increments. This is going to be one heck of a show. Green flag is about to go down. This is going to be a show, and here we go.
And Paul Wolf in that single seat UFO, and he is off the line right now. He has been on a mission. He's been racing with this this is his second year of racing full time for every single race that we have in the 4400 class and in his Can-Am UTV. So he's double duty in both cars, so he has great seat time out there. But coming off the line here in just a moment is going to be the number 19 of Paul Horschel.
Paul Wolf is an MAO ambassador, but offline now is Mr. Paul Horschel with Mitchell Sweat riding shotgun out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports in a 2-seat IFS IRS with rear steer with a P600 big block with 1,000 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, SCSTK, Spider Tracks, Nitto Fox, Live Valves, Trail Ready Wheels, Obstacle, TMR Customs, Rigid 2Works, Warner, and Factor 55.
And next up to take that green flag is the 888 of Cody Addington.
Out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing in a Jimmy's Red Dragon chassis. Single seat IFS, Turnkey LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Yukon, King, Nitto, Vision, Lasernut, Willwood, Parked Mike, Custom Spice, Factor 55, PCI, and OCD Graphics.
And then the next up is the number 47 of Philip McJilton.
With Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with V&L Motorsports in a 2020 Jimmy's 4x4 48P solid axle machine. With a Showfield Performance LSX 454, Maximum Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Spider Tracks, Yukon, Radflow, BFG, KMC, Vivid Lumen, Holly EFI, and Southern Tire Mart.
And then next up is the number 20 of Travis Zollinger.
With Riley Ribeiro riding shotgun out of Logan, Utah with Zolling Racing Products.
I got off a little bit right there. That was the 4456 of Brett Harrell.
.4456 with Brett Harrell driving, Avery Hartzell riding shotgun with Amsoil, Oregon with changeover. And a Paul Horschel built 2C IFS machine, Danzio LS7, 750 horsepower, Tuber's Turbo 400, Wiseman TK, Snitto, Trailer Ready, Fox, Mac tie downs, and Obstacle.
And there is the number 20 of Mr. Travis Zollinger taking the green flag.
So Travis Zollinger off the line out of Logan, Utah with Zollinger Racing Products.
And the number 81 of Levi Shirley getting ready to get that green flag. JT Taylor counting him down, and off the line he goes.
With Corey Nasso riding shotgun out of Dodge City, Kansas with Lucky Dog Racing and Levi Shirley Racing in a fairly new off-road Armory Eurofighter 2C IFS machine. Proper tuned supercharged GM LT5, Zero Gravity 4L80, SCS TK, Spider Tracks, RCV, JE Real Drive Shafts, Methods, Yokohama, King, Rugged, Willwood, Baja Designs, Gigglepin Winch, PRP, and CBR.
All right, and getting the countdown from Mr. JT Taylor is the 4837 of Jeremy Doc Jones.
He is the first pole setter in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with Dom Balducci riding shotgun out of Laramie, Wyoming with Doc Jones Racing in a Trent Fab top shelf chassis. Proper tuned LSX 454, 4L80E, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tires, Nepco drivelines, Warren Factor 55, Yukon, Laramie Spinal Care Center, Wildtech, and Brannick Motorsports.
All right, taking off the line is the 56 of Brent Harrell's dad. Brett Harrell has already taken the green flag, but right now it is Brent Harrell that is off the line.
With Mike Slosslin riding shotgun out of Amsoil, Oregon with changeover. In a 2021 Horschel chassis, Ford Clip, Danzio LS 710 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, Magna Box with an SCS, TubeWorks, Nitto, Trail Ready, Fox, Rigid, Obstacle, Mac tie downs, and Warren and Factor 55.
And here we have the 377 in the Pro Unlimited class, Mr. Tracy Poole taking the green flag.
With Ryan Huntsinger riding shotgun in a Geyser Brothers TT out of Bozeman, Montana with True North Partners. Vigilant Racing, Geyser Brothers, Dugan Racing Engine, Fox, and BFG. That is our first Your competitor out on course. They are racing at the same time, but scored separately.
And patiently waiting to take that green flag is the 4406 of Brent Burton.
With Jake Smith riding shotgun out of Colstrip, Montana with CEI Racing in a Trent Fab 2C IFS LS3 Turbo 400 Atlas. Spider Tracks, Raceline wheels, BFG, CEI Electrical, and Third Pedal Repair.
All right, the 22 of Woody Rose taking the green flag here in just a moment.
As his buddy Elvis in the co-pilot seat out of Sparks, Nevada with a Trent Racing with Trent Fabrication and a Trent Fab top shelf chassis, LSX 454, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Nexon tires, Raceline wheels, Yukon Rugged, and the Auto and Tire Doctor.
Next up off the line will be the 889 of Rob Inglis.
With his son Caden Inglis riding shotgun, and it's his 18th birthday weekend. What a heck of a treat for him. Out of Calgary, Canada with A Racing with a TMR chassis, 6-liter Hemi, 770 horsepower, Turbo 400 Atlas, Torque 14s, Dirty Life wheels, Nexon, Brink Fab, Inglis Media, K-Tech Heavy Metal Repair, and Truck Driver.
Next off the line is going to be the number 35 of the one and only Miss Bailey Campbell.
She is an MAO ambassador with Ryan Miller riding shotgun with her out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. She's in a Campbell Enterprises 2C IFS with an LS 490, Hughes Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Monster Energy, Nitto, Fox, Warren Factor 55, ARB, Baja Designs, Motive Gear, Ron Davis, Hughes Performance, AC Drive Shafts, and Impact Racing.
And the 4413 of Tom Prendergast is waiting to take that green flag.
Mr. Wreck-It Ralph himself with Grant Nettle riding shotgun out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing. He's a fairly new off-road Armory Eurofighter 2-seat similar to Levi Shirley with an LS3 with American Force Induction Supercharger, 4L85, SCS, KDM Shock Technology, Dirty Life, Happy Medium Approach, Eclipse Therapy, Adams Drive Shaft, Divulge Motorsports, Summit Machine, Safecraft, ECU Masters, OGO, HD Signs, FK, Engine Eyes, and Baja Designs.
Next off the line is a 747 of Chad Jesse.
Maverick with Adam Dixon riding shotgun out of New River, Arizona with Slang & Sound Motorsports. In a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, Grom Racing LS3 427 with 800 horsepower. Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Maxxis, Method, Fox, AccuTune, Arizona Drive Shafts, Johnny Motorsports, Slang & Sound Intent.
The next off the line will be the 312 of Eric Brinker.
Brink himself with Kyle Orissis riding shotgun out of Red Deer, Canada. Mr. Brink Fab Motorsports with a Brink Fab Caden chassis, supercharged LS3 from Horsepower Solutions, Maximum 4L80E, Atlas, Maxxis, Trailer 80 Wheels, Fox, IBPs, Alltech, and Vivid Lumens.
All right, next off the line will be the 1949 of Nicholas Algary.
With Evan Jesse riding shotgun out of Santa Cruz, California with Allegri Racing and a Jimmy's chassis, Dart 427, 760 horsepower, Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox IBPs, Maxxis, Method, Chevy Militia, Allegri, and Cowboys and Kilos. Remember, we have 4800s and 48 mixed, along with the Yellowstone Off-Road Pros.
Waiting for JT Taylor to drop that green flag is the 406 of Eric Weichel.
With Wade riding shotgun out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing. He's in a Jimmy's chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, King, Spider Tracks, Falcon, Raceline Wheels, Rigid, Warn, and CarTech.
The 4570 of Joe Gatlin waiting to take that green flag.
Papa Joe with a great co-driver of John Dykes out of Chino Valley, Arizona with Fire River Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 2-seat solid axle, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, BFG, ECU Masters, Adams Drive Shaft, Divulge Motorsports, HD Signs, OGO, Engine Eyes, Summit Machine, Baja Designs, KDM Shock Technology, Safecraft, and TYOR Lighting.
And that is a great shot right there. They have a straightaway that goes directly into a 90 left. But right now we do have the 4499 of Clint Peterson waiting to take the green flag.
Dr. Danger himself with Ryan Burdick riding shotgun out of Deadwood, South Dakota with Peterson Racing. He's in a Trent Fab chassis, 427 LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Raceline Wheels, and Yokohama tires. This is his first race with us here at Ultra4USA, so we will give him his entry fee back and let him come racing with us.
All right, next up is the 4811 of Trent Roberts.
With Toby Stacy riding shotgun. Had a fun chat with him around the campfire last night. They were a lot of fun. Out of Paso Robles, California with TWC Motorsports in a goat-built Ibex chassis, supercharged LQ4, Turbo 400, Atlas, Yukon, Vision, Maxxis, Fox, Alltech, Warren, Factor 55, Rugged, Brannick, Elrod's Performance, Miles Mountain Firewood.
And next up is the 4416 of Sean Holland.
Mr. Locknight with Melanie Holland riding shotgun.
It looks like we might have had a little change up, Miles. I'm going to correct you really quick before you go through it. 73 of Greg Neff is on the line.
With Eric Risco riding shotgun out of Broomfield, Colorado with Neff Motorsports. In a Neff Motorsports chassis, LS3, 525 horsepower with a 6L90E. Hero transfer case. Yukon, Raceline, Warren, Factor 55, Racer Coffee, Rough Stuff, and TJM products.
And next up will be the 421 of Russell Raven.
Mr. Ruckus himself with Lyric Red Woman riding shotgun out of Portland, Oregon. With Raven Racing in an outlet 4x4 chassis, LS408 stroker, the 4LAE guy, Hero, Yukon, KMF Customs, rugged, high desert driveline.
And the 1437 in the Pro Class, Sean Lowe is waiting to take that green flag.
With Corey Alexander riding shotgun in a 1450 Tacoma with a 383 cubic inch Chevy small block with A-arms up front. Out of Nanaimo, British Columbia with Metal Supermarkets, Load Core Auto Parts, Lowe's Golf Carts, The Sign Zone, and Victoria Plating.
Next up off the line is the 1119 of Levi Rhodes.
With Jesse Hodset riding shotgun, local out of Billings, Montana with Jim and Tracy's Racing in a TMR chassis, LS 6-liter 4L80E Atlas, Jim and Tracy's Alignment, Napa, Hell Roaring Excavation, Billings Battery and Starter Alternator, FJ and JSM Trucking, Midnight Welding, Cross Petroleum, and Matco Tools.
All right, we have the 1459 of Monty Tibbetts going off the line.
With Melvin Tibbetts riding shotgun and a Ford F-150 out of Pine Ridge, South Dakota with Lone Kid Racing.
All right, next up is the 1717 of Johnny Valdez.
Out of Aguadulce, California with Telemetry Motorsports in a Bomber's chassis, LS3 Power Glide, Atlas, Dana 60 with a 14-bolt, Bilstein, Yokohama, Method, and Sparco.
Next up will be the 45 of Richard Bachend.
With Greg Bird riding shotgun in a 1994 two-wheel drive Bronco, out of Kamloops, British Columbia, with Baja North and Kamloops, British Columbia, B-Cube General Contracting.
That is a great shot right there. While we're doing our lineup, they're switching off so we can see what action's going on. But Miles, next up is going to be the number 37 of Dustin Sexton.
With Steve White and Johnny Brooks sharing that seat, they'll switch off on and on the Amsoil Hot Pits out of Comus, Utah, with Sexton Off-Road Racing in a Trent Fab chassis, Ford 351 Windsor, Ford C5 Trans, Atlas, Yukon, King, Mickey Thompson, and Raceline wheels.
You can see the dust is over there settling around the start-finish line. Great shot again right there. But next up off the line will be the 176 of Andrew Blazer.
With Jim Gray riding shotgun and an Ultra4 car with out of Whitefish, Montana, with Raceline wheels, King Shocks, Northwest Parts, Dakota Supply Group, and LBR Plumbing.
Next up will be Bob Lindgren in the number 819.
With Jared McGee riding shotgun out of Salina, Colorado, with Rusty Nail Racing in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, Texas Speed LSX 427 with 730 horsepower. Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Dirty Life wheels, BFG, Rigid, Odyssey batteries, Yukon, ADS Racing, Yoda Mafia, RC 4-wheel drive, Coyote Enterprises, Skies Off-Road, Paul Howards, Amsoil Radios, and B&L Properties.
Next up is Chance Holloman in the 4832.
With Dale Scholl riding shotgun out of Boney Lake, Washington, in a Brink Fab Racing with a brand new Brink Fab chassis. This is his first race on this car. He's got an LS3 maximum transmission, Atlas, Spider Tracks, ADS, Trail Ready, PRP, Rugged, Adams Drive Shaft, Summit Machine, Fast, Comp Cams, CJ's Insulation, Warehouse Rack Insulation, and Vivid Lumens. He won the Big Sky 200 right here back in 2019.
All right, in the 2020 of Victor Beal is taking that green flag.
Vic himself with Chris Gates riding shotgun out of Kent, Washington, with Beal Motorsports in a Ford Bronco 2, LS 4.8, Turbo 400, NWF Black Box 205, Milestar Yukon Gear and Axle, Thiel Construction, Northwest Welding, Nacho Lights, Irate 4x4, and Ramrod Vinyl Wraps.
And 979 of Andrew Rivas is taking the green flag.
Part of the Pro Unlimited for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, with Tony Campbell riding shotgun in his custom buggy out of Carnation, Washington, with Andrews Truck Repair.
So much action all over the race course as we're seeing with that amazing drone footage, but we do have the number 32 of Daryl Johnson taking the green flag.
With Warren Johnson riding shotgun in a 1450 Pro F-150 out of Arrington, British Columbia, with G.J. Johnson Septic and Excavation.
All right, we have the 4810 of Garrett Humston taking the green flag. Oh, that is the 321 of Dave Fahmy actually taking the green flag just now.
With Mike Langlis riding shotgun in a beautiful 73 Ford Bronco out of Duvall, Washington.
No. And taking that green flag just now, that was the 222 of Richard Moore. All right, the 4845 taking the green flag. That is Larry Bagel.
With Kenny Todd riding shotgun out of Alberta, Canada, with A Racing. Brink Fab Chassis, 496, Turbo 350, Atlas, Dozer Construction, Truck Doctor, Immortal Customs, and Clover Hill Construction.
And here we have the 222 of Richard Moore getting ready to take the green flag.
With his daughter Bama Moore riding shotgun. Love the family when they join the teams out there out of Mount Vernon, Washington. With Moore Power Racing in a solid axle Campbell chassis, LS3, 4L80E, Atlas, Yukon, Nitto, Ultra Wheels, Auburn Car and Repair, Central Welding. This is his first Ultra4 USA, so we will waive his entry fee. So if you've never raced Ultra4 USA, come on out and try it. First race is on us.
And this one is a very interesting vehicle taking the green flag.
That is Ethan Road in a custom-built machine with a Coyote rear engine out of Rimby, Alberta, Canada. Road Hard Speed Shop and Jack's Auto.
All right, next up is the number 74 of Jaron Gunter.
We saw him take a little tip over in qualifying, so he's taking a fairly rear start with Matt Bowers riding shotgun out of Zephyr Cove, Nevada with Jack's Daniel Racing in a beautifully built 2020 UFO Joe Thompson Machine 2C IFS car, Danzio LT1 440 with 800 horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, SCST case, TubeWorks, world-class property management, FK Radflow Summit Machine, and Liberty Mountain Fab. He started racing with us back at King of the Hammers back in 2016.
And just now taking off the line, that is the 1001 of Curtis Warner.
With Dave Warner riding shotgun out of Armstrong, British Columbia, Canada, with Flying Zucchini Brothers Racing. And an EMF chassis, CBM 6-liter, Turbo 350, Spider Tracks, Gearworks, King, Toyo Tires, Aquila Industries, Sportsman Light Trucks, EMF Joints, BD Diesel, and King Shocks.
That might have been the 4816 of Annalise Zinder taken off the line. But we do have the 251 of Shane Dahlquist pulling up to take that green flag.
Annalise Zender with Chris Coates riding shotgun with Hadamaki's old 4800 car out of Billings, Montana with Jim and Tracy's alignment. Dirty Diesel, Gary Roth, Octane Ignitions, PRP, Rugged Radios, Inland Trucks, her grandpa, DW Reports, and SCS Wraps.
And there we have the 251 of Shane Dahlquist.
With Josh Futch riding shotgun with a custom spec T2 TT out of Rapid City, South Dakota with Twisted Customs and Shadow Spray Foam. There's Eric Weichel on screen, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We've got one more car yet to go. Taking a rear start, I do not believe they qualified. And I'll be honest, I missed that number.
I did not see it either, Miles. I apologize to everyone at home that is watching this that we did not catch that number.
Remember, we have 4 races going on at the same time. We have the 4400 Unlimited. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with Ultra4 USA. And then with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, we have their Pro and their Pro Unlimited. So they are all scored separately.
What's really cool, Miles, is we have Brent and Brett have never been out here on the race course at the same time, racing in separate classes, but out here together, father-son team. So it's super cool to see them out here racing. We will have some updates here coming through, but look at that view right there. There is just dust everywhere on that race course. There is dust because it is spread out wide open all over this 10,000-acre ranch.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. So thanks for everybody for tuning in to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. It's a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. It's going to be an amazing race. Don't go anywhere. There's Greg Neff on screen. Pam, we got all the cars out there. It is going to be one heck of a show. I loved getting all those cars off the line. It was a little busy, but it was a lot of fun.
It's always a little busy, but having the car count that we have is awesome to have out there. We have one more actually taking the green flag here.
Well, it looked like a Brink Fab car. I'm not exactly sure which one that was. A little bit of a late start. There's one of your competitors at the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab Jump.
And there, right there is the 421 right there on the screen. That is Russell Raven.
Old Ruckus himself with Raven Racing pushing through in that solid axle machine. So in the 4400 Unlimited class, remember, it is unlimited. You can have, he's in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Sorry, I'm not used to them racing with the 4400s. So we have 2 separate classes racing at the same time, obviously scored separately. You can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. And then you can go to your YORR Live Motorsports.com for their timing as well.
And look at this. We already have cars that are bunching up that are going to be competing. The one behind can't make it out but from the drone, but racing in the dust is never fun. But you can see it has a little bit of clean air, which will allow them to catch up as much as they can. But getting up as close as they can to that bumper is what is a crucial thing to do when you're trying to get up close to somebody to pass in the dust.
This is a 40-mile loop. They're doing 5 full laps, so that is 200 miles of wide open and tight and technical. So they'll go up over 100 miles an hour. Then you can see in these little tight sections, they got to slow down and really use that steering wheel. And this is fairly off camber right here, too, as you can see them falling back in that wash section.
So right there, they can do that little off-camber thing, or they can stay down into that little gully. But the gully the other day was full of mud, so a lot of people have probably been staying away from it. But it doesn't look like we have very much mud anywhere on this course right now.
He is all over that car. He goes for the inside, but you can't because there's a little G out right of this section. But remember, if they have caught you, they're ahead of you on time. They took off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. He's struggling to get around him. I'm sure he's going to set him up at the inside, and he sure does. Gets around on the inside. What a great pass. And now look at that little dust ball he had to eat.
But now look at that clean air. Now he's throwing up the dust for the person behind him. I don't like being in the dust when I'm out on a race course. I know you wouldn't either, Miles, but now he's pulling away, and he's already catching up to the next car in front of him. Going up over a little bit of a ridge there.
What a wonderful race we just started. You see the Optimus leaderboard up on the top right. We only have our trackers at the race line start-finish, so we'll see where Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel, Cody Addington, Philip McGilton, and Brett Harrell are going to come through.
And Miles, we've been talking all day, and every single race we've had out here, we've been talking about lap times. 52:29, Kyle Chaney set yesterday in the UTV race. A lot of people do not think that anybody is going to beat that time. So it's very interesting to see if somebody is going to push just to try to beat Kyle Chaney's time.
And you're talking about that wind, and then we get a little dust devil that came right through the Amsoil broadcast desk, kind of choking us out a little bit. But, hey, the wind is the racer's friend. I'll suffer for them as we see Dustin Sexton out on course still pushing strong.
Oh, my goodness, sorry. Everything's flying away.
The wind's picking up, but that is absolutely fantastic. There's Dustin Sexton still pushing strong. Oh, we got another late starter, but hey, his time started when he was supposed to be in line, so he's already 5 minutes off pace.
Oh, that was the 48:10, it looked like. That would have been Garrett Humston.
Yes, it is, out of Lincoln, Nebraska, with McGrills Racing in a custom chassis, LS418 Stroker, Turbo 350, Atlas, Nitto, Raceline, King, Spider Tracks, and Kenny MFG.
And speaking, there is Mr. Paul Wolf right there. He is in that single seat, but I don't see any dust in front of him, so he might still be out in front.
He was in that pole position, and he is our physical race leader, I do believe. So there's Bobby Lindgren out on course with Rusty Nail Racing.
Right there is the 176.
That's Andy Blazer, part of the Your Racing series. That's definitely an old Ultra 4 car, I can tell. But he races up here with Your. Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. We're on a private 10,000-acre ranch owned by Warren Ketchum, located just north of Billings, Montana, outside of Broadview. Population here is roughly 200 people, and the elevation is 3,900 feet.
And that was the 979 of Andrew Rivas that is on screen right now.
It looks like an old Jimmy's car, if I'm not mistaken. And look how wide open this course is. This really gets to show you the elevation chassis. Elevation changes out here. There's a lot of different chassis out here on course. I say the Jimmy's chassis. Well, these are manufacturers. So Jimmy's does them. We have the UFOs. We have the Eurofighters over from England. So it's really cool to see all the different builders that build their car and let these guys come out here and race them. And some are turnkey. Some are just a tube kit that you can build at home and come out. There's a couple Miller cars. There's a lot of great manufacturers that race with us here at Ultra 4.
Exactly. We have a Campbell Enterprise out here. Paul Horschel, he builds his own car, and it's a rear steer car, so it's super cool to see. But, yeah, like you're saying, lots of different manufacturers out here.
Yeah, Paul Horschel has a slew of cars out there with Brett Harrell and Brent Harrell as well. But yeah, Paul Horschel's car is probably the fanciest car that's on this course right now. IFS IRS with rear steer Fox live valve shocks up to 1,000 horsepower. It's going to be really interesting to see how it shakes out. The dust is starting to get a little thicker out there, but the gusts of wind are coming in and out.
And that's a great shot right there, that they are coming straight at us right now of our bluff section. One of our bluff sections. We have
One
lots
of them.
One of them.
It is absolutely amazing. So the bottom right is the qualifying course we started out yesterday morning. So the top left, they're actually heading away from us. It's just a beautiful piece of property out here, out in the middle of nowhere. It's a great, great race we have on our hands. I believe that's the 251 of Shane Dahlquist. Part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. He's racing in the pro class. But they've got a couple heavy hitters out there.
And there we have the 32 that is in the pro class of Daryl Johnson.
There's one of the old Broncos pushing along. Looked like a Brink Fab car. A couple of them, man. This dust is getting harder and harder to tell who is who out there on course. Oh, that is Tom Pendergast, I believe, in the back in that Eurofighter. A beautiful piece of machinery out there racing.
And you can see that they're fighting the dust. And you don't know how far in front of that person, how far they actually are in front of you whenever it's basically blinding out there. So you're driving by your GPS and your navigator is telling you where to go, and you're just trying to get out of that dust as much as you can.
These cars are the Swiss Army of Off-Road. We race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, up here in Montana, and Lake Havasu. Huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. There's another York truck coming through. That is the 251 again of Shane Dahlquist. Kind of a T2 series truck out there trucking along.
It is pretty cool to see, the trucks out there on the course, and I am still very curious to see what their lap times are going to be, especially when Paul Wolf comes through. That is Jeremy Jones right there, the 4856. I just said his number wrong.
With Dom Balducci riding shotgun. He won this race a couple years ago in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He's got definitely a heavy hitter in this course.
The 4837 is his number.
There's a lot of numbers going through our heads, so I do apologize. We'll definitely goof up from time to time, but we're having some fun bringing you some of the best racing action we can for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. Thanks again to Speed Sport, our official broadcast sponsor, for bringing you this show. There's that one car. That's Ethan Road, I believe.
Yes, the number 23. Oh, and he almost blew that turn just a little bit, coming in a little too hot. But that's what we talk about. There's a lot of high-speed sections, and there's a lot of gotchas. We have a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot, 90-degree turns on this race course. They do have warnings out there. They have arrow markers that let them know that it's coming up, and the pre-running that they were doing was definitely key. Oh, and he did a little bunny hop right there as soon as right when the camera was switching over. But that right there is that beautiful color mystery machine looking car that we had sitting over here next to us yesterday, going through one of those fence lines.
I believe that's Brent Burton in the 4406 with CEI Racing. That's a Trent Fab machine. We got a few of them out here racing today. Derek Trent, the owner of Trent Fabrication, here is on site supporting his son Woody Rose. I'm sure he's down in the Amsoil hot pit checking the rugged race radios and listening to the live feed.
And this is a 40-mile loop.
And they're doing 5 laps, so that equals 200 miles. I believe that's the longest race in the Ultra4 USA Series, and it's got a lot of go fast, a lot of technical, not necessarily the rocks like we are used to, but that just goes to show you that these things can do a little bit of everything. Rock crawl, desert, short course. It's amazing what these machines can do. You know, you take a TT truck, they're great in the desert. You take a rock crawler, they're great in the rocks. Well, these things can do a little bit of everything.
And that is the 222 of Richard Moore.
With his daughter Bama riding shotgun with Moore Power Racing. It's an old Campbell chassis.
Let's speak of Campbell really quick. We have Bailey Campbell out here racing. The female out here racing with the boys. She's been doing it for quite some time. The Campbell Enterprise built the car, and guess what? She works on that car. What's amazing is she knows the ins and outs of it. That's what she does. And for her to be out wrenching on the car and racing it, it only gives her, you know, more knowledge of what she's feeling if she starts feeling something weird going on with it. But also, she has that larger fuel cell. She's not planning to pit unless her fuel is being used more than she's suspecting. But she does have that larger fuel cell, so it's going to be an advantage.
Yeah, she's got Ryan Miller riding shotgun with him and with her, and I was talking to him about that exact situation, and he runs the numbers. He knows exactly what kind of fuel mileage that car gets. He knows it's got over a 70-gallon tank, so if everything goes smooth, he can run 210 miles wide open. Well, this is only 200, so I think he's going to make it. We'll see if he pulls in the Amsoil hot pits, but they've got a fuel gauge, so they'll be able to tell as they head out for their 5th and final lap. Bailey and Ryan will be talking and making sure everything happens. There's Scott's Bluff, and they're hitting that harder. Remember, that rock is protruding out of the side of that hill, but they're hitting that spot pretty good. And we do have a car pulled offside, but I do see the helmet on top of the truck, so that means they are okay. They're just having a mechanical issue of some sort.
And that is the number 32 of Daryl Johnson. And actually the other day out on pre-run when we ran the course, he was actually on the side. So hopefully it's not the same kind of issue and he can get it fixed and get back out.
But to finish my thought on that, on the helmet deal on top of the car, if you have a mechanical issue, you're on site, a lot of racers want to check on you. But if you put that helmet on, that is just a visual to that driver to say, hey, don't worry about me. I'm good. Keep on going on. Because we are out in the middle of nowhere, so your fellow competitors want to check on you, make sure you're okay. But if I'm broke down, I don't want them to stop and check me unless I need help. So I put that helmet on top, and that's just a visual for them to be wide open right past you. And I believe that's the Pool truck. That's Tracy Poole and that Geyser Brothers Unlimited truck out of Bozeman, Montana with True North Partners, Vigilant Racing, and Geyser Brothers.
And this right here, that's where Lost My Lunch is at. He came in from a tight left-hand turn that we saw, and that right there, you definitely have to check up for it. It is a very, very steep downhill, and you do not want to launch off of it.
But it's really cool to see these unlimited trucks racing with the 4400s. I'll be very interested to see those time splits as the day goes on here for the Big Sky 200 presented by Amsoil.
And there's just so much action going on. The drone, you know, up as high as it is, we can see cars all over the race course. We just saw 3 different sections of the race course on that drone footage.
And getting confirmation back at the Spider Tracks backstretch, Paul Wolf is still physically out front and in the lead. He's already made it through, so he's halfway through his first lap. And that is race mile 27, so he's over halfway through.
But where is Paul Horschel? You know that he is pushing his limits because he wants to get up there and get that number 1 spot. But we do this on adjusted time, so it doesn't get 1 in the first lap either.
Yeah, the old saying is to finish first you must finish, and this is going to be a long race. So I would definitely save your equipment till those last couple laps. But if you don't push hard enough, they're going to be passing you. So it's definitely, you just have to weigh your options as they come to you. And the wind's picking up again. I'm sure you can hear a little pickup in the mic, but it is great for the racers out there on course.
Oh, and look at that. That is Miss Bailey Campbell. I'm not sure who she's coming up behind, but that is Bailey Campbell. That's Woody Rose. She's catching up to Woody Rose because she did start behind him. He is in the 4800 Legends class, and she is in the 4400 Unlimited.
So Paul Wolf with that open air has the advantage, but Bailey Cole is starting to pick him off. You see her hitting that little G out. You saw the back end kind of donkey kick and go left, but she kept in that throttle and kept going. That's what those big unlimited cars with unlimited suspension can do.
And that's a great shot right there. They actually can have quite a bit of speed through that section right there. But look at Bailey. She is coming up on Woody Rose, and he pulls off. He knows he's not racing and competing against her, but he pulled off to the side to let her by.
That's a bigger car. So let's kind of go through what a 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is. You can have a front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side. You have to have a single shock per corner. Maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire. Only solid axles are allowed. New specific cars are built, but this is a great way for you to take your older 4400 technology car and still race competitively in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yes, that's another great shot of an area that can be a high-speed section as long as you keep it under control, because you do have, I call them, they're like floater bumps. It's like whoops that are very wide but not super steep, so you can just, your car feels like it's just floating over them.
Yeah, it's a fun little section out there. That was Garrett Humpston with McGrills Racing, still pushing strong, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Close.
And that looks like that is Paul Wolf right there getting caught on the drone with that clean air out front.
So that means he's getting close to town. I'll bet you he's that 5 to 7 minute mark from coming through. And yeah, Pam's pointing out in the distance. We can see his dust trail. So just to the bottom of your screen is where the qualifying course is, but he has to go the long way all the way around it. See that course kind of getting a little cut off.
Wow, we can see him in the distance. So that's what's really cool about where we're at. We can see way out in the distance the different trail lines of all the dust. But there is Paul Wolf. He's on a mission. He's always a man on a mission. And, you know, he has great seat time from racing in the 4900 UTV class. So here he is trying to keep his clean air out in front.
That is awesome. And he's coming up to a little G-out section. If I remember right, he's going to take this left-hand corner and then another wide open section. But there is a off-camber G-out. But Paul Wolf, I feel like he is on a mission. We started at 1 o'clock, so he's 45 minutes into it. If that's 5, he might bump out Kyle Chaney's fastest time of the weekend of that 52:34. Yeah, it could be a 50-minute run if he keeps the time up. But remember, he started with that fresh air, so he does have that advantage.
But having the advantage on lap 1, but what's going to happen, he's going to start catching up to the other classes that are a little bit slower, and he's going to get into lap traffic. Probably, I would say, midway, maybe towards the end of his lap 2 is when he'll start catching up into lap traffic.
And I think I was a tick off where I thought he was. Our drone goes out a little bit further than I thought, so I don't know. That 52:34 is going to be hard to beat. He did get a few laps on this course yesterday in the Can-Am, had a mechanical failure, tough break there, but he does know the course. So we'll see if old Paul Wolf in that single-seat UFO can keep on going. That was an orange car. Is that Paul Horschel? That should be our next car.
That does look like it's solid orange because Brett and Brent Harrell also have a little bit of orange on their cars as well, but that one looked like it was a full orange, like you're saying.
Yeah, I believe that's physical second, Paul Horschel, if I'm not mistaken. So that goes to show you, I believe that Paul Wolf has pulled a little bit of lead over Paul Horschel. Remember, they took off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time.
Love seeing this. This is that canyon that I was talking about. It's a beautiful canyon. So so when you turn right into that canyon that he's in is mile marker 29.
Yeah, so I was a little bit off. I really misspoke on where he is out on course.
but he's still making up great time. We are roughly 26 minutes into this race, so you might not be too bad off, Miles.
We'll see how it shakes out. Paul Wolf is definitely no slouch, and you know he knows Paul Horschel's out there. And I love how this track is wide open, so it does have these long, windy curves, so you can have a chance to kind of look back and check out how far somebody else's dust is back there. Is Paul Horschel just keeping out of his dust, just pacing Paul Wolf, or is Paul Wolf on a mission getting out in front?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but right there where Paul Wolf was just now, that is a very fast section, but there is some like rocks that make it feel like you're on chatter bumps, but it is definitely a very fast section right there. But Paul Horschel's on a mission. He's chasing his dust right now. As we talk about when racers start chasing the dust, that's what Paul Horschel's doing right now.
But on screen is Mr. Paul Wolf, the number 1018. He recently switched his number, and you know what 1018 stands for, Pam?
Probably Laney's birthday.
It is his daughter's birthday, and it's a funny story. It kind of brings chills to myself because when I used to race, my race number was 1010, and that was my daughter Jade's birthday. So I love when he did that. I love the family affair with Ultra4. Just they're so in touch with their family here.
Same with us. So our race number is 57, which is funny that it was a 57 because of a 57 Chevy, but it ended up being 57, and my son's birthday is 5/7.
Exactly. So we still have a car broke down out on course, but again, the helmet's on top. Everything's okay. We have some of our safety crew going out to check on them because it's getting up to 80 degrees today, so they may even just take them a water. There is Philip McGilton with Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun in that solid axle, the fastest solid axle qualifying car here at the Big Sky 200, presented by Amsoil.
And that turn right there, earlier we saw a couple cars kind of blowing that turn just a little bit because it is a high-speed section going into it. But there we do have Paul Wolf going through that fence line right there.
So this is where I thought he was earlier, so I completely misspoke. And so now he is on top of he still has to go all the way around the qualifying course. So he still has, I'm going to say, 4 or 5 minutes. So it's going to be super close to Kyle Cheney's time. And that's pretty impressive that Kyle Cheney can run that fast during his race compared to Paul Wolf and that UFO. But they were less than half a second spreading them two out during their qualifying runs as well.
And you can see right here, this is a very fast straightaway, but he's having to actually let up just a little bit because there are some really big G-outs. He's getting ready to come into one right now. It's a little bit of a hill, actually a little left-hand turn hill, really deep G-out. And there he goes, getting back on the gas. But you can see exactly how fast that is. He's going to come around. It sweeps around with a big right-hand sweeper here in just a little bit, and they'll start following that bluff line.
Yeah, it's a super cool area, and the spectators have a great spot on that bluff. And this is Paul Horschel, so he is not, well, which gate was that? There's a lot of gates. This is a 10,000-acre working ranch. So you know what? I think that is the gate right behind. So he is about a minute behind Paul Wolf or so. So on adjusted time, they're going to be very close. I'll be excited to see as they both finish lap number 1. There's Cody Addington, single seat IFS Jimmy's chassis with 888 ADD Racing.
Going through one of our S-turn canyons.
He started back with EMC, the Everyman Challenge, I believe it was 2012, at King of the Hammers in that black Toyota way back in the day, has worked his way up, and now he's racing with the big dogs. It's really cool to see how you can start at Ultra4 in whatever class you want and move all the way up to the pros. And there's our physical leader, the 1018 of Paul Wolf.
So that gate that we were talking about, I just looked on the map. It's roughly at mile marker 39.
Yep, okay, so you got about a mile and a half to go before you cross the race line, start, finish. So I hope we can stay on this camera and watch Paul Wolf come at us and see on the top left how far back Paul Horschel is. So that flag on the middle of your screen right there is where the qualifying course cut off the rest of the field. So we are getting right back onto the qualifying course, and we'll see how far back Paul Horschel is. So Paul Wolf will take a hard right now and then head on towards the Yukon launch.
A man on a mission right there. He's going to definitely launch off that Yukon launch. Look at the air time.
Look at that UFO flying through the air. Those Nitto tires hooking up. There's another car in the background. That looked like it could have been Cody Addington. Paul Wolf over the Brannock bump. So he'll be coming up towards the race line. He's got a couple more turns, then he'll be hitting the race line start finish here in about 1 minute. So it's going to be really close to Kyle Cheney's time. So, Pam, you better keep on that computer.
Oh, I'm keeping on it. I'm going to keep it hidden from you so you can't see it.
And everybody
surprising
back
me.
home, make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com on your phone or your tablet. Put this up on the big screen, but get live.ultra4racing.com for your timing.
We could hear Paul Wolf's motor in the background, but that right there on screen, that is Paul Horschel. This is what an area right here that is also like a floater area. The floater bumps that you're going through, you can really stay on it and stay on the gas right in this area. There are no big G outs, just floaters.
Yeah, Paul Wolf did cross the race line start finish. We're waiting for our computer to update here at the Amsoil broadcast desk. But we'll get you a time here very shortly. So Paul Wolf is out on lap number 2 of 5. These are 40-mile loops. So I think it's going to be about a 3-minute time split between Paul Wolf and Paul Horschel. Paul Horschel with right around 1,000 horsepower, IFS IRS with rear steer, Fox Live valve. That is an absolute work of art. But Paul Wolf is out front. Maybe we can pick Paul Wolf up. There it is. We are. Here's the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. He's going to get some hang time. Paul Wolf sending it over there. That's 75 feet plus.
Wow. You know that the fans right there are super stoked to see the racing action and launching off of those jumps.
So I can hear Paul Wolf behind me. So there is Paul Horschel going across the race line start finish, heading out for lap number 2. So on my unofficial, I'm looking at the timing. It hasn't quite updated yet, but I think Paul Wolf just beat Kyle Cheney's time unofficially. We'll see when it updates.
I'm gonna have so many bruises tomorrow.
I know that we are all patiently waiting because what we're seeing is what you're seeing at home. All the live timing at live.ultra4racing.com if you're wanting to watch this on your screen with your live. If you are listening to it from afar or somewhere else, you can go to AOE.tv. Another way of watching our live stream, you can also go back if you wanted to and watch some of our past races as well. And we just got an update. He has beat Kyle Cheney's time by almost a whole minute at 51:20.
And he is just getting started. So a full minute faster than Kyle Cheney. He is going to get this thing figured out.
And Paul Horschel, look at Paul Horschel launch off that jump. He is definitely on it. He knows how close he is. He's only a minute and 36 seconds behind Paul Wolf. So there's a lot of time to be made up, but it is a long race and it has just begun. That's a great drone shot. That was Levi Shirley. And there is Philip McJilton right there going over the Yukon launch. This right here, he's going into a left hand. It's a super long left hand sweeper. It's a really cool section. As you can see, you basically can drift that whole entire corner.
There is Philip McJilton heading down the Brannick bump. So he'll be our third physical on course.
So we have had 3 drivers come through here. We have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Paul Horschel in that number 2 position, and Cody Addington sitting in that number 3 spot. Cody Addington's lap was a 53:03, so he's a minute 6 seconds behind Paul Horschel, 2 minutes into 42 seconds behind Paul Wolf. And there he just launched off of that jump.
That is awesome. That camera is going to be a lot of fun. There's a great crowd. I saw our USAC rep, Lee O'Donnell 23, walking through that section just a little bit ago, making sure it's safe. He was backing people up just a little bit. We can barely see it from our venue point, but it is an awesome place to watch this.
And this right here is one of those fun canyons. You can see that they can just go through. Oh, we have somebody actually pulling off on the side in that canyon. Unfortunate. Maybe we can get down and see who that is. Oh, they're getting going again.
That looks
That
like
looks
it
like
could
Greg.
be a Brink Fab car. One of our Canadians. That could be Eric Brinker himself. There's a couple cars that he built that looks very similar to each other out of Canada.
Does he have a right rear flat, or is it just looking like that because of the silt bed?
Could go either way.
Oh,
Oh, there is Levi Shirley, number 81.
So we've had all kinds of stuff. So Paul Horschel, Travis Zollinger went through. We have Philip McJilton that came through. Their lap times are super fast. They're actually faster than I was expecting them to be. And I love hearing that horsepower in our background. And right there, we'll get a view of who that is. Here in just a moment, they're getting ready to go off of that jump. And that is Philip McJilton.
In a 2-seat solid axle machine. Chasing, so that's the fastest solid axle. So I keep saying IFS and solid axle. So solid axle means it's a live axle all the way through. It's your standard old school pickup at rear end. It's updated obviously, and then IFS is independent front suspension. So it's got the A arms, an upper and lower A arm. So when you're going through the rocks in a straight axle, if your left tire hits, your right tire goes down. Well, in IFS, if your left tire hits something, your right tire is independent, so it does its own thing. So it kind of floats through the fast sections a little faster. So here, it's going to be, I think, a huge advantage for the IFS cars out there on course. And out front, it is definitely Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel, Cody Addington, and then Philip McJilton. So the top three are IFS cars.
I would like to say it's kind of like a crab walk, right? That's how I feel it is, like a crab walking. But there we do have the number 32. Their window nets are down. Their day must be done. But we do have Levi Shirley has bumped up into that number 4 spot with his lap time of being a 53:32. So we have Paul Wolf in that first position, Paul Horschel in the second position, Cody Addington third, Levi Shirley fourth, Travis Zollinger fifth, Philip McJilton in that sixth position. So where is Brett Harrell? Where is Jeremy Jones? Where is Brent Harrell? Then we have Brent Burton. We have seen him on screen at one point.
Levi Shirley started back in about 7th position, so he's moved up 3 positions in the first lap on adjusted time. That is pretty impressive.
And speaking of Jeremy Jones, there he is right there.
And somebody hot on. Oh, that's Tracy Poole, I believe. Part of the Your Series, running in their Pro Unlimited. So the Pro Unlimited Geyser Unlimited truck trying to chase down Jeremy Jones in his 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class as they're hitting the Brannick bump. A couple more turns and they'll be crossing the race line start finish. So we'll be able to get an updated time for you at live.ultra4racing.com. Again, thanks to everybody who makes this thing possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, Ultra4USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. It has been amazing joining up with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway and doing a joint race. They had 80 racers. We had 90, 170 racers out here this weekend. Absolutely amazing. One of the biggest Western Series races we've had.
All right, Jeremy Jones just came through. His time was a 55:48, so not a bad time. First in his class, 7th overall. And that is the 1001 of Curtis Warner. That's a great view right there of him chasing down the dust as well. But, man, the man to beat right now literally is Paul Wolf in that 51:20.993. I really honestly didn't think anybody would beat Kyle Chaney's time from yesterday, and it has been beat.
So I got onto YORR.livemotorsports.com as well, and Paul Wolf is dual registered. Travis Zollinger is dual registered, but Tracy Poole is the fastest in the Your class, in his class, with a 54:50 in that unlimited TT.
All right, we just had some more people cross that race line, start-finish line. We have Brent Burton in the 4406 came through with a 55:19. Jeremy Jones came through earlier. Brent Harrell is getting all jumbled up right now. So much stuff going on, but Brent Harrell came through. His was a 56:12.
What a great race we have on our hands. It's been an amazing weekend. There's a great shot of a place to come watch this race. You're way up on a bluff overlooking this huge valley. Looks like that is Woody Rose, Mr. Trent Fabrication. His dad, Derek, is Mr. Trent Fab, and he's in the Amsoil hot pits making sure everything is going smooth. And I do know that Erica Allreed is down there. We'll check in with her off and on throughout the day. Once we get some building stories, it's obviously early in the race.
And Woody looks like he might not be at 100% right now, but we do have the 32 truck that was in our sights right now that was broken down on race course, and his front tires are towed the wrong way.
Yeah, that is Daryl Johnson. Yeah, he broke a tie rod or something because it is towed way, way out. So tough break. But he's giving thumbs up to the crowd as we're watching Woody Rose. Made it through the Yukon launch and the Brannock bump. But I got a cool video I saw a little bit ago. We'll see if we can implement it in the live show. But it's back there at Skinny Pedal at Race Mile 27. And it was a GoPro in the middle of the track. And a car just blew right over it. It was awesome. We'll see if we can figure out how to make that happen. But it'd be really cool to see as we see, I believe that's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, just on the bottom side of the start-finish line. It's about, I'm going to say that's probably Race Mile 8 or 9. And the wind is blowing through the Amsoil broadcast desk.
So I want to talk about the 4800 Legends class. We do have Jeremy Jones that has came through in that number 1 spot, and Brent Harrell has came through as well. So Brent is about 55 seconds behind Jeremy Jones on time, so he's running in that number 2 spot. And the beautiful American flag flying out there, flying high. And that goes to show you how much the wind is blowing. All right, I hear some horsepower in the background getting ready to come through the race line start finish. And that would be Tom Prendergast right there coming through. Let's see what his time is. He came through with a 56:33. Setting 9th in the 4400 Unlimited class unofficially and 11th overall. Great shot right here. There are so many hairpin turns, so many 90-degree turns out on this race course. They're all warned, they know, but a lot of them, they do go with the terrain. And you can see right there. And that right there is Mr. Paul Horschel. He is on the gas. He knows that he needs to catch up to Paul Wolf, and he's chasing his dust.
And that's the same camera we just saw Paul Wolf a little bit ago, so he may be gaining a little bit of ground as he heads back out. They are on lap 2 of 5, 40 miles apiece, 200 miles in total here at the Amsoil Big Sky 200. Remember, this is a joint race with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 as well here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway.
Got a little update from one of our photographers that's usually out at our races, Miss Karen Foster. She's watching us, and she says she's having some withdrawals without being here.
Yeah, her and Foster out here quite a bit taking pictures with us. Couldn't quite make this one work, but hey, hopefully we'll see you at the next one. There's Woody Rose floating over the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump. The wind and the dust is definitely picking up out here, but that's great for the racers out on course. Not so great for our paperwork.
Or our eyes.
What a wonderful weekend of racing it has been. Thanks to everybody who can make this happen. You can see the dust on both. These are two tracks going different ways right here on course. So it's great to see everything going on. But here's a great shot of the course, but man, it's been a great job. Again, I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. This has been a great shot. Wide open country. It's so much fun, but you can see the wind coming through right now. It's just blowing everything out of here. It's been pretty wild up here, but this is Big Sky country. It's just goes to show you what you have to deal with sometimes. A couple years ago, we had a huge thunderstorm that rolled through. Today's just some off and on light winds.
I don't think there's any light winds out here, Miles.
But it's beautiful. It's 80 degrees out here. It's sunny. The wind's blowing for the racers. I'll take it because sometimes that dust can be extremely hard to drive through, extremely dangerous. But we're fighting through it just like they are.
And you know what? That's what we're here for. We're here for the racers anyway. So we're going through our own little things like they are.
We are back to the left side of our screen is where the qualifying course was yesterday. There is our Optima leaderboard, top left of your screen. And it's still Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel, Cody Addington, Levi Shirley, Travis Zollinger. Running a great race out there. That could be Levi Rhodes, possibly. Local out of Billings, Montana, with Jim and Tracy's Racing. What a wonderful weekend of racing it has been. I could go all night long. We are having so much fun up here.
And you're right, Miles. Look at the dust right there. That camera view right there, you can see how much the wind is blowing it out of the way. It's awesome for the racers. Not so awesome for all of us, but you know what? I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. And I'm so curious. I'm like Curious George right now because you said something about the video that you had, the GoPro footage that was sent to you. I cannot wait to see what it is if they actually get it up. If not, then guess what? I'll see it later on.
We'll put it up on social media later if we can, but we're trying. There's Rob Inglis cruising through.
It sounds like they're trying to get that video all loaded up for us. So hopefully we do. Hopefully it works for us and we can show that to everybody because I'm curious now that Miles said something about that. But I'm going to run through our lineup really quick of how they have came through. I'll go through our 4,400 Unlimited class. We have in that number 1 position unofficially the 1018 of Paul Wolf. In the number 2 position, the number 19 of Paul Horschel. 3rd position, the 888 of Cody Addington. Levi Shirley in the number 81. And then we have in the 4,800 Legends class, we have Jeremy Jones in that number 1 position, Brent Harrell in the number 2 position, and we had Nicholas Algery come in, and he has taken that number 3 position. But look at this right here. That's 2 different lines of the race course. It's super awesome to see the drone picking up 2 sides of the race that we can see what's going on, what directions they're going, and it's just amazing, the drone footage, the camera coverage that we have out here at our Big Sky 200.
Miranda Shirley is tuning in, commenting on the wind. She's from Kansas, where I'm from Kansas. She said, you should be used to that wind. Well, she's in the windier side of the state than I am. But, yeah, I'm glad she's tuning in, listening, watching her husband Levi out there in the top 5. She's got to be super, super excited. The Shirley family has been involved with King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 since the invention of this sport. So it's great to see them still involved with the sport. I mean, used to race with Brian Shirley, Levi's dad, and now he's kind of stepped away and really handed off to Levi, and Levi's doing some great things out there.
Yeah, he's running in that number 4 position, so it's super awesome to see. As I love the way his car looks. I mean, I love the way all these race cars look, but it's definitely unique the way his looks out here. And Miles, we have not had Brett Harrell come through yet. I have not seen him come through, and it's making me wonder exactly where he's at because he did have a great qualifying, so maybe we'll get an update on him.
Yeah, he started in that 5th position, so yeah, not sure what quite happened to Brett Harrell. Obviously, he's got a mechanical issue of some sort. And we also have another member of our broadcast crew at the Mid-America headquarters in Jay, Oklahoma, Mr. James Cantrell. What do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, Miles and Pam, a quick update like you all were talking about on Levi Shirley. Cool fact about his car, it was actually built over in Europe by Off-Road Armory, then shipped over here last year, and they got it finished up, and he's finally started racing it. I think this year at King of the Hammers was its debut race. And back to you all with more racing action.
Thank you, James. Yeah, you've been in the sport just about as long as I have, so we know these racers, we're buddies with them, so thanks for your intel. That's a beautiful car for sure. And there's a great launch at the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump. But how cool is that to be able to toss back and forth back to Mid-America Outdoors at our headquarters there in Jay, Oklahoma there, Pam?
Yeah, it is super awesome, and thank you, James, for hanging out down there. It's pretty cool because you're giving insight there, but you know what's awesome about what he's doing there right now? He's not only here calling, looking at the races, helping us call the race when he can, coming and giving us some tidbits. He has got to see the new track. We have a brand new track at Mid-America that we will be all racing on next weekend for our side-by-side championship series. So he's getting to see it firsthand right now.
Yeah, I was out there a couple weeks ago helping drive a dump truck, hauling some clay around, and just watching the track transform into what it was compared to what it is now. It is absolutely amazing what they are doing out there at Mid-America Outdoors. There's Eric Weichel hitting the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump. He's part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. There is a lot of action all over this race course. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana. We've got cars left and right going through these sections. That was Joe Gatlin, I believe, part of Fire River Racing. Crossing the race line, start-finish, heading out for lap number 2 of 5. We still have a lot more racing yet to come, but so far so good. The tops are standing strong. Paul Wolf out front, Paul Horschel, Cody Addington, Levi Shirley. They are running strong out front. There's another part of our Yellowstone off-road racing team.
Do I want to know what pictures you have of me?
Look at the beautiful sky we have out here. You can see the dust coming straight at us. That is just below where we are sitting up on the bluff. That is part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. That is the 1437 of Sean Lowe with Corey Alexander riding shotgun in a 1450 truck. It's a Tacoma 383 stroker. It's got A-arms up front out of Canada with Metal Superworks. Getting ready to drop down the Brannick bump. Sean Lowe still pushing strong, having some fun out there. Could be Trent Roberts with Toby Stacy riding shotgun on screen. There is somebody in the Amsoil hot pits as we speak. That is Rob Inglis, if I'm not mistaken, out of Calgary, Canada with A Racing. That's that TMR car. Rob Inglis and Caden Inglis are in the Amsoil hot pits. There is some wide open desert sections out here, and then some tight technical G-outs, lots of tight turns. We got some beautiful valleys we run through as well. Oh, blew that corner a little bit, gets right back on track.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes whenever you're in these rutted out areas, they'll grab you. They'll either push you out, or if you're trying to stay out of it, it can suck
Or
you
suck
right
you
in.
in, absolutely. That was Sean Lowe cruising by the Amsoil Hot Pits, and right at that section, it is a 40 miles an hour speed zone when you're in the Amsoil Hot Pits for safety reasons. This is double the amount of cars they are used to here, so we decided to slow it down. Usually it's wide open racing, but with so much more people here, we decided to slow her down. And then it's resume race speed right before the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. There's Woody Rose on screen with those Nexen tires. That Trent Fab car really pushing strong.
Kaylee Miller is chiming in. She's watching. Ryan's out there with Miss Bailey Campbell. Brian Cross cheering on Miss Bailey.
There are cars all over the racetrack, Pam. This is so much fun to watch. And don't forget to go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing that we have here at the Amsoil broadcast desk. That car's missing the spare tire. I'm not sure if it started with one or not. And don't forget, you can also download the MAO app on Google and Apple. Go to AOE.tv or Ultra4USA and MAO Facebook. Get on our YouTube channels, share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up. Rob Inglis is out of the car. All the Team Canadians over there helping each other out. But tough break for Rob Inglis. There is Jaron Gunter and Matt Bauer in that 74 machine. UFO Joe Thompson built. 2C IFS, absolute work of art.
So they'll be coming through start finish here in just a minute. He did take a kind of gnarly tumble in qualifying yesterday, so he had that rear start today. But the car was all good, except for they had to just change out a brake line. And that's what happened was he went off the jump and he lost the brakes. He had nothing and went straight to the floor.
Yeah, and then he blew the corner and flipped over a little bit, but yeah, not too much damage. That just goes to show what these manufacturers do to build these cars super strong. It's safety first in all aspects out there.
And he's definitely hauling the Mel through there. He will have to stop here and just not stop, but he'll have to slow down and go to that 40 miles per hour like we were talking about earlier.
There's a battle out on course. There's the Yukon launch right there. We'll see if we can get a pass.
It looked like there were 3 cars possibly. That was the 979 of Andrew Rivas right there. That was on the red car.
Part of the Your series. That's an old Jimmy's car. I keep thinking that's one of ours, but it's a Your. I can't, why can't I remember that name? Because it's a new name to me. That's Andrew Rivas, part of Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. But it's one of our old Ultra 4 cars. And the dust is definitely getting thick out there. And look at that rut. These corners are getting extremely blown out. The UTVs raced it yesterday. The limited cars raced this morning. And now it's unlimited tires, unlimited horsepower. These ruts are going to get dug out deep.
Yeah, I mean, the last classes that we had raced, they were saying how the UTVs, they tore up the track pretty good for them. And now we have the larger class out there. I'm sure that when they came out on course, it was the same way.
And I just saw drive by the 1949 of Nick Allegri off course. So tough break. Not sure what happened to him, but Nick Allegri looks like he is out of the race. But the sun is out. It's 82 degrees. It is absolutely beautiful here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway here in Yellowstone County for the Amsoil Big Sky 200.
And that dust is clearing quite quickly as it goes by. And there is Paul Wolf right there going through one of our S-turn canyons.
And that is our physical race leader heading through there, making his way. And look how just off camera it is. A bump here, a bump there. These ruts are really getting tore up. But then our physical race leader got the pole position, got 7 extra points yesterday during qualifying. If he wins today's race, he gets 1,000 points. So 1,007 if he can keep it all together. But remember, to finish first you must finish.
Oh, and we have the 4832 over there in the hot pits, the Amsoil hot pits.
That is Chance Hallman and Dale Schultz. We should see Paul Wolf here in roughly 25 minutes or so. But Chance Hallman in that brand new Brink Fab chassis in the Amsoil hot pit. So it's a new car. So is he having an issue or is he just playing it safe? This is a new car. I want to pull in, make sure everything looks okay before I go out there. Because these cars, you know, they're a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of money. You don't just want to go out there and destroy them.
Exactly, and you know, it doesn't matter if you have had a lot of seat time in it or not. There's always things that could have, you know, on shakedown out here in pre-run. But it looked like his fuel guy was getting ready to put some fuel in it. So I'm not sure if maybe he was just, you know, being safe, playing it safe, getting fuel. Because like you just said, a brand new car, he might not know exactly what his fuel mileage is on it yet.
And he hadn't rolled that car yet. Remember in Sturgis,
Yes.
was it last year? He rolled 2 or 3 times during the same race. So I like giving him a hard time about that. And he's a good character of the sport.
Well, and he has Dale Scholl in there, who Dale co-drove with Matthew Walraven yesterday in the UTV race. So he
Yep.
has a co-driver that's been out on course, you know, multiple times already.
Dale Scholl isn't scared to hop in the car with anybody. He loves playing that right seat. So Paul Wolf still out front, has not been passed yet. But is Paul Horsell being able to reel him in? Only time will tell.
And that is the 747.
Of Chad Jesse, the Maverick, with Slang and Sound Motorsports coming to a stop. Not sure what happened there. Remember, most of these cars have transfer cases with a high and a low, but I would say I would run high this entire race. So not sure what he slowed down for, but hey, it doesn't matter. He's keep moving.
Yeah, there's definitely not any sections out here that I would foresee that you definitely have to put it into that 4 low. It's pretty much high speed the whole time. There's not a lot of super difficult stuff. The most difficult part, I would say, would be that ledge. And for these guys, that's nothing. But we do have somebody coming down that area that's right below us here on the bluffs, on the area that I always say is like the floater section. Can't quite make out that number there. I believe it was the 919 or 819.
There's a lot of numbers out there. Oh, that is. You're right. That's Bobby Lindgren. That's it's an old car that's got brought back. That's Bobby Lindgren with Rusty Nail Racing. So that'll help me remember that car doesn't have a spare tire on the back.
There you go.
It's raced with us in the past, but I believe he re-debuted that car at King of the Hammers. And if I'm not mistaken, this is his first race at a regional series.
It's like a landmark, right? You usually have a course. It's like you are looking at a certain area for landmarking, but on there is no spare tire, so it's a landmark on the race car.
And then some cars run headlights and whatnot. And then obviously there's Paul Wolf. You can just tell that UFO car. The 1018, our physical race leader and on adjusted time. Paul Wolf had a great race about a month ago in Rush, Kentucky. Won that race as well. There's Greg Neff with Racer Coffee, that Neff-built chassis, in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We've got a lot of racing yet to come this season.
So Greg Neff, he actually is sitting in the 5th position in the Legends class right now, but 15th overall unofficially.
So up next, Ultra4 USA will be going divisions June 14th through the 18th.
And then we're going to be for race 5, July 27th through 30th, we're going to be going to the famous Reading Outdoors at Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
We have never raced there before. I am super excited. And then we will be back up at Crandon once again
And then our race number 7, September 28th through October 1st, we're going to be back in Disney, Oklahoma.
And then we're going to end up the year at Legends of the Fall in Lake Havasu, and that is a do-not-miss event. We'll have Ultra4 USA, F1 boat racing, rodeo, National Music Act, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more. Make sure you do not miss that event. Our physical race leader and on adjusted time is Mr. Paul Wolf. He got the pole position yesterday, hasn't looked back. He's out front, hasn't been passed. He's got clean air right now, but he's going to start running into some lap traffic, I'm assume. So we have Erica Allreed down in the pits with an update from Paul Wolf.
Thanks, guys. Although chaos ensued for Paul Wolf yesterday during the 4,900 class, he said he's still feeling relatively confident about this 4,400 race. He said that he's happy he has a chance for redemption here today and doesn't have to go home on a low note. He said that if all goes according to plan, he hopes to get a good buffer between him and our second place finisher, Paul Horschel, early on, and then plans to pit hopefully around lap 3, and then hopefully can bring home the win from there. He said that this one is where it counts, so I know he's not going to let this win go by that easy, guys.
Thank you, Erica. So he's going to pit at lap 3. I asked him that a few days ago, and he was either hiding it for me or just didn't know. So, Erica, thanks for that update. There is Joe Gatlin with Fire River Racing. That is Tom Prendergast's old car.
What they don't want to do, they don't always want to give out their secrets. It's pretty funny because they like to hide them, but yet, eventually they're going to tell us, and it's going to get out there anyways.
Yeah, I'll ask a lot of questions out there with all the drivers, and sometimes they'll say, is this on record or off record? I say, you tell me. I was like, if you don't want me to know, don't say anything. He's like, well, don't tell anybody, but this new car is this, and that, and then I'll ask about fueling or whatnot. Most everybody's pretty open about it, but I understand if you have a strategy, stick to it.
Yes, exactly. Strategy is strategy, and you definitely want to stick with that strategy if you can and keep that to yourself, but the teams do like to work together, so it's not always, like you said, it's not always a secret because the teams, a lot of them do work together, and we have a lot of them out there working together, pitting together, because this is a far race for some people to come to, so they did, team up in the pits even.
Well, that's just like Bailey Campbell teaming up with the Rance family. They were racing at different times, so they pitted for them. Now they're going to pit for Campbell's. They came with a limited crew. Here's the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. There's the 176 of Andy Blazer, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Pro Division.
One of the pits that would probably get fairly busy if they were all coming in around the same time would be Paul Horschel's pit, because he doesn't have only his car, he has Brent and Brett Harrell as well.
That is a good thought there, Pam, because, they got 3 cars on course. I'm sure they have a strategy to pick different laps, but, hey, if somebody's having issues, you can't pick when you need to come in. There is Dustin Sexton in that Trent Fab solid axle machine, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But Paul Horschel and Brett and Brent Harrell have teamed up in the pits, like you're saying. They've got a couple semis, a couple toters. They've got some pretty good crew there, and they've got a mountain of spare parts. There is the 45 of Richard Bachand with a 1994 two-wheel drive Ford Bronco, or what's left of one.
It's a little chopped up of the Ford Bronco, but out here racing.
Just got an update from one of our Ultra4 USA staff. Caleb Jones is out at race mile 27. He said Wolf is flying by the skinny pedal, and then Horschel is about 1 minute to 1:30 out. So on adjusted time, Horschel's really starting to reel him in to right around that 1 minute mark. So that is pretty impressive.
I love that we have the crew out on course that gives updates like that. And right there is Jaron Gunter trucking along. I love that he, had a smile on his face yesterday, even though he rolled in qualifying, but he's out there. Only had that brake line issue, but he is trucking along, trying to make up some time. He did come through in his class, though, 5th overall unofficially on his lap when he came through.
There was Trent Roberts cruising through. And that was Dave and Mike in that 73 beautiful Ford Bronco, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. And now it's Cody Addington not too far back. So 1, 2, 3 is all within about 5-minute split. So it's just like they left the line. Paul Wolf, Paul Horsel, and then Cody Addington.
We shall see if that sticks. We got a car battle going on. That is the 421 out front right there.
That is Russell Raven, Mr. Ruckus, with Lyric Red Woman riding shotgun with Raven Racing.
I didn't quite make out who that is behind him. I believe that, what was the car that was in the pits? And we got another one. We got 3 cars right here going into this nice, dusty left-hand turn.
I was going to say, which car is it? It's the dusty one.
Hey, it's better to be dusty than muddy.
I would 100% agree with that. I mean, there's a happy medium on both, obviously, but I'm not a fan of the mud for sure. Along as a lot of the Western Series racers as well. There's a great dust trail getting stirred up.
I'm not sure, but I think that might be the Annalise Zinder that earlier took off the line. Could not see the number, but not 100%.
If I remember right, her car is all purple.
That one's purple.
Okay, then you got it. That
Good.
is Aaron Zindler's daughter.
Okay.
Part of Your Racing. Aaron and Grizz both have kids out here that have raced with us this week, and it's really cool to see them playing race director and letting their kids come out there and play. I love it. They're getting ready to head up Scotts Bluff. We'll see. I'd like to stick with this camera and see how hard they attack this. They got a little bit more suspension, bigger tires. Most of them are, well, we do have 48s. I keep saying that. So they have a 37-inch DOT tire, so they definitely check for that little rock ledge. And then on the gas and moving on.
And you can see that that ledge is there, a little bit of a bump, but these guys don't have as much of a problem as we had earlier on in the race. We did see one of the heavy metal trucks. They actually didn't make it up and backed down, but right there, that was very easy for Annalise.
So I've got a quick update from race mile 27. Philip Magilton is in 4th place, and then it is Travis Zollinger and Levi Shirley neck and neck. And I was kind of giving you a little teaser earlier on today at that exact spot there at race mile 27. We threw a GoPro right in the middle of the track, and it was a really cool little shot. And I'll tell you, on my little phone, I couldn't quite tell you who it is. So if you know who it is, let us know who it is. But I'm pretty good at noticing who is who. So if you can tell, you're better than me. So here it is right now, race mile 27. They're over 100 miles an hour right here. And, wow, I don't know. I'm going to guess Horschel, but I can't quite tell.
It did look like it had a tinge of orange on there, but that is amazing. That was an awesome. And look at the pass going on right there. That's Burton.
Yes, it is. Good call. Making the pass.
And this is where they're going down. Toss my lunch. That's a really cool section right there. Oh, we have somebody in the hot pits here.
So that is part of the Canadian team with Dozer Construction. I can't quite remember. I had a great talk with that guy. Can't remember his number.
Nice pass going on in the dust there.
Oh, and I'm just getting updated. Caleb is the one that hooked me up with that video, and he said it was Horschel, so I got a good guess there.
Yeah, he was going so fast you slightly saw orange. So.
Yep, and then it blew the GoPro right around. It was cool to see. There's Trent Roberts and Troy Digby. Sorry, that is Trent Roberts and Toby Stacy in that car. That was last race, getting a little mixed up. I apologize. There's our physical race leader, the 1018 of Paul Wolf. Pam, what a great race.
Wow, it sounds like he's probably roughly about 10 minutes from completing this lap. He is out on lap 2, and they are doing 5 laps today, but his fastest lap today has been a 51:20, and that is the fastest lap of the weekend.
By over a minute. On screen is Levi Rhodes and Jesse Hodge with Jim and Tracy's Racing, local out of Billings, Montana, and that TMR chassis.
And there they're coming through the start-finish line right there, the 481.
If you are just joining in, this is the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. We have 5 laps, 40 miles per lap, 200 miles. And that was a quick blip of Paul Horschel once again, our pole setter yesterday during qualifying, and has left the line first. It has not looked back yet.
So I've been chatting with Kyle Cheney about the lap times because I couldn't exactly remember what his was yesterday. And he was predicting the 4400s were going to be faster than him, and he put like a 50-minute lap. But he's close because it's a 51-minute lap.
That's pretty wild, yeah. Kyle Cheney can definitely push the envelope out there.
I believe that is the 1717. Yes, it is.
That is Johnny Valadez with Telemetry Motorsports. Pushing along. He is racing in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and that is our physical race leader, Paul Horschel, the 1018.
Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf.
Sorry, I had to hit you on that one.
You caught me on that one. My brain's getting a little scrambled. It's been a long couple days.
It wouldn't be the first time that's happened. I've done it before myself, but yeah, definitely got that one because we, have 2 Baileys that race in the same class as well. Sometimes Bailey Campbell, Bailey Cole,
and I mix them up all the time too. So I'm just going to say Paul out front.
PW.
But look at the dust. I mean, he is absolutely flying right there. He is sniffing 100 miles an hour. That UFO single-seat car is probably right around that 750 horsepower mark.
And as you can see, he was going through that super fast section, but he goes into a 90 right. It's actually a little bit more than a 90 right. And you have to check up for those, of course, especially going into triple digits. But he's definitely, I know he's pushed the triple digits already because he was already planning on it whenever we were talking the other day.
USAC is here on site. They are our sanctioning body and will be running our timing, scoring, and race operations, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell 23 is our USAC rep that comes to every single race. There's Scott's Bluff right here at the top of that rock section. Or top of the hill, there's that rock that's sticking out.
You can actually see it's like a straight line right there, and where that straight line is, that's where the ledge is at.
Yeah, it's a shelf rock right there, and it's getting worse and worse. Okay, here comes Mr. Paul Wolf. So he's probably about 3 or 4 minutes away from the race line start-finish. We've been racing for right at an hour and 40 minutes. That was first lap time. What was it, a 51?
51:20.
Wow, so it's looking like it's going to be similar time.
But great footage right there. And that is Paul Horschel right there.
Yes, it is. That 2C IFS IRS with rear steer. And I was talking to him when he first built this car. I don't know exactly. It wasn't completely done, but the rear steer computerly in the computer it locks out over like 30 or 40 miles an hour, so it's just locked straight, but in the tight sections it can really crab walk through the tight valleys. There's the 819 of Bobby Lindgren, and it has a spare tire on it now, so he got the spare, must have went through the Amsoil hot pits and fixed that up. That was Garrett Humpston. I believe that is Woody Rose, if I'm not mistaken. Part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Number 22 with Trent Fabrication. He's got his buddy Elvis riding shotgun with him. He raced just a few weeks ago with us in Rush, Kentucky for the opener for the East Series, and now he's here for the opener in the West Series as well. Those Trent Fabrication cars are a work of art. He debuted that car last year, and they've done some fine-tuning, and obviously he's really got it dialed in. He races a lot up at NorCal with NorCal Rock Racing in the short course, but then he comes out and plays in the trees out here in the open desert. These cars can really prove what they do.
We can hear that horsepower in the background. We're going to get a time here in just a few minutes of Mr. Paul Wolf, and I'm curious to see if he's trying to pick it up or if he's just keeping a steady pace, because he does have, as of last lap, it was a minute 36-second lead over Paul Horschel.
That is pretty impressive. Both the Paul Wolf and Paul Horschel are extremely fast. They push extremely hard. There's physical leader hitting the Yukon launch. That UFO single-seat car is still working strong. Those Nitto tires hooking up great.
Drifting around that corner. That is that big wide open left-hand sweeper. Now he's going over the Brannick bump. He'll be in here in just a moment.
Look at those race line wheels they've been holding up. I was worried about that out at Scotts Bluff at the top if these race tires and race line wheels would hold up. But so far, Paul Wolf's putting through the paces, and they take a licking and keep on kicking.
That's one thing we have not seen much of today. We have
never questioned if those race line wheels will make it through that. They will always make it happen.
We haven't seen many flats today. My train of thought went away for a second. But, yeah, there we go. Let's see what his time is. 52:21, so he has slowed it down by a minute.
But that is almost identical to Kyle Chaney's lap yesterday. So he's tamed it down just a tick, but he's still doing great.
Yeah, Kyle Chaney's was a 52
34.
34.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what I got in my notes.
Yes, 52:34.
And there is Paul Horschel. And look how big and wide this car is. This is made for the wide open desert. He's cutting through there. 1,000 horsepower, the Nitto tires hooking up and heading the Yukon launch. And those Fox live valve shocks are a work of art. They really soaked up that jump.
I love seeing how the suspension works, and when these big tires are on their cars, they have these big Nitto tires. Him and Paul Wolf are both running Nittos, and you can just see the suspension just working.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 right now. Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel, and Cody Addington are all on those Nitto tires. Paul Horschel still pushing strong. You can see how the rear end of that car kind of sits down, and that's the IRS. So I keep saying IFS, straight axle. Well, IRS is independent rear suspension. So each corner on that car is independently controlled with A-arm. So if you hit one tire, it's not going to affect any others. Unless it's a bad bump, then it can affect everything, obviously. But if it's just a little bump in the road, it really soaks it up. So what kind of time do we have for Paul Horschel? How far back is he?
He only shaved off 1 second, but he came through with a faster lap of a 52:15, but he is now at a 1:30 behind Paul Wolf.
Wow, so he started 30 seconds behind him, and Paul Wolf has gained a minute and a half over Paul Horschel. And we said this earlier, both Paul Wolf and Horschel drive extremely, extremely hard. So you got to have the car to finish. I think they're pushing really hard, but that's what you got to do to stay out front. But do they have the car to make it last?
Yeah, it's all about saving the car once you get a lead. You know, do you keep pushing it hard or do you just stick at it? And your pit crew is going to tell you, but anything can happen. We still do have, they're out on their third lap, so they have 2 more laps to go.
I remember interviewing Casey Gilbert a couple years ago, and we were talking about being the turtle in the hare. Out front, how hard do you push? He's like, it's really hard to tell. You kind of get lackadaisical out there, and you can't really tell how hard to push because you're not chasing dust. They're chasing your dust, so you can't really tell exactly where they are coming from behind you, but it's a game. And there is Cody Addington, number 888 with ADD Racing, in another single-seat IFS Jimmy's chassis.
And that's such a great camera area right there. You get them going off the Yukon launch. Doing that, I keep bringing it up. That sweeper turn right there. I mean, you can just stay on the gas and just basically drift that corner.
Oh, it's beautiful. And then they drop down the Brannock bump. And I wonder what kind of speed they're getting back there on the Spider Track backstretch. I'm gonna guess 110 is gonna be my guess, but I definitely want you to ask a couple times tonight to see how fast they got up to.
Definitely, we'll be asking those questions for sure. And that right there is Scotts Bluff. And that car let up a lot, but there's Cody Addington right now coming through the race lane start finish on the rails. And there's the 321, and that is Dave Afami.
It's so fun doing this joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway in Yellowstone County for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200.
Such a great footage right there of that old Bronco going through the little dip sections. And right there, I'm not sure who's in the front, but that is Miss Bailey Campbell trailing in the dust, chasing the dust.
And I just got an update from the Amsoil Hot Pits. Paul Wolf just stopped for fuel only. So he is sticking to his strategy. We'll see how it happens because they're out on lap number 3 of 5.
Well, we'll see. Miss Bailey Campbell, she was saying she'll make that decision on that last lap when she's coming through.
But he's sticking to his strategy, and right now he should be able to not stop again at the Amsoil Hot Pits as long as everything is going smooth. But a quick and easy fuel stop for Mr. Paul Wolf. There's Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller still chugging along. I really think they're going to start picking off some people as people start pulling into the Amsoil Hot Pits. They could really gain a minute or two in that pits. Oh, speaking of pits, there's Paul. Oh, man, that's Paul Horschel and Cody Addington neck and neck. They're looking at the back of Paul Horschel's machine. Not sure what's going on there. It looks like Cody Addington may be just doing a fuel and go. So if we can stick with this camera for a little bit, we'll see if Cody Addington can physically get around Paul Horschel. But it looks like I see a body panel on the right rear of that car pulled off, so they're definitely checking something out. Again, that car is a work of art, but when it comes to more moving parts, there's more issues that can happen.
Yes, and it's unfortunate to see both of them in at the same time, but what we were talking about earlier is pitting together. They're obviously sharing pits right there, coming from afar, and so their pit stop right now is their pit crew is very busy right now.
There's Trent Roberts and Toby Stacy. And I hear a lot of high horsepower behind us, Pam. This is getting wild out there.
Oh, I did not quite see who that was, but it definitely did have a lot of horsepower behind it. And there's Bailey Campbell right there making her way through those curvy-S, rutted out, silty turns.
Yeah, it's getting really dug out. This course has been beat on for 2 days straight, but then the rain will come through. So Cody Addington does pull out before Paul Horschel. So Cody Addington physically in second and on adjusted time. You know he has got to be excited because he started a long time ago with us at Ultra 4. There's Philip McJilton gets around Paul Horschel. Levi Shirley gets around Paul Horschel, but Levi's coming in the pits, it looks like. Remember, it is 40 miles an hour through this section. Wow, a little shake-up in the lead. What is going on with Paul Horschel? That would be a great one to have a chat with.
And the hot pits are definitely super busy right now.
So Cody Addington physically in that second spot, hitting the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, just kind of floating over. He's saving the car a little bit.
And I thought we saw another car behind Cody Addington, but they went into the pits. Is that Levi Shirley right there in the hot pits?
No, that is Philip McJilton, I
yes.
believe. Levi Shirley was around the corner. He did stop, but we'll see who gets out of there first.
And perfect. That is Levi Shirley right there.
And who's in front of him? I can't quite tell. That may be Travis Zollinger, maybe?
It looks like it could be him because the rear end of his car did look like that.
So there is Levi Shirley in the center of our screen. He was taken off. There's Tracy Poole in that Geyser Unlimited truck. So Levi Shirley back out on course. So was that physical third? We didn't see Philip McJilton if he got out or not. So we'll have to, time will tell.
Yeah, Philip McJilton, like you said, he's around the corner, so we did not see that part of it. But here comes another truck just came through.
That was Tracy Poole. Oh, look at that. Philip McJilton pulls out right in front of Levi Shirley, and that is racing. You know his co-driver or his crew chief said, here comes Levi. Go, go, go. And look at Levi chasing him down, getting a lot of hang time over the Rocky Mountain Speed Fab launch. That was a great little battle. Levi probably realized I should probably check up a little bit. He landed nose heavy for sure.
Yes, he did. That's probably the biggest launch I've seen so far as us watching that. Jumped all day long today. All right, and going through that beautiful terrain right there, we'll get a number on that car in just a moment. There's Travis Zollinger. He got back out on race course because that was him in that hot pit. And there is that purple car right there that we were talking about earlier of Annalise. Making her way through these S-turns.
That is the 4816 of Annalise Zindler. In an old 4800 car. There's Burton, I believe. Brent Burton in the 4406 with Jake Smith riding with him with CEI Racing. I love that Trent Fab car. It's a Trent. There aren't too many Trent Fabs that are IFS, but that's one right there.
And Paul Horschel is still in the hot pits right there. Unfortunate. Looks like they have a rear quarter panel on the passenger side off. So bummer for him for being in there. Has had a great run so far today. Maybe we'll get an update here in a little bit. Maybe he'll get back out on course, but that's a bummer. He's in the hot pits.
And that is a mid to rear engine vehicle, so that could be working on the engine come from the bottom, from the top. They're definitely checking it out, but tough break for Paul Horschel. He was running so strong, but you know who's excited about that? Mr. Paul Wolf.
Yes, but Paul Wolf is now going to have Cody Addington and Levi Shirley creeping up on him here in a little bit, so he still has to watch out. He can't make any mistakes.
There is a lot of race yet to come. They are on lap number 3 of 5. So they're roughly at the halfway mark right now.
And that's going to be Brent Harrell coming through.
That is another Horschel-built machine, the number 56.
And that's Bailey Campbell that's been trailing behind him. We have not seen his dad, Brett, has not came through for lap 1.
So Brent Harrell and Mike Slauson riding shotgun with team change order. In that beautiful Horschel 4800 car. There goes Bailey Campbell up and over. The Yukon launch just kind of floating through. She's fighting the dust a little bit. So, is she going to be able to reel in Brent Harrell?
And that is the 222.
Of Rich Moore and his daughter, Bama Moore. With More Power Racing. I like that one. And this is his first race with us at Ultra4USA.
Bailey's not going super fast right here.
She is a little off pace. You're right. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want it to be true, but Yeah, she looks off pace to me.
Yeah, when she went over the Brannick or the Yukon launch, we kind of looked at each other like, oh, something's going on.
There goes Brent Harrell. He's not off pace. He is on the gas, hauling the mail. There is Doc Jeremy Jones with Dom Balducci riding shotgun. Brent Harrell is now our physical leader on adjusted time and out front in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So how far back is Jeremy Jones? So look at this, 40 miles an hour. He's pulling right in front of Paul Horschel. So they're doing, you were talking about that earlier. Do they have enough? Yes, they do. So look at the full fire suit they have on there. Going to do a quick fuel and go and get Paul right in front of Paul Horschel, but try to get Brent Harrell out on course quick and easy since he has the lead in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You know, Mandy Harrell is there in the pits, bummed not to see her husband, Brett, but excited to see her son, Brent.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to get a little bit of an update from somebody on what's going on. But, yes, out there, not coming through for lap 2 so far.
And look at that, fuel and going. Brent Harrell is back out on course, and he gets up. He takes off in a hurry and then slows down to that 40-mile-an-hour speed limit there in the Amsoil hot pits. Everybody's been respecting that. They used to come through here at full pipe, but with so many people, we had to slow them down for safety reasons.
And that is another good thing, too, because today the wind is blowing right towards the direction of the pits, and that dust is going right in everybody's face over there. And if you're sitting there working on your car, you don't want dust getting into your mechanics' faces. And, you know, I guess basically if you have an air filter open or anything, too, that's not good for it as well. We'll see him launch off of this jump. Getting a little bit of an air. I think Levi Shirley definitely has the jump of the day on that jump right there by nose diving down in. He was definitely sending it for sure.
And look at the wide open spaces we have here in Broadview, Montana for the Amsoil Big Sky 200 here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway here in Yellowstone County with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. I can hear somebody's rugged race radio going off. There is a lot of chatter out there trying to keep everybody up to date with what is going on. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. They are racing 5 laps, 40 miles per lap, 200 miles, and the leaders are right around that halfway mark as we speak. What a great time of racing, Pam. It's been so much fun. We started yesterday morning with qualifying. Then we had the UTV race yesterday afternoon. This morning we started early with the limited class, but now it's the 4400 Unlimited race, and this is the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200.
And yes, you can see the wind blades blowing. We're feeling that wind as well. But yes, it's an amazing day out here. Super excited for this race right here going on. Cannot wait to see who is going to come out on top. Right now, it is the man of the hour, though, Mr. Paul Horschel. Or Paul Wolf. I'm playing it. I'm playing
hey,
Miles.
Don't blame me. Now we both got one on the check mark. There's the Yukon launch. There's a lot of different cars out here. It's fun to see so much traffic. For being such a long course, I'm very impressed with the amount of action we have on course, but that just goes to show that our production crew that's spread out all over the place bringing you this amazing live action has been so much fun to watch. We've got a great team on our hands, that is for sure.
And we have to give it up for our volunteers that are out here as well. Grizz and Aaron, they have a whole crew of people that have came out. We have people that are out here as well. So it just takes a whole army to put together an amazing event. And this has been one awesome event. All the racers are loving this course as well. I haven't heard one person say anything that they did not like about this race course.
Now this is completely unofficial, but I'm hearing that Paul Wolf may be walking back to the pits. Again, this is hearsay from somebody else that's over listening somebody else's radio, but there is a rumor that Paul Wolf could be walking back to the pits. That would be a complete heartbreaker.
That would be very, very unfortunate for sure.
There's Cody Addington. So if that is true, Cody Addington could be our new physical leader. Cody Addington is running one heck of a race. But remember, to finish first you must finish. So we were talking about it just a little bit ago with Bailey Campbell. Erica Allreed down in the pits was able to catch up with her, and she had a right rear flat, so she was lipping into the Amsoil hot pits. But look at that. Poor Paul Horschel is back on out. But I think Bailey Campbell came in, changed the tire, and got back out on course. So much action out there today. We saw Paul Horschel with a great run. He stayed in the Amsoil hot pits for way longer than he liked, but he's back out on course. And then Paul Wolf, again, it is rumored.
That was just him.
You did see him?
Yes. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
he is
please do.
walking. He was just walking. And there's Paul Horschel. Seeing Paul Wolf, I don't know where he went, but he was walking. Yes.
Okay, you saw it. I didn't. So
Unless I'm seeing things, but yes, it was him.
Oh, that's such a heartbreaker. He had such a good run going, and he wanted that redemption, but hey, that's part of racing. Oh, you're right. I see it. Oh, Paul Wolf looks like he is officially out of the race. Tough break for him. I hate to hear that. So physically out on course, that is Cody Addington, Levi Shirley, Travis Zollinger, and then Paul Horschel, if I'm not mistaken. So I've got my third confirmation. Paul Wolf is walking back to the pits. So tough break for him. Sounds like we have some information coming from Paul Horschel's pits, so we'll see what was going on. Again, they are working on the back of his car, so we'll see if we can figure out what's going on. So we have our own Erica Allreed there in the Amsoil hot pits, so we'll see what she has to say.
Is Paul Horschel's crew
pit.
chief. Josh, it seemed like Paul was sitting here in the pit for an extensive period of time. It looks like you guys were exclusively focusing on that rear end. So can you give us any insight as to what was going on with the car?
Yeah, he came in for a pretty simple fuel stop, but just as he entered the speed zone, the belt came off the back. So being a mid-engine, we had to go in from the top and put a new belt on, take the old one from around the driveline, and then he left.
He seemed as though he lost quite a few positions. Was there any strategy to kind of getting back to where he was, or just simply get back on course?
Just get back on course. That's the best thing to do. He's pretty aggressive when he's chasing people. It's the best position for Paul to be in. So I think he'll pick up those spots real quick.
Absolutely. We have no doubt that he will. Thank you so much for the insight. We look forward to seeing just how many he can make back up.
Thanks. Me too.
Thank you, Erica. And I thought they were working on the rear of the car, which is where the engine is. So a belt came off, so tough break by there. But you heard him say Paul Horschel loves to chase, so chasing is just what he is going to do.
Well, and now he's out there going to be chasing. He doesn't have to chase Paul Wolf anymore, which is unfortunate, but now he's got to chase down Cody Addington, Levi Shirley, and Travis Ollinger.
And the dust is picking up once again. The wind is blowing. So lots of action out on course, lots of information coming in the Amsoil hot pits. So after we take a quick break, hopefully we get some more information, and we will be right back after this.
This is your world, your job, your crew, your CAT compact equipment. And this is the support from your local CAT dealer. This is helping you meet your deadlines, your bottom line, your offers, your savings. This is getting you your parts and everything you need, on time, easier than ever. This is what you get from your local CAT dealer.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust, Double E Racing. Double E Racing. We help build champions.
We are back for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. It's a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road, and this is the 4400 Unlimited with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Pros and Pro Unlimited. So 4 races going on at the same time. Lots of action. We are just over the halfway mark. Paul Wolf is the story of the day. He was leading the entire race, and then we saw him walking back to the pits. Tough break for him.
Tough break for Paul Horschel for sure, but right now this is Greg Neff with Racer Coffee Company on the course. That is roughly around that mile 29, I believe is where he's at, but he is out. The drone has been following him quite a bit. Super awesome to see him going, but yeah, Paul Horschel, he got back out as we saw as well. So it's just going to be interesting to see how this whole entire race is going to shake out, because right now that puts Cody Addington physically out on race course in that first position physically.
But that just goes to show you the attrition is setting in. There's Brent Burton going along. But yeah, the cars, this is a tough course. 200 miles out here, 5 laps, 40 miles apiece. This is a tough race, so it is still anybody's ball game. You have to have a car to finish this race. That is Trent Roberts, I believe. Toby Stacy raced with us prior years back and did some really good things, but then had a little bit of a hiccup, hurt his back, but he's back in the passenger seat for now. We'll see if he gets another race car or not, but at least he's out here racing with his friend, Trent Roberts. And as you saw that drone getting pushed around a little bit by the wind is kind of picking up intermittently.
And that right there is the number 45 of Richard Bakken. He's racing in the Your Series in that pro class. And there, right there is Miss Bailey Campbell. Got that screen, or got that rear tire all changed, back out on course. She was leading a couple years ago in King of the Hammers, and that was amazing to see her doing, and it ended up having I believe it was a water pump issue is what took her out of the race. But she is definitely one out here that's pushing, trying to win that King of the Hammers one of these days. But out here, she is one to reckon with for sure. With her and Ryan Miller, they make a great team. When Bailey was pregnant, Ryan actually ended up taking over the driver's seat a couple years ago.
Yeah, in our rules, you can have one fill-in driver per season unless there's a medical issue. And obviously, Bailey had a kid a few years back, so she took a year off from racing, and Ryan Miller stepped in. And you were talking about Bailey leading King of the Hammers a few years back. How good of a ring does it have to be the queen of the hammers? It hasn't happened yet, but it sure could.
She was super close to being that queen of the hammers. I think that one of these days that she will be and end up on top of the box out there.
She definitely has the right recipe as long as she can just pull it all together. But even if you have the perfect day, you still have to have luck on your side, even here at every single race. So I just got some info from the Amsoil Hot Pits. They just asked Paul Wolf if he was going to get back in, and he wasn't sure yet, so that wasn't a no.
So I'm wondering what the issue is. Did you get that kind of update, or just not a...
Just a not sure.
Not sure.
And Eric Weichel is in the Amsoil Hot Pits as well with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. There is Paul Horschel back out on course. We saw him in the Amsoil Hot Pits for, I'm going to say, just shy of 10 minutes. He came in for a simple fuel and go, but spit the serpentine belt, so they had to dive in there, get it fixed, because obviously if you don't have that, you don't have your alternator, your water pump. Well, some of the water pumps on these cars are electric, but anyways, if you don't have a serpentine belt, you're not going to make a 40-mile lap. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. This is the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana, here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway.
That was Greg Neff going through the race line, start-finish line.
Great eye, Pam. He was really moving along. And somebody was right behind him, but I just saw a dust trail. So lots of action all over the course, but it sounds like we have some info coming from the Amsoil Hot Pits that was relayed to James Cantrell at the MAO headquarters. So, James, let us know what Paul Wolf had to say in the Amsoil Hot Pits. James, what do we got?
Hey, Miles and Pam, got some sad news. Paul Wolf out of the race with broken wheel studs. Wheel studs came off, wheel fell off, and he's out of the race. Back to you guys.
Thank you, James. And what a heartbreaker. He had two issues in both races way up front, and I just hate to hear that for Paul Wolf. But he is a man on a mission. He will get back. He will regroup, and we will see him at Visions, and he will be ready to take it on. On screen now is Jaron Gunter hitting the Brannick bump. But again, tough break. Paul Wolf leading the race and then lost a wheel. So you could just imagine driving down the road and then all of a sudden something feels funny and you see your tire passing you.
Yeah, that is not a good feeling. It's actually happened to my husband before. But, yeah, so that right there is Jaron Gunter, though. good to see him still going. But Miles, let's go through our leaderboard right now. So we know that Paul Wolf in the 4400 Unlimited is not on course anymore. Paul Horschel, we know that he was back farther. So we have Cody Addington, who should still be physically first on race course in the 4400 Unlimited class. Then Levi Shirley in that second position, and Travis Zollinger in that third position. Philip McJilton also should be out there as well. But in the 4800 Legends class, we have Brent Harrell in that number 1 position, Jeremy Jones in second, and Woody Rose in third place.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see how this all shakes out. There's the number 222 of Rich Moore, with Bama Moore riding shotgun with him in that Campbell car. Looks like Greg Neff did stop in the Amsoil hot pits for a quick splash of fuel, and he is back out on course, as well as Eric Weichel. He took back off as well. There is Dustin Sexton. What an amazing race we have. It's been an amazing weekend of racing, and this is day 2. The 4400 Unlimited, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the Yellowstone Off-Road Pro and Pro Unlimited.
And that's Dustin Sexton right there.
Still pushing strong through some of this little weaving sections. That's Chance Holloman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Dustin
No,
Sexton.
no, that's Eric Brinker. They're 2 identical cars.
Well, it was Dustin Sexton, and the camera changed over, and it kind of looked like it was the same terrain. But we do have, looked like a car trailing behind up there on that ridge line there. Oh, look at that, coming through the start-finish line. What in the world was up with that? That was 2 cars.
That was 2 cars coming across at the same time. You talk about Rubbins Racing. He was on his tail giving him a little bump, bump, toot, toot.
They definitely looked connected almost on that one.
Sounds like the 4499 of Clint Peterson came in the pits for fuel, but also pulled the hood off and checking the transmission, having some issues with that. Hopefully they can get it resolved and back out on course.
I'm interested to see who that was that just came in super close together.
There's Jaron Gunter hitting the Rocky Mountain Speed Fab jump. There's Rob Inglis, still trucking along. Look at that corner. Look how dark it is. That is how deep it has been. It's getting bermed out super, super good.
And that's what we were talking about yesterday as well when you and I were doing the Can-Am or the UTV race. The moisture that we had from the rain the other day, and they're just getting deeper and deeper, and the moisture is deep in the ground, but on top, obviously, is all gone.
That is Levi Rhodes on screen. And there's another Yellowstone off-road racing car. Part of the Pro Unlimited. Looks like Shane Dahlquist, the number 251 with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, is in the pits for a quick fuel and go.
And Miles, you can see how deep the ruts are getting because the way the drone was, their tires were, you could only see about a quarter of the tires while they were going just now. So those ruts are getting super, super deep.
There's Levi Rhodes, the 119 machine. Pushing strong. You don't see too much dust in front of him. So physical out front, we assume it is still Cody Addington. And you know that lap traffic is starting to become an issue out there. So I wonder if he's going to be able to navigate. Remember, he is in a single-seat machine, so he doesn't have a co-driver to help watch the road, watch the dust, watch the navigation. He's got his hands full for sure.
Yeah, and we were talking to him yesterday because we had him up here in the Amsoil booth, and he was saying how he doesn't have a GPS that talks to him. So what he does is he, obviously he just remembers it. But when you're in the dust, it kind of
it all looks the same sometimes.
Yeah, it starts playing, plays the game with you when you're in the dust. But the GPS, it's hard for him to look over at the GPS while he's driving. A lot of people don't do that, and hopefully the dust doesn't become a factor for him when he is passing lap traffic.
So Levi Rhodes, we've been following him for quite a while with Jim and Tracy's Racing in a TMR chassis out of Billings, Montana. We are over the halfway mark for the unlimited race.
There's the 889 coming through the start-finish line right there.
That is Rob Inglis with his son, Caden Inglis. It's his 18th birthday. So what a better birthday than to go racing Ultra4 USA here in Montana. So the right of your screen is the end of the Amsoil hot pits. You can see he's going to take a 90 left and head towards us. And then those Ultra4 flags right there is the Rocky Mountain Speed launch. We got a couple trucks. One's in the dust. Those are both Yellowstone off-road cars. One's that Downquist. And look at the suspension droop out of there, and they are pushing hard trying to get – that's a good little battle back there.
Yes, it is. And talking about the suspension, when they land, it kind of feels like they're landing on pillows in those trucks. It's super soft.
We're missing a spare tire on the back of that one.
That's actually Travis Zollinger, and he has not been running one this whole entire time.
Good call. Travis Zollinger still pushing strong through here.
I'm very antsy right now because I know the leaderboard has changed up, and I just can't wait to see what it's going to be whenever they start coming through. Does Cody Addington still have the physical lead? And he should have it on time as well because Levi Shirley was also in the pits. Paul Horschel was in the pits as well. Travis Zollinger would be the only one that'd be even kind of close, I believe. Well, he was in the pits also. So they've all pitted except Cody Addington. No, Cody Addington was behind Paul Horschel, so he's pitted as well.
There's been a lot of mix-ups out there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Can't quite see the number of that one. That might be Chance Holloman. The 747 is who that one is.
That is Chad Jesse.
There we go.
Mr. Maverick with Adam Dixon with Slang & Sound Motorsports. There's one of our drone pilots, Jack, out there bringing you all this amazing action. Was that the 421 of Russell Raven, possibly? And that's Bob Lindgren. Pam, what a great race we have here.
It's awesome. They're getting quite spread out on the race course, but as that would be, that happens.
Bob Lindgren, I believe this is only his second race in that 4800 Brannick Motorsports Jimmy's chassis. Part of Rusty Nail Racing. Him and his buddy Justin Reese kind of went in on this car. Justin wasn't able to make this trip, but Justin Reese has won King of the Hammers in the 4600 Spider Track stock class in a Toyota that looks just like Mick Henson's. There is Eric Brinker, Mr. Brink Fab himself. He's got a few different cars out here racing with us this weekend. Great to see Team Canada show up so strong.
And there's that bluff section, as we keep talking about, that people watch from, and that is our qualifying course that is down there to the right of it, just a little bit forward. And that ridge line right there is really cool. It's fast, but it's off camber, and it has those floating whoop section in there. So it's a super fast section, but the off camber can make it feel just a little bit weird.
But it sure is fun to watch. Like you're saying, that off camber, so you're loading your right wheel bearings on that as well, especially when you're hitting those little off camber spots.
You can hear people in the distance with their horns on trying to pass. That's a friendly, hey, I'm here, need to get by you. Cannot quite make out the number of the car right there, but we do have two going across that ridge line that's on the opposite side of our qualifying course.
So part of the challenge of Ultra4 Racing is a diverse terrain. It's not just a race, but a season of challenge. The legendary hammer trails in Johnson Valley, the tight woods and mud in Kentucky, the wide open prairie here in Montana, short course in Crandon, and wrapping up with 36 miles of desert wash in Kansas and Lake Havasu. To be the champion, you have to master all kinds of terrain.
I believe that was, it looked like Eric Weichel that was pulled off to the side just now. That's the 1459 who is racing in the Your Series. 1717 coming through the start-finish line right now. All kinds of moving parts all over the race course. Race cars all over it. We do have a 40-mile loop over this 10,000-acre ranch out here in Big Sky, Montana.
Yeah, and just, I mean, we've got a lot of camera crews all over this course. The Delta Drone Works is out there bringing you some amazing shots from the middle of this 10,000-acre ranch. It is absolutely phenomenal, and I'm getting some updates. Cody Addington just passed, and then it's 81, so Levi Shirley. So on physical on course, it's Cody Addington and Levi Shirley.
Mm-hmm. Which it would have been because we had Paul Wolf that was out of the race, obviously. Paul Horschel was in the pits when Cody Addington went by. Levi Shirley got out before Paul Horschel got out of the Amsoil hot pits. And we have 3 cars that are running our bluff ridge line right there. Enough apart to where they don't have the dust, though.
What a great shot it is.
And that's the 421.
Of Russell Raven, Mr. Ruckus, with Raven Racing out of Portland, Oregon. There's the Yukon launch. We should see another car right behind them. Bobby Lindgren floating on over. Remember, we have 4 different classes racing at the same time. There is Jaron Gunter, part of the 4400 Unlimited class. Then we have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class for Ultra4 USA. And then don't forget, we have Yellowstone Off-Road with their Pro and their Pro Unlimited.
Oh, and we do have the 4832 in the hot pits. Looks like their window nets are down. Not sure if they are both out of the car, but the 4832 in the hot pits.
So what's happening there? I'm getting some updates. Is driver is out. Looks like they're switching some seats and heading back out. But it looks like they're going to switch driver out there for Chance Holloman. I know Dale Schull was riding with him. So not sure who's getting in what car. Jaron Gunter going off in the distance, stirring up some dust. This Garrett Humpston, I believe. Nope, that is Bobby Lindgren.
So, Miles, what mile marker was it when you just got that update about Cody Addington and Levi Shirley?
That is race mile 27, and they're
Okay.
clicking just over 100 miles an hour. So it's great to have those updates coming all over. So much fun out here in Yellowstone County at the Old Cowpie Motor Speedway. Here for the 2023 Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. It's been a long weekend, but it's been a great weekend of racing with Ultra4USA and Yellowstone Off-Road. There is Papa Joe Gatlin.
I love the wraps on those cars. They're all nice and clean and bright. You can see them from afar. Super awesome to be a part of that Fire River racing.
With John Dykes riding shotgun. We should get some GoPro footage off of that car after this race. John's usually pretty good about sharing some videos. He does some great work with those GoPros. A lot of fun to see. Some passing, some dust, and it's just from above, it's really hard to see the terrain, but when you have a camera on board, you can really tell how rough it is out there. There's a lot of spots where you can be up and over 100 miles an hour, but then you have to really slow her down before you hit a G out or go through some of these fences. Because this is a working ranch. It's a 10,000-acre ranch owned by Warren Ketchum out in the middle of Yellowstone County. It is phenomenal out here.
It is absolutely beautiful. And like we were talking about earlier, as we were out marking race course and out earlier on in the week, the wildlife that was out there. I mean, you saw snakes. I didn't see any snakes, but seeing the antelope and the deer and everything, it was really cool to see.
It's beautiful out here. And if we are doing our math correctly, we could see Cody Addington here at roughly in that 10-minute mark. Finishing lap 3, heading out for lap number 4 out of 5. There is Trent Roberts and Toby Stacy. Trent Roberts with TWC Motorsports. There's been action all weekend long, and it has been so much fun.
Couldn't quite make out that number.
I believe that was Rich Moore and Bama Moore.
2020.
I was incorrect.
That is a Victor Beal.
Thank you for that, Pam. Vic Beal and Chris Gates with Beal Motorsports out of Kent, Washington. And that old Bronco, too.
I can hear some horsepower out in the distance. Again, that's my favorite thing to hear because we know they're coming in close, but that horsepower is pretty awesome.
And don't forget, you can get on our website and go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. The same one we have here in the Amsoil booth. And look at the backdrop here. You can see for a very long ways. And here comes another rutted out corner.
It's going to be fun going out on course tomorrow, breaking down the course, taking the mile markers out, and seeing how worked this course got over this past 2 days of racing.
It'll be very interesting to see, and I know it's going to show some wear and tear. That is for darn sure.
Oh, look at this. We have 2 cars going through the hot pits.
I missed the first one, but that is Trent Roberts right behind him.
And it looks like Trent's going to go up into the Amsoil hot pits.
And that is our physical race leader, Cody Addington, number 888. And look at the dust trail he is stirring up with those Nitto tires. And he has got some lap traffic right in front of him. We were just talking about that.
And that's mile marker 27 area. That's the canyon that you're entering at 27.
So Cody Addington is on the gas. He's going to be on the horn right now saying, hey, get out of the way. I believe that's Victor Beal. We'll see if there's a good spot to pass here.
At least right here, it's pretty wide open. It can be fast, but you got to, try to not get too off course because there are some gotcha rocks out there as well.
And look at the sportsmanship. He gives him a couple toots. He pulls right over, and Cody Addington is back on the gas, physically leading this race and on adjusted time. Cody Addington left in that third position, so we'll see how it all shakes up here in just a little while.
I wonder how far behind Levi Shirley is, because Levi is, he's on the gas too as well, trying to pick it up, because now he knows it. He doesn't have to chase down Paul Wolf anymore. He knows Paul Horschel was in the pits, but he knows that Cody Addington's out there, and he knows exactly where he started as well. So it's all about chasing Cody's dust now.
I can't wait to see how all this shakes out. It's going to be a lot of fun. So Cody Addington started in that third position. Levi Shirley started in seventh. So what's that? About 2 minutes on adjusted time. So if Levi Shirley can be less than 2 minutes behind Cody Addington, he's got him on adjusted time. They took off one at a time in 30-second increments, right at 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Something really cool we have added this year, part of the American Outdoor Events. For all of our registered racers here at Ultra4 USA, they will receive an Air Evac Life Team free of charge with your entry fee. Because it's all about safety first with us here at Ultra4 Racing. There's Eric Brinker, Mr. Brink Fab Motorsports himself, all the way down from Red Deer, Canada. The Canadians came down in force. I know we had at least 5 registered with us, and I think Aaron and Grizz said they had about the same. And again, the wind kind of comes in spurts, but it gets us these little dust devils down here.
I know, I've got a little quiet on you, Miles. Sorry.
Oh, you're closing your eyes, holding your papers. I get it.
No, I'm getting some information, but I want to make sure we can talk about it first before I say anything. And I was going through our sign up here on the Ultra4 website. But, yeah, I am excited to see Cody Addington's time, because I'm wondering if he's kicked it up a notch himself, because now he knows that he's got to get out in front more of Levi Shirley.
What is Cody Addington's fastest lap time out there?
His fastest lap time was a 53:03.
And it was Paul Wolf with a 51:20, but obviously he's out of the race. And there's a great shot of Levi Shirley's pit and Bailey Campbell's pit. And speaking about Levi Shirley, he comes on the screen. Couldn't have planned that one any better. And that beautiful built off-road Armory Eurofighter. He's debuted that at King of the Hammers and had some of the new car blues, but has worked his way through it. And I think he's got it really dialed in, and he's trying to chase down Cody Addington.
So the information is about Levi Shirley. He is hauling the mail out there, but he's about 5 minutes out from coming in. He is going to be stopping at the Amsoil hot pits. He has vibrations possibly coming from the drive shaft. They have one sitting there ready to swap out just in case.
And look, I believe that's Vic Beal. Once again, we saw him pull over for Cody Addington. So class act of Vic Beal. Good on you, buddy, for letting Levi. Look at him getting completely slideways on this corner. So even though he's got a vibration, he is still all over it. But what a tough break. How long is it going to take him to swap out that drive shaft? And look, as far as the eye can see, this is actually at the start-finish line overlooking where this camera is. It's pretty cool to see the different venue points.
So that's going to really give Cody Addington an astronomical lead on time if Levi Shirley ends up having to go in and change a drive shaft out. And there's Cody right there. He just went off the Brannick bump.
And we saw Cody already. He took, I think, 4 jugs of fuel. So if I'm guessing right, I doubt he stops again. So if he can get through there and out on his 4th out of 5 laps and Levi Shirley has to pull in, I'm sure that's at least a 5 or 10 minute fix to switch out a drive shaft. What a tough break for Levi. We'll see what happens. But Cody Addington is looking good. But remember, to finish first you must finish. Here's our physical race leader through the race line start finish, heading out for 4th lap out of 5. So 80 more miles to go for Cody Addington.
Yes, and his lap time was a 54:12.518, so it's not his fastest lap of the day, and it looks like he kind of backed off just a little bit, but you know what, like you just said earlier, to finish first, you must first finish. You might want to let up on your car just to not push it too hard, just to get to that finish line.
And then it's Travis Zollinger. Paul Horschel's back out there. Philip McGilton, Brent Burton, Bailey Campbell, and Brent Harrell. Haven't heard much about Brett Harrell.
No, he has not even completed lap 1 yet.
I believe that was Vic Beal. We saw him getting passed by Levi Shirley and Cody Addington. Again, sportsmanship here at Ultra4 USA is there's nothing else like it.
No, exactly. And all one big family. We have all these race teams that are out there pitting with each other, helping each other out. Like we said earlier, Sean Rance is over there, and he is pitting for Miss Bailey Campbell, him and his crew, because they raced earlier on today. But the sportsmanship on race course, in the pits, even off the race course, is pretty awesome within the Ultra4 USA family.
Yeah, it's great to see how it all gets pulled together, and I'm super excited. I hope I can hear from somebody to see how long Levi Shirley is in the pits.
I believe this will be Levi Shirley right there, and yes, it is. He's coming along that ridge line right now. We'll know here momentarily. I was told I would get an update. We do have a hot pit camera out there, so maybe they'll be able to get some information for us, or even get an interview from one of the pit crew once they get Levi back going again.
And I believe we have Erica Allreed down there patiently awaiting to see what's going to happen, so I hope to get an update from her, or at least she can fill us in. And Levi Shirley, look how I love the look of that new car. It just looks like a fighter pilot or something out there. There's Vic Beal. So we should see Levi Shirley heading into the Amsoil hot pits here in about 2 or 3 minutes.
And if he's having driveline issues, he sure is hauling the mail, trying to get there, because if it is, how many minutes did you say?
I'm going to guess 5 to 10.
5 to 10 minute change. I mean, as fast as he can get there and fast as they can get a change, the less time, obviously, that he'll be behind Cody Addington.
And where was Cody pitting? He was pitting down by Horschel. I'm trying to mentally think. So I think he is with eyesight of Levi Shirley's pit. So I'm sure they're going to be watching each other and keeping everybody updated on what's going on.
And there's Levi right there coming through the start-finish line. Levi Shirley's time was a 54:55, so he'll be going into that hot pits here in just a moment.
So it's about 40 seconds off of Cody Addington's time. So with that drive shaft issue, we'll see what happens. And there it is, Levi Shirley's pits. They are ready to rock and roll. All hands on deck. It's obviously going to be a fuel stop, and then hopefully they can get that drive shaft swapped out.
They have one ready just in case, is what I was told. So it's not confirmed they're going to change it out, but they are going to be ready just in case.
We get to watch it here firsthand. What a great shot from our camera guy out there on course in the Amsoil hot pits.
And do you know who's fueling for him?
I do
Joshua
not.
Smith.
Oh, Josh Smith.
Yes.
You did say that.
That's him right there holding the fuel can. He raced
probably-
yesterday, won his class. Probably just as heavy as him, huh?
I was just saying, that's probably 100 pounds in fuel right there. So they're definitely stabbing the fuel, checking out the car. So Levi, oh, there's Sean Rance out there checking out, making sure they don't need a hand. They're checking out the car, stabbing some more fuel in. We'll see. Nope, they
No.
do. They just inspect the drive shaft and send them on out. So that was a very quick fuel and go. I believe is that his first time fueling?
He actually came in earlier, I believe.
It's
he
all
came
running
in and
together.
stopped.
But,
But you know what? If he came in because he was having issues or wanted them to check something over, what do? You put fuel in your car
While
just
you're
in
there.
case, because it's just one less stop, or you don't want to run out of fuel once you're out on race course.
So Cody Addington with a smooth rails. We see Levi Shirley hitting the Rocky Mountain Speed Fab launch. And look at this little nose dive again. So if this is true, Cody Addington just saved about another minute and a half or so over Levi.
Yes, and that was Philip McGilton just now that they showed. But Levi Shirley came through, and he is 3 minutes and 22 seconds behind Cody Addington. But with that stop right there, probably was about, a 30-minute or 30-second stop, 40-second stop just
I would
now.
say up to a minute. So
Up
I'm
to a
going to
minute.
guess that 4.5 lead on him. There's Bailey Campbell still plugging away. I still think she's got a great shot to place well. She's in the top 8, but the attrition is definitely starting to set in. They're probably going to start pushing, and we'll see what happens.
Well, she's in the top 8 by our timer, but we know Paul Wolf is out, and he's sitting in that number 5 position, so she technically would be sitting in that 7th position. And there we do have the 2020 right there, Vic Bill.
It was great to see the sportsmanship he was displaying earlier on. And I like the putting the cone on the hood, because that's just a clear way for the driver to say, hey, don't go anywhere, because somebody could be working on the car. They could be under the car. Because with the driver, you can't really see what's going on outside of it. So you put that cone on there, and then once everything's clear, pull the cone and roll out. They're triple checking with everybody, making sure everything is A-OK to take off. So we should have Beal Motorsports back out on course. Oh, they're going to double check a couple more things. So Cody Addington and Levi Shirley, next time around, they will be getting that white flag, Pam.
Yes, they will. Cody Addington, he's going to keep pushing it, but maybe let up just a little bit, because he does have, if it was a minute, he has a 4 minutes lead.
Yeah, it's 4 to 5 minute leads on adjusted time if we're guessing correctly. I like to call it guesstimating.
Guesstimating, yes, that's a good word.
And Vic Beal out of the Amsoil hot pits.
They have been very busy. All the race teams have been very busy in the Amsoil hot pits today. It's pretty cool to see the teams all working together. But right there on screen, that is Greg Neff and Jaron Gunter right on his tail. So he'll get around as soon as he can. They had to go through a fence line right there, so there was no way Jaron could have got around. But look at the sportsmanship just now of Greg Neff. He knew Jaron was on his tail, so he moved on over to the side and let Greg go by.
And remember, this is not a Grand Prix finish race. You have till 7 o'clock to race to finish your race. So we still got a lot of racing yet to come. We'll see how it all shakes out.
So updated information, they did not change the dry shaft because it was in there tight, so he must just be feeling a weird vibration from something. You never know what it could be, but he just took the fuel and went.
I remember when he first got that car out, he had a little bit of drive line vibration that they thought they had fixed, but hey, you never know what's going on. There's so much going on in those cars, you just never know. And just got updated from Race Mile 27, Caleb says Paul Horschel just passed him, so it's he's still moving along strong, so he should be in the top 3. Trent Roberts gets sideways right there, but keeps her under control.
When in doubt, you throttle it out. And that's exactly what he just did. He was getting a little sideways push on that gas, get you back straight.
And it sounds like we have James Cantrell that's going to give us a little update from our Mid-America headquarters. James, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, Pam and Miles, a cool little update. No one running in the top 4 currently has won a 4,400 regional race ever. So all these guys got a shot at their first win ever in 4,400 class, which is super exciting to see some new blood out front. Back to you guys.
Thank you, James. Man, you're on the stats. I thoroughly appreciate that. You're doing your homework right there. A win in Ultra4USA in the 4,400 class is a huge thing. So if they could make this a win, it would be super, super impressive. And I just got an update also from John Rance that. So I just getting an update from John Rance that Levi's pit was only 35 seconds, so that's all he lost. At 14 gallons, the drive shaft was good, but it sounds like we do have some more updates from the Amsoil hot pits with Erica Allreed down there, so we'll see what she's got to say. Man, what a lot of excitement we've seen down there. Erica, what do you have for us down there?
Pits, and joining me is fellow driver Josh Smith, who is pitting for Levi Shirley today. Josh, Levi just came in and he was kind of complaining of the drive shaft and some vibrations in the car. Were you guys able to change that, or what did you find?
We fueled and checked the vibrations at the same time. We weren't able to find anything wrong with the drive shaft. Someone got on there and wiggled it. It was still straight, so he was sent on his way. So there's a mystery vibration still.
And you said he was kind of impatient there because we do believe that he is kind of closing in on Cody and or may have it. So what is the strategy for the rest of this race, if anything?
I think he wants that win. That car deserves it. So I think he's just going to try and hold it together and see what he can do the rest of the race. He doesn't need any more fuel, so he really doesn't need to stop unless there's a mechanical issue.
All right, well, we look forward to it and can't wait to see how he finishes. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you, Erica and Josh, for that little update. But again, a 35-second fuel stop. Check the vibration. You don't know what's going on, so you better just hammer down and see what you can make happen.
Yes, it's better to be safe than sorry. You don't want to get out in farther away distance and then, have that problem happen out in the distance when you knew something was going on. But we do have somebody coming through right now.
Jeremy Jones, it looks like, in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with Don Balducci riding shotgun. Great to see him step in and helping Doc. Doc Jones has been involved with Wyotech for quite some time. Great to see how they're keeping everything in line.
And he's currently running second right now in the 4800 Legends class as of the last lap. But we have not seen Brent Harrell come through. And he was physically out in front in the 4800 Legends class. So now we haven't seen Brett or Brent Harrell. But Jeremy Jones booking it through, went over the Brannick bump. And there we do have that awesome old Bronco jumping that jump that everybody's been launching off of right past start finish line. And there again is Jeremy Jones. He'll be coming through the start finish here in just a moment.
So much action spread out all over this 40-mile race course. They started at 1 p.m., racing 5 40-mile loops, which equals 200 miles of some of the fastest and funnest terrain we could find in Montana.
So Jeremy Jones coming through. I believe that he is now going to be unofficially in that first place, but it does not. So Brent Harrell is in that first place. Jeremy Jones is in second. Jeremy Jones's last lap was a 58.06. Brent Harrell's lap was a 55.52.
So give us kind of a quick rundown on the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It's still Brent Harrell out front, correct?
It is still Brent Harrell out front unofficially in the 4800 Legends class. Then Jeremy Jones, and then in the third position is Woody Rose. So it's all about where Woody Rose is. And right there we do have Cody Addington on the camera. We're going to see him here in just a moment. Paul Horschel is hauling the Mel right there. That's that really fast section that we were talking about earlier.
Race mile 27, the Spider Tracks backstretch, where they're kissing, I'm going to guess 110 miles an hour. I do believe it's well over 100.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how fast. It would be interesting to see who had the fastest, speed.
We call that bragging rights.
Exactly. But Paul Horschel, it's good to see him back out there. He was in his pit for quite a bit. It seemed like it was roughly.
I'm going to guess 10 minutes.
I was going to say like 5 to 8 minutes, but yeah, 10 minutes. But there's Jeremy Jones hauling off at the jump.
Back to Paul Horschel. That is an amazing machine. IFS IRS with rear steer. Those live Fox live valve shocks on that car really make it dance well through these wide open sections. And it's such a big, long, wide car. It is built for this racetrack here in Montana. But right now, the man of the hour is Cody Addington. Then Levi Shirley, Travis Zollinger, Philip Magilton, and Bailey Campbell. So Bailey Campbell's finally snuck into the top 5.
Yes, that's exciting to see and hear.
We are all smiles here at the Amsoil broadcast desk, bringing you some of the greatest racing action we've had here in Montana at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200.
And look at that dust. That is a ridge line right there, and the dust is just settling down below.
There is Tracy Poole and his Geyser TT Unlimited truck, but it sounds like we may have some more information coming for us in the Amsoil Hot Pits. We've had Erica Allreed down there off and on giving us some great information, so we'll see what Erica has for us down in the Amsoil Hot Pits.
And for one of the favorites in this race, Bailey Campbell has been a challenging one to say the least. At King of the Hammers, both her and her brother Waylon had engine issues, forcing them to borrow a car. She said that it was her very first time running without a co-driver, and she's never felt so defeated leaving a race. However, she said she is so excited to finally get back behind the wheel of her very own car because she knows exactly what she's capable of doing. The car only had 315 miles on it before today, so she's excited to put it to the test. However, earlier we did witness that she had a flat tire, and we learned that it was caused by a collision with another driver. She said that her crew said that she may come back into pit later on today for some fuel. So we'll see how that all shakes out for her and her team.
Thank you, Erica. What a great little tidbit from Bailey Campbell. And like we're saying up here, everybody's rooting for her. She's done well in the past. She deserves to do well. 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. There's Philip Magilton popping in the screen. And number 47 with Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun.
And they came all the way down from, I believe, Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I love that place. I've had a lot of good memories down there.
I've never been there.
That's a long drive. I believe that was a 24-hour drive I believe Heath Day actually brought that car for him. They had some time restraints, so they flew up, but Heath Day made the trip out and towed it up for him. Part of Point One Off-Road. Ooh, there's a pretty good little donkey kick.
Yes.
Hit that one a little faster than he meant to. Yeah, we were clearing course in Rush, Kentucky, and found a sway bar arm, so I put it on Facebook, and Philip said, hey, that's mine. So I shipped it to him. He got it fixed up and got it back there. Jonathan Dawes found the other side, so we were able to find both pieces, shipped it out there. He got it fixed, and he's racing with us here in Montana.
Oh, they were telling me about that. She asked me a question over some social media stuff, and she was telling me that you shipped them back one. But there, right there, is Mr. Paul Horschel. it's exciting to see him going so fast because he's trying to work hard and make up some good time.
He's got Mitchell Sweat riding shotgun with him, his crew chief, and they work on those Horschel cars nonstop. Horschel has his own business doing some oil drilling and whatnot, but he has a full-on race shop where Dawson Allington works there, Zig works there, Mitch works there, and they prep cars nonstop. They've been working on Rick Levezzo's. I know they have a 6100 truck, and then obviously Paul Horschel has a couple cars. The Heralds have a couple cars, so it's a nonstop prep shop there with Horschel Motorsports.
So Paul Horschel's fastest lap time so far of the day has been a 52:15. It's going to be interesting to see if he has tried to make up some time and get a faster lap time than what he has already ran with having the issues he had earlier on. And there is a great shot of him hauling the mail, coming through the race line, start-finish line. Paul Horschel coming through. Because he was in the pits, it made him have an hour, 15-minute lap. So definitely not going to be faster than his fastest one he's had so far today.
There's a great overview shot of showing you how big this area actually is. That's a shot of the Yukon launch and the Brannick bump right there where we qualified yesterday morning, and it is still part of the racetrack today. And at the top middle of your screen, you can kind of see a little trail, and that runs the top ridge around there, and it's about 3 more miles around and all the way around back till you get to this spot. There are trails running all over this private 10,000-acre ranch. Again, huge shout-out to Warren Ketchum for letting us come out here and play on your ranch. It is absolutely amazing here in Yellowstone County at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. And you know why they call it that, don't you, Pam? There's a lot of cow pies out there.
Exactly. I saw a lot of them out there when I was out on course with you guys marking it the other day and then out doing a little pre-run loop with the production. And that's a great shot right there of them going along that ridge line with the dust kicking up behind him. Super fast section, a little bit of rollers. Now that is the opposite side of our qualifying loop area.
Yeah, lots of spots out there. It's been so much fun. And speaking about fun, we're racing next weekend and Memorial Weekend, and then we have Visions coming out in a few weeks. But don't forget, we have James Cantrell there at Mid-America Outdoors, and he's going to give you a quick update on what's going on with the track. James, what do you got for us, buddy?
Thanks, Pam and Miles. James Cantrell coming to you all live from Mid-America Outdoors out here on this beautiful day. They're doing a bunch of work getting everything ready for Memorial Day weekend for the MOA Short Course Series. As you can see, they've done a ton of stuff out here, moved a ton of dirt. If you know anything about moving dirt, what they've done here is a miracle. You can see the track. They've completely opened everything up, new grandstands on the other side. They've changed the entire layout of the track for everybody. Travis and his team, Jason, all the guys doing all the dirt work. You can see they've got the new start. They'll be coming down the hill. Got a bunch of nice big sweeping bank turns they're going to be doing for all the racing this year, for all the short course stuff. One of the coolest features is going to be this little bridge down here. You can see it's currently under construction. It's actually going to be a triple bridge. You're going to go under, over, under. It's going to be completely nuts. What Travis and his team came up with out here is absolutely insane. I can't wait for y'all to get out here and Visions and check everything out with all the stuff they got going on with Ultra4, MOA Short Course Series, new pit bike track being built up on the hill, got the RC course, got the burnout pad. I mean, it's absolutely insane with everything they're doing out here. Now we'll take it back to you, Pam and Miles, for more racing action from Montana.
Well, thank you, James. What a lot is going on. There's still a lot to be done, but again, I was just there a couple weeks ago, and they've done so much since then, and I'm excited that, James, you were able to check that out. It is absolutely amazing. Obviously, I was there a few weeks ago, and I had a lot of people hitting me up, and, what do you think? I'm like, this place was amazing. Now it is absolutely amazing. Teaming up with Travis Pastrana is just absolutely insane what they're doing. And then him and Jason, when they start bouncing ideas, it's a little little scary how awesome it really is. It's going to be an absolute dream track out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, we'll be racing there next weekend for Memorial Day weekend, and then just a few weeks away after that will be Visions, and that is one you do not want to miss. Ultra4 USA, pit bikes, so much more.
Barbie Jeeps, everything.
Yeah, the pool opens up next week.
The
We'll have
rodeo.
live music. The rodeo, that was my first time ever watching a rodeo, was 2 years at Visions.
Oh, wow.
2 years ago at Visions. And I saw that and I was like, this is pretty fun to watch. I would never want to hop on any of those things, but it was a great time out there.
Yeah, rodeos are fun. I grew up around it, actually living in Oklahoma as a kid, and I loved it. The rodeo this year, I'm sure it's going to be completely amazing again, just like last year. I've been seeing some highlight videos they've been posting from last year, and it's good fun at its best. And next weekend we're racing there, but not Ultra4 USA. Next weekend is our Mid America Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship Series. Round 3. Our truck series will be next week as well. And then we have our pit bike racing that will be starting, and we are doing Barbie Jeeps, but the pool is also opening up.
So lots of action
yes.
yet to come next weekend. It's going to be a great time. I think you're heading straight there. I'm going to go home and regroup from a couple days and then head over there. But, yeah, it's lots of action yet to come this season. It's going to be great.
It will be amazing. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited about in September, too, when we go back to Disney for our race there. That was a pretty cool racetrack for our Legends of the Fall last year, and going there at the end of September for another round, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, Disney and Langley over there at South Grand Lake Recreation Area. We raced there last year for Legends of the Fall. We were there for BMR earlier this season. We are going back for Ultra4 USA. It's such a really cool spot. I started wheeling there literally 20 years ago, and now I get to put on a racer or help put on a racer. It is fantastic out there.
And is that Levi Shirley or Jaron Gunter? It's one of those.
That is Jaron Gunter. Yep.
Okay. They kind of have a similar shape.
Yeah, the front end kind of dives down just very similar to each other. And with the dust flowing, it's kind of hard to tell who's who.
So Cody Addington is still the man of the hour in that number 1 spot right now, unofficially for our 4,400 Unlimited race. So he did stop earlier, as we were talking about, for fuel. I don't think he'll have to stop again, but the white flag will be coming out this next time around.
I believe that is Richard Bachand with Greg Bird riding with him.
In the 321.
Oh, I was wrong. That is Dave Famili with Mike. When the 74 Bronco, there's a couple Broncos out there. I keep mixing them up. We are back to Jaron Gunter and Matt Bauer. Thanks again to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners for making this possible. We've teamed up with your Aaron Grisendon, have been extremely fun to work with, and we are putting on one heck of a race. And Jaron Gunter does get around. There is 20 feet either side, of course, to make a pass, and that is just what he did.
He's had a lot of ground to make up since he did start in the back of the pack because of having his role yesterday in our qualifying. But he has been making up lots of time. Let's see where he's at here on our list. He is unofficially in that number 8 spot. His last lap was a 56.52, but 12th overall and unofficially in that 8th spot in our 4,400 Unlimited class. And that is a great shot. That is a very fast section as well right there. But you have to check up because right here is a fairly tight 90 right-hand turn, which is getting very rutted out. And you don't want to catch that rut the wrong way if you're going too fast because that will not end well.
We've seen lots of bicycles this weekend. Jaron Gunter took a pretty good bicycle but was unable to save it earlier on today. Or that was during qualifying, sorry, yes. So we had to take a rear start. So actually, on adjusted time, he's still looking decent.
He is. He is looking decent, but like we know, Paul Wolf is out of the race, so that puts Jaron Gunter up 1, so that puts him unofficially in that 8th position in the 4,400 Unlimited race.
But the race is far from over. We still have more than one full lap to go for our leaders. And the race line, finish line, still open for about 3 more hours.
There's one of those rock formations in the background that yesterday I was talking about. It kind of looks like a gigantic anthill, but it's a rock formation.
It's so beautiful out there.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to see all of that stuff out here. And then when you're going through those canyons, there are some areas where the rock is it looks like it just flakes off. It looks like it's layers and layers of different rock.
There's Rich Moore and Bama Moore in the 222 getting passed by one of your T2 looking trucks out of Mount Vernon, Washington with More Power Racing. Tough news. The 4400 Unlimited driver, Tom Prendergast, is out of the race. Getting a little chatter through the race radios. That's that car that looks identical to Levi Shirley, that Eurofighter. Rob Butler builds one heck of a machine, and it is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to guess that's Shane Dahlquist in that 251 machine.
Yeah, I haven't been able to catch that number.
The attrition is starting to see in. I mean, the heartbreaker of the day right now is Mr. Paul Wolf out front, losing a wheel, broken there. Yesterday, he lost a hub. That guy has had some bad luck running out front, but that's part of racing. When you race that hard, anything can happen.
But you know who's going to go home, get it all fixed up, because we have Visions in 3 weeks.
Yep. And is Paul going to race the MAO short course next weekend?
I cannot confirm that. I have no idea.
I did see Chris Hickman walk by about 15 minutes ago. Still gave me two big thumbs up, and I kind of gave him the shrug shoulders, and he's like, we're still here having fun. Bummer, but that's part of racing.
Yes.
Hickman Motorsports has teamed up with Paul Wolf.
We should be having Cody Addington come in here anytime.
Next time around for Cody Addington, that will be the white flag. Oh no, more bad news. Attrition is really setting in. Greg Neff is out, of course, and out of the race with a broken transmission output shaft. So two of them drop back to back. Tough luck for Pendergast and Greg Neff. But Prendergast had his daughter yesterday, Nora. She got a trophy, so she gets to rub that into Dad. Said, hey, I went and raced Ultra4USA, and I got a trophy, Dad. Where's yours?
Yep, she ended up third up there on that podium yesterday. It was super awesome to see her up there. But we do have Woody Rose right there. That is one of those sections that is super fast, but has those dips that you have to make sure you slow down on.
Woody Rose, I believe, still in that physical third position for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yes, as of the last lap, that's where he is sitting so far.
I really like how the spare tire kind of hangs low and long out back. It really helps it flow in these wide open desert sections.
And that's Jaron Gunter right there going over the Yukon launch. Hopefully he's not having flashbacks as he's going through these corners. I know it wasn't in that area, but it was in that area.
Cody Addington's just over the halfway mark. We should see him in 20, 25 minutes or so. We'll see how it all shakes out, but Jaron Gunter still running strong out there on course. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. We have joined racing with Yellowstone Off-Road. There's Duxton Sexton and another Trent Fab machine.
And Jaron Gunter just went through the raceline start-finish. We'll get an update on his time here in just a moment.
There's a car pulling in the Amsoil hot pits that looks like a Yellowstone off-road racing rig. And it is getting warm out here, Pam.
Very warm. I just had to adjust our shade for us because if not, we were going to be baking. You said it was, what, 82 degrees out here today?
Yeah, it's beautiful. What kind of cookies you got? What are you baking?
I didn't bring any cookie dough this time.
There's the Brannick bump. That could have been Annalise Zindler.
Looks like we have one of the vehicles that might be one of our recoveries. Yes, that is a recovery. I was thinking it could have been one of our racers limping it off the race course.
It could have been a stock class car. It was definitely a Cherokee, but I believe it was part of our Yellowstone Off-Road Racing volunteers. That was Russell Raven, I believe, with Raven Racing. A lot of cars out there on course, but the attrition is definitely starting to set in.
And you can see the dust in the distance right there. Somebody just now went over the Yukon launch, and that is one of your racers, I believe. That's the 251, if I read that correctly.
Shane Dahlquist.
Looks like he's missing a little bit of body panels on that.
He didn't start with much.
I know, exactly.
That Greg Neff? No, that is Annalise Zindler with Chris Coates in Hatamaki's old 4800 out of Billings, Montana with Jim and Tracy's alignment, Dirty Diesel, Gary Roth, Octane Ignitions, PRP, Rugged Race Radios, Grandpa, Inland Truck Parts, DRW Performance, and SCS Wraps. There is Eric Weichel coming through screen. There's a good shot of the Rocky Mountain Speed launch. I believe we should have the leaders here in about 10 minutes, and we have a friendly little wager between us and the production crew. He's guessing 3:34:30 on the elapsed time. Cody Addington will come through. There was Rich Moore coming through with his daughter Bama. This is our first Ultra4 USA Western Series race. We just left Kentucky for the first Eastern Series race. We started out the season at King of the Hammers for Ultra4 USA. There's that elapsed time for the Optima leaderboard. Thank you, every single one of you, for tuning in for the Ultra4 USA and the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing here for the Amsoil Big Sky 200 and the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 here in beautiful Broadview, Montana at the Old Cowboy Motor Speedway. It has been a great weekend of racing. We expect the leaders in here in roughly 10 minutes, which is Cody Addington, and he will grab the white flag and have 40 more miles to go.
You know that he is super pumped inside. We had him up here in the booth yesterday during our UTV races, but you know that he's got to be super pumped inside, knowing that he's leading the race right now.
Yeah, he's in that single-seat car, so you know he's radioing back and forth. He has Seasons in the pits. I know he's helping with Tom Liu and all the gang. They're down there making sure everything is going good, and they're ready in case he needs to stop. But I sure hope he blows right through the Amsoil hot pits and keep on keeping on. We will be giving away our Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies later on this evening. And don't forget, you can order a replica trophy to give to one of your sponsors or your team members. Look at this wide open spaces. It's been so much fun this weekend racing. Thanks to everybody for tuning in all weekend long. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you have had just as much fun as we have. And while we step away from the action, we'll be right back to more racing action.
This is your world, your job, your crew, your CAT compact equipment. And this is the support from your local CAT dealer. This is helping you meet your deadlines, your bottom line, your offers, your savings. This is getting you your parts and everything you need on time, easier than ever. This is what you get from your local CAT dealer.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing. Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200, and we have the 312 of Eric Brinker pulled off to the side, so the attrition is really starting to set in. And Pam, you have some upsetting news. Speaking of attrition, what do you got for us?
So, update from Levi Shirley's pit. They have lost either the drive shaft or a drive shaft bolt. Not 100% sure, but there is a drive shaft on its way in the 222, taking it out to them to hopefully get that all changed out. It won't take long to change it, but it is on its way out to Levi and Corey.
And remember, there he is right there. That's Rich Bursch and Bama Bursch. So remember, this is a no-chase race, so only fellow competitors can help you. Now, a safety member can help right you if you're rolled over, but they can't help you work on the car. But Rich Bursch is going to throw his drive shaft or parts or tools in his car and drop it off to Levi Shirley, which is completely within the rules. Another great sportsmanship by Rich and Bama Burch.
Yes, and I'm asking to try to find out what mile marker they're at so we know how far they have to go with that in their race car.
Rich and Bama Moore helping them out. Great to see the sportsmanship from them.
Such a bummer. And we're going to try to get a really cool video of Paul Horschel earlier on, if we can get that going, like the video that you sent earlier. He's getting some good videos out on race course from our course workers and all of our people that are out there.
And I just got the same update you just got. It is a broken midshaft between the transmission and the transfer case on Levi Shirley.
Okay.
So that is definitely happening. But there's our physical race leader, Cody Addington.
Wow, he is hauling the mail. We keep saying that all day long, but I can't wait to see if he's picked up his time, because right at this point, Levi Shirley's down. So as of the timing loop from last time they came through, Cody Addington was in first, Levi Shirley was in second, Travis Zollinger third, Philip McGilton in that fourth position, and Bailey Campbell in fifth. But with Levi out right now, waiting on parts, that'll put Cody Addington still in that number one spot, Travis Zollinger, Philip McGilton, and then Bailey Campbell in that fourth position.
We just saw a quick glance of Rob Inglis still in the Amsoil hot pits. Hate to see that. We'll see if they can get something figured out, because the race line start-finish is still open for about 2.5 more hours, and there's another car pulled over. That looked like a race car. But that's Cody Addington, our physical race leader, and he is still kicking up some dust.
Yes, and they're roughly around 14 to 17 mile marker is where Levi Shirley is at. So that's the update of how long those tools and drive shafts will be in.
Yeah, that's a tough break. I assume we'll see Cody here in about 7 more minutes. And the car looks like it's in great shape, Pam. I mean, he's still just, you see the roost coming off the Nitto tires. The front suspension still soaking everything up. I mean, this is Cody's race to lose. And he's got a pretty good lead over everybody else, because Levi just broke down. So now it's Travis Zollinger, and I believe he had over a 5-minute lead on him as well. And then it goes back to Philip McGilton, then Bailey Campbell. Man, Bailey could sneak into that top 3. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, Travis last time through was 5 minutes and 36 seconds behind Cody Addington. So that's a lot of time. Cody has an astronomical lead right now. As long as he holds it together, keeps calm, don't get too excited, and don't ever pre-celebrate.
Absolutely. I've definitely done that more than once. You get it in your head, you get excited, then I had a ball joint break when I was leading a race, and I was terribly disappointed. But that's just part of racing. I mean, we've seen it all weekend long.
But that's great footage right there of Cody Addington. He's been running very well all day long. He stopped for fuel earlier on. Now, here's a question, because he went 2 laps then came in for fuel. They're doing 5 laps. Would he come in because he has that lead and stop and get fuel just to be on the safe side? That is a question.
That's a great idea. This kind of lead, if I had me a quick shakedown on the car, check the suspension, the drive shafts, the suspension up front, the tires and wheels, give it just a 1-minute wiggle. I think I would take that chance with over a 5-minute lead.
I would have to 100% agree with you on that, because you never know. You don't want to get out there, and then I always say this, you don't want to be like a mile from the race course and run out of gas.
That was Shane Dahlquist kicking up some dust out there, still running strong with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. So I'll run over some timing for Yellowstone Off-Road on adjusted time and physical. It is Tracy Poole out front, then Travis Zollinger, Jeremy Jones, Paul Wolf, Shane Dahlquist, Monty Tibbetts, Richard Bashan, Sean Lowe, Andrew Reeves, and Dave. Rounding out the top 10 for Yellowstone Off-Road. Is that Chance Holloman, possibly?
There's the 1459 that did pop in on screen, but I think you're right. That was Chance Holloman.
But then that's Monty Tibbetts. You called that one, too. Teamwork makes dream work. With Lone Kid Racing, there's our physical race leader. No. That is not our physical race leader. I apologize. Got some bad information.
You can see that area, though, even though it is a semi-fast section, it is off camber and jumping around just a little bit because those are those floating whip sections on that ridge line that follows our bluff where everybody sits and watches the race. And that is the 819.
That is Bobby Lindgren and Jared McGee with Rusty Nail Racing out of Salida, Colorado, hitting the Yukon launch. And there's two Broncos. I keep getting them mixed up. This is either Dave or Richard. I believe this one's Dave. That's the older looking Bronco. There's a great venue point. A lot of our volunteers are out there making sure everything goes smooth.
And we should have Cody Addington coming in here anytime.
There's Trent Roberts coming into screen. Sounds like Cody Addington might be pulling into the Amsoil hot pits, and I believe we'll have Erica down there to check it out. And there is our physical race leader, Cody Addington, and he is planning on coming into the Amsoil hot pit. The white flag will be flying here in about 2.5 more minutes for Cody Addington.
It doesn't look like he's letting up. He's got the pedal down through there. He will be making a right-hand turn right here, going over the Yukon launch, and then he'll be coming through here in probably roughly about 3 minutes after he goes through this section. And we do have eyes on Prendergast, unfortunately, going back to his main pit.
I hate seeing that. Tom Prendergast, but it is driving, so he'll get her fixed up, and hopefully he'll come racing with us once again here very shortly. Not sure if he'll be able to make visions or not. We sure hope so. There's Cody Addington, our physical race leader, down the Brannock bump. What amazing weekend of racing it has been for the Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway.
And you can hear him in the background up here where we're setting Miles on the gas, going through that start-finish line, and JT Taylor waving that white flag.
White flag is out for Cody Addington. Wow, wow. What kind of time we got?
He just threw down his fastest lap of the day for his run at a 52:36.161.
That is extremely impressive. Cody Addington out there pushing strong, but I hear that he should be pulling into the Amsoil hot pits.
Well, as we were saying, do you take the chance and keep on going by, or do you go by and you stop, do a quick walk around just to get eyes on the car, put in just a little bit of fuel if need be? You can see Tom Liu, who is out there helping out in their hot pits, going over to help him out. And yes, they are stabbing some fuel in there. He's wiggling his steering wheel just to make sure that all is good up front. Checking the tires. Making sure everything's all tight. And you can see they have a blower right there, like a leaf blower. probably trying to cool him off, because you gotta imagine how high he probably is. And there he is, got his fuel, and on his way he goes.
I'm going to say that was a 25-second pit stop. That was a great job by the entire team. And towards the end, you could see the tires go left and right. He's having them cycle the steering and check everything out.
Yes, exactly.
So we should see him rounding the corner anytime. There he comes into screen. And we'll see what kind of hang time he can get here at the Rocky Mountain Speed.
Do you send it or do you take it easy?
Oh, the camera's there. Let's roll.
That's when you need to slow down, when the camera guy's there. That's when you know it's something big. And
So
he sent it pretty good.
He rolled through her pretty good. So Cody Addington out on his How far back is Philip McJilton, Bailey Campbell, Brent Burton, and Jaron Gunter? We know Levi Shirley is stuck on course. Hate to see that.
But you know, like you're talking about, the attrition of this track, even though he's out on course broke, he's getting parts taken out to him. You never know. It's still, they have one lap to go once they all come through. It's a long race, that last 40 miles. Anything can happen, and he could possibly end up still finishing, up top, because they do have until, 7 o'clock to finish this race.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to give up. You've made your trek out here. You want as much track time as you can get. We just saw Eric Brinker still broke down. We have another car crossing the start-finish line. There's Chance Holloman, I believe. There is Papa Joe Gatlin for Fire River Racing, with John Dykus riding shotgun, still moving very solid through the field. As you're looking at the Optimum leaderboard, obviously everything is unofficial until the finish of this race. And I'll repeat it again, this is not a Grand Prix finish. The finish line is open till 7 p.m. this evening, so we still got about 2.5 more hours.
You know who we haven't seen come through here in just a little while? Well, we saw Jaron Gunter earlier, but Jeremy Jones, Jaron Gunter, Brett Harrell. We have these guys still coming through, too, in the 4800 Legends class.
Yeah, give us a rundown on who's leading that one, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. I believe it's still Brent Harrell, if I'm not mistaken.
Brent Harrell is leading the Legends class in the number 56. Jeremy Jones in the 4837 is in that second position. Woody Rose is in that third position, but they are all out. We have seen them moving. And then in fourth position is Eric Weichel. I think earlier on I saw him off to the side for just a moment. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him moving again. I haven't seen that area again either. And then fifth position would be Dustin Sexton in that 4800 Legends class.
What a great race we have on our hands.
But look at our top 5 for our 4400 Unlimited class. We have Cody Addington in that number 1 spot. Levi Shirley, which we know is stopped on race course right now, getting parts taken to him. Travis Zollinger in that third position. Philip Mitchilton, and then Bailey Campbell.
That's a great stacked field for sure. But now it could be Brent Burton sneaking in that top 5. We'll see how long it takes Levi Shirley to get back out on course. See a lot of dust out there still. But Pam, we haven't seen anybody else coming. Cody Addington is pulling away with a commanding lead.
Yes.
This is absolutely his race to lose. We'll see how it all shakes out. But to finish first you must finish.
I think you're going to jinx them by saying that.
I'm not jinxing them. I'll let you do it.
I'm not saying it. You are. Been a great day of racing, though. You can hear some horsepower coming in, and I love hearing that horsepower in the background, but we shall see here in just a moment. Oh, there we go. We got them on screen. Didn't quite make out that number. It was a yellow nameplate behind it, but they are on the gas.
Brent Burton. We just saw him. There's Tracy Poole sending it over the Brannick bump. Cody Addington way out front, but remember, Paul Wolf was also out front earlier on the day, had some tough breaks. And that is just part of this racing game because they are pushing these cars to the absolute limits.
Yes, and when you drive them as hard as they drive them, and man, it's crazy. But we do have Travis Zollinger should be coming in here. And speaking earlier, we were talking about where is Brent Harrell, and there he is. He just made a pass in a turn, but there he is moving on course. But where did his dad end up? He never came through.
I never saw him finish the lap. Tough break. There's Tracy Poole grabbing the white flag overall first for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Sanction. So we just saw Brent Harrell just a moment to go, and he is our physical race leader in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So we only have 2 cars out there on the 5th and a final lap. That was Trent Roberts. Ooh, there's Bailey Campbell chasing down somebody's dust.
And this is where her fuel will come into play. If she was 30% or below, I believe is what she told me, she was going to stop and pit because she does not want to get out there and run into any fuel issues. But there are 3 cars, so she right now is behind 2 cars in their dust.
So Cody Addington has been out there for 3 hours and 41 minutes racing super strong.
And there's Bailey Campbell behind the dust, like we were saying, of 2 cars. Got a drone following them both. And look, one of them has now pulled over for her. Now she'll catch up to this one, and hopefully that one will do the same thing. Look at that.
Tracy Poole sending it over the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. That was some pretty good air out of that Geyser TT Unlimited truck. There was Philip McGilton. So that may be new physical second place. It is. That is physical second place in the 4400 Unlimited class. Philip McGilton, Dr. Amanda Ross. Where is Travis Zollinger?
Been told he is still moving, but yeah, that is awesome though that Philip McGilton just moved into that second position unofficially. That might be Travis that Bailey is hunting down right now. Can't quite make it out, but it kind of looks like his car.
Is that an 8-minute lead? Yes, 8 minutes, 32 seconds over Philip McGilton. Cody Addington has a great race going. I hope his pits radio in said, hey, back her down. This is looking good for you.
Exactly where I was going with that, because he could definitely back it down quite a bit, and he could still bring home the win.
And I believe this could be his first win, but I'm having a little bit of thought that he may have won a race in Nationals in Reno a few years back. We'll see, but he'll be super stoked if he can pull this off. But Philip McGilton has only been racing with us for a couple of years in that solid axle Jimmy's car. He will be super excited. His background comes from NASCAR Truck Series, so it'll be cool to see him do well here at Ultra4 USA. So there's Philip McGilton hitting the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. Physical second and on adjusted time. How far back is Travis Zollinger, Bailey Campbell, Brent Burton, and Jaron Gunter? There is Rich Moore and Bama Moore, his daughter, taking Levi some parts. So we'll see if we'll follow him for just a minute and we'll see if we can see a physical on Levi Shirley.
And Travis Zollinger just came through the race line start finish, so he is in that 3rd position on corrected time.
So 2 minutes, 12 seconds behind Philip McGilton. Travis Zollinger having a great race out there.
and he is 10 minutes and 45 seconds behind Cody Addington. And Miles, you touched on it right before we kind of went silent there for a minute, but I really do hope that that Cody Addington's team is telling him, hey, you have an almost 9-minute lead. You need to just back it down. Just finish this race.
Yeah, because it's a long race. 200 miles is a long one. I think it's the longest Ultra4 USA regional race we've had.
Definitely getting some seat time, getting their work cut out for them, going through all this different terrain all weekend long, doing their pre-running on Thursday. Yesterday we did qualifying in the morning, and here we are racing today.
We've got the Optima leaderboard on your top left. There's Brent Harrell, the physical leader in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, just cleared the Yukon launch. He'll do this long sweeper and then hit the Brannick bump, and he will be getting the white flag. So he may be 4th overall on the road. Brent Harrell is laying down some time. What a great run by this young man.
And there's Burton right there. Brent Burton, he's 6th overall right now in the whole entire race and in his class, but he's right telling Brent Burton on his tail. And there is Bailey Campbell right there.
Still pushing strong in that 35 Campbell Enterprise machine. Monster Energy athlete. Bailey Campbell still having a great race under her belt with Ryan Miller riding shotgun.
So right now with Levi not being out on the race course, Bailey Campbell would be in that number 4 spot, so we shall see. And there's Brent Harrell right there coming through. He is 4th overall right now, but 1st in his class.
That is super, super impressive. Brent Harrell is having a race of his life. There goes Brent Burton right behind him.
And Brent Burton actually just knocked him out of that 4th position overall. So Brent Harrell is in that 5th position. Well, we had some change-ups. Oh, my
goodness.
Look
at this. Pam, tell us what we just saw on live.ultra4racing.com.
Bailey Campbell just took over the number 2 spot on corrected time. She's not physically out in 2nd position, but she on corrected time just took over the number 2 spot from Philip McJilton. That is amazing. She has turned it up. Her lap time was a 54:44, but we got to look at where she started. She started, I believe, in the 9th position today. So, you know, up in that number 2 position, she's running a great race. But did she stop for fuel? And there we do see Brent Harrell in there doing a little overview, probably going to take on a little bit of fuel, just making sure all is okay before he gets back out there.
Bailey Campbell started in that 14th position. So that's 7 minutes, or 6.5 minutes behind 6 minutes behind Cody Addington.
And actually, she started 14th position. I'm sorry, I thought it was a 9th, but wow. So Bailey Campbell is 13 minutes and 24 seconds behind Cody Addington.
That is pretty impressive to be pushing that hard. She had to fight a lot more dust than the rest of these guys and gals. And Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller are on a mission. 1 lap to go, and Bailey is got the visor down and the hammer down.
So this is probably when the team will be like, you know what, Bailey's making up some time. Don't let up too much. I don't know.
This is when they're telling Bailey to send it.
Exactly.
So our top 3 on adjusted time again is Cody Addington, Bailey Campbell, and Philip McJilton. Then Travis Zollinger, Brent Burton, and then in the 4800 it's Brent Harrell, Jeremy Jones, Woody Rose, and Eric Weichel with Dustin Sexton rounding out the top 5. We've got a great race on our hands.
Wow, that is just amazing to me. I know that she can do it, but it just amazes me that how far she started 14th. She's just been trucking away, and now she's up here in that number 2 spot. Super awesome for Bailey Campbell and her co-driver, Ryan Miller.
I see some dust coming towards us. See who this car is?
It looks to be red. That
is Andy Blazer. Nope, that is not Andy Blazer.
That is the 979.
That is Andrew Rivas out of Carnation, Washington.
I can remember his car number, but I couldn't remember his name just now. Going over that Yukon launch.
So Andrew Rivas still pushing strong. Part of the Pro Unlimited in the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. This is a joint race with them and Ultra4 USA here at the Old Cowpie Motor Speedway for the 2023 Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200.
And that looked like that was Jaron Gunter that went by and somebody in his dust back there. But I'm pretty sure that was him in that front position going through that canyon. And he's limping it in here. I'm not sure. He's kind of been taking this whole entire end of the lap slow.
And you can see him kind of dancing around. I wonder if he's got a little bit of steering issues or something going on. But hey, he's still trucking.
And that's been, let's talk about the steering. There's been quite a few racers that have already raced in the UTV class that had steering issues, and people that were out pre-running as well. They've talked about how their steering, it'd get hot and get tight. The steering is getting worked out here because of all the canyons with all those S-turns. They're really having to work it.
And they're going wide open and then slow down, so that pump is just spinning hard. Another car heading out for another lap out of the Amsoil hot pits. There's Andrew Rivas heading out for another lap. So overall for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, it is Tracy Poole, then Travis Zollinger, Jeremy Jones, Shane Dahlquist, Monty Tibbetts, Richard Bachon, Sean Lowe, Andrew Rivas. Still running strong out there for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. There's the 421 of Russell Raven, Mr. Ruckus himself, with Lyric riding shotgun with Raven Racing out of Portland, Oregon. Heading up and over the Yukon launch. So Russell Raven pulls over right at the Brannick bump. Completely off pace. Not sure what's going on there.
So we've had a couple cars coming through here super slow. Just trying to limp it in because they're so close to the Amsoil hot pits. You can see some dust way out in the distance.
There's dust everywhere you look out here, Pam.
It's really cool to see it, like whenever they have the camera like
fast
that.
Dust trail, though. Absolutely.
Goes to show you how far out the track actually goes. Sounds like we have Jeremy Jones in the pits.
Yeah, there's a lot of chatter over the rugged race radios. There's Tracy Poole still running strong, physically and on adjusted time, winning the Yellowstone Off-Road Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. See if he can keep it together in that Geyser TT Unlimited truck. There's a great shot of the race line wheel start finish.
Oh, unfortunately, we were talking about
Brett Harrell, a little bit ago, I saw him on a pit bike. Tough break for Brett Harrell. There is Andrew Rivas, that Jimmy's car. They're kind of checking everything out. There is Jeremy Jones. That is physical second and on adjusted time in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. The white flag is out for the Doc, Jeremy Jones. Him and Don Balducci have had a great race going on. Can they reel in Brent Harrell? they're going to have to really turn it up because that young man has been on a mission. Looks like we are waiting for Jeremy Jones. He is going to come into the Amsoil hot pits. So we got our camera crew down there patiently awaiting. I don't know the strategy other than he's coming in. We'll see if they just do a quick fuel and shakedown. There's Dave Schneider, part of Trent Fab, making sure everything is going to go smooth. They're getting a couple drinks. So right behind the Amsoil broadcast desk, I see Brent Harrell running out there to bring him some parts to meet Paul Horschel's team. They're out there on course having issues. Remember, this is a no-chase race, but Brent Harrell has the ability to go out and help a fellow racer, so they're out there trying to help him as we're watching Jeremy Jones in the pits. Definitely doing fuel, shaking down some things. Definitely fueling up. Remember, he's only got one lap left to go. And there's a car, there's a couple cars in the distance really making some dust.
Well, that's super cool. As a driver, like you say, if you're out of the race, you can still go help your fellow teammates or fellow drivers out on race course. So taking tools over there, running. It's hot out here. He's still in his fire suit, running over there to help Paul Horschel.
And there is Jeremy Jones. That was just over a minute pit stop, so a great run in there for Doc Racing. They topped him off with fuel. Checked the steering, checked a few things, and Jeremy Jones is in and out of the Amsoil hot pits.
Great drone footage right there. We do have roughly 2 hours left of racing, so people that are having issues can still get their cars fixed. Get out there, get back on race course, because that 2 hours is a long time. And right there is Miss Bailey Campbell. She is running in that second position. She has made up so much time, starting 14th overall today, qualified 14th yesterday morning. Her and Ryan Miller drove here from Arizona, and she is on a mission, and it definitely shows. So congratulations to her for being in that second spot right now. Hopefully she holds on to it. Cody Addington has an astronomical lead, though, a 13:24 lead over Bailey Campbell, but you know that she knows that time split. She has people in her ears telling her. Her co-driver, he's super mathematician. He probably already knew it before anybody even said anything. He knows numbers really quick, and there's right there, that is Brent Harrell right there. His dad just now was running out to go help Paul Horschel, as we were saying, but there's Brent on the race course.
He went running out there, but now he's walking back. He ran probably, I'm going to say 500 yards over there to help him out, but I see somebody walking back. I assume it's Brett Harrell, and I hope to get him on here with us at the Amsoil broadcast desk and have a little chat and see what took him out earlier of the race, but it's really cool to see him out helping a fellow competitor. out on course of Paul Horschel. Paul Horschel had a great run going on early, but then has had a couple issues. I'm telling you, that car is absolutely amazing, but with that many moving parts, you can have issues.
Not only a fellow competitor, but also a fellow teammate. Oh, and look at that. We have drivers walking back with the fuel can as well. So unfortunate, because that's what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about earlier if people are going to run out of fuel or not, and it's like just stop and do a splash and go just in case.
I believe that's by the race line. Wheel start finish line. And it is, so that's the where they're at there. Oh, and that's the car that's pulled over right there. So they had to walk all the Amsoil hot pits and back because they ran out of fuel right there. I believe that's Eric Brinker.
How unfortunate, though, to run out right there. You're not that far from the pits. It's a start-finish line, and to run out right as you cross over.
Oh, I know a few people that run out of fuel just before they get where they're going. What a wonderful day of racing it has been. We started out yesterday with qualifying, did UTVs yesterday afternoon. This morning we had the limited races, and now we're at the unlimited big dogs. And speaking about the limited race, do you remember that picture we showed you earlier with somebody stuck in the mud and somebody parked on the other guy? Well, I've got Mr. Albert Contreras in here, and he was the guy on bottom.
Oh, my God, what a day. I didn't think I was going to find mud out here in Montana, and I found mud.
You
I think
sure did.
I was the only muddy car out here. But, man, what an adventure, man. We missed that turn right there. We just slid right off the top of the cliff, and it went down, and we were stuck there in the mud, and I had my son come out and pull the winch lead out to get somebody to tow us out. And I'm sitting in the car, and this Cherokee falls from the sky, lands right on top of my car.
It starts raining Cherokees, huh?
So what happened is he barrel rolled, and he just landed right on top of my car.
Well, luckily nobody got hurt. That's a little scary.
Luckily, I was still in my gear, and I was strapped in there, and it just, but it was just super freaked me out. It was an adventure right there. But, I mean, luckily, cars can be replaced, and we can fix them, and we're here, and we're safe. So, but it was an amazing thing that happened, man. Jeez, couldn't believe it.
It was pretty wild, but it looks like you're getting ready to head back to Compton, California, so we'll let you get on your way. But, Albert, just wanted to have a quick chat. Always a pleasure, buddy.
Right on. Thank you for having this over, man. It was awesome.
Yep, thanks, Albert. Have a good one. There is Rob Inglis. We saw him in the pits earlier. Great to see him back rolling. He's all the way from Calgary, Canada. There is Jaron Gunter, the number 74. And that 2-seat UFO IFS machine. Joe Thompson builds some amazing stuff out there. And there's some of those gotcha rocks. If you didn't know where you're at on course and you had to pass in the dust, there's a lot of things that could come out there and bite you. There's Dave, the 321, with Mike riding shotgun out of Duvall, Washington. Back to Jaron Gutton. This is that beautiful valley on the backside of this race course. I think we were saying that's roughly race mile 27, right, Pam? If you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana. Here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. A huge shout out to Warren Ketchum for letting us come out here and play on his private 10,000-acre working ranch. He did put up his cows Wednesday night and let us come out here pre-run Thursday, race Friday and Saturday. And then tomorrow we'll go out, clean up everything we can, and then those cows will be released again.
And Jaron running a great race right there. But Miles, you're saying that he put his cows up. Does he have another ranch close by that he herded them over to?
No, I think that's where he puts them in his little oasis down by his house. So he's got a little secret spot he can hide them in, and then he lets them out and lets them go all over this ranch.
Gotcha. And Jaron running a great race. Cody Addington. It's going to be exciting to see if he tried to pick up this last lap or not when he comes through. Super excited for Miss Bailey Campbell running in that number 2 spot right now. It's definitely going to come down to the wire for at least our 2nd through 4th position race cars, as long as Cody Addington doesn't let up too much.
We'll see. Yeah, it's Cody Addington, then Bailey Campbell, Philip Magichlin, Travis Solinger, and Brett Burton. Our top 5 running in the 4,400 class as we speak. The sun is out. The breeze is blowing just a little bit, but I'm going to say it died down some. It's starting to get pretty warm up here at the Amsoil broadcast desk. Look at that. There's somebody lost a tire. Is that a co-driver going out to get it, or is that one of our course marshals that saw it happen? You know what? We did hear Paul Wolf lost a tire. Is that his? I don't know.
It could be, they could be just getting it off safely. It could have been in the area of the racetrack, but yeah, definitely is somebody rolling it off, and that is one of those ginormous 40-inch tires.
They're big and heavy, especially when they're attached to a wheel. There's another great shot of some dust. See if we can get a visual on who that is. Oh, that is Paul Wolf's tire because I see his car there. So Paul Wolf lost that, but I assume he's out of the race already. I remember talking to him. He said he's more of if he can't win, he's going to save the car. So if he's out of the runnings, he's probably just trying to get it back to where he can put it back in the trailer and head on home tomorrow. They came out a few days early and checked out Yellowstone, took the family. And there is Jeremy Jones. I believe he's physically 2nd in the 4,800 Brannigan Motorsports Legends class. Bobby Lindgren, Rusty Nail Racing. Amazing action. We saw a lot of great pictures coming from race mile 27. That was Caleb Jones that's been helping us out.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome when we have people out there working. Caleb works full-time out here, comes to all of the races with us, but goes out, helps, works checkpoints on the race course, and it's pretty cool to see him and Weaver and Carly and Bailey. They always are out there taking pictures and getting videos, and it's pretty cool to see whenever they post them on the social medias and stuff, because They get some good ones out there, just like that GoPro video.
Yeah, they are absolutely part of the core Ultra4 USA family, as we see the smiley on top of Eric Weichel. I love how he does that, because from the air, you can really see it. We are over halfway through the 5th lap for Cody Addington. It could be around 20 minutes before we see the checkered flag fly for Mr. Cody Addington.
And Eric Weichel, we haven't seen him in quite a while, but good to see him going out there. And he has had an hour lap on his first one. That's his best lap. His last lap was an hour 5 minutes. So Eric Weichel is running 4th position in the 4800 Legends class.
He's got a great run going. He's out of Helena, Montana, just about 3 hours down the road. He comes out here and volunteers with Aaron and Grizz and the team. He's very helpful with part of the Yellowstone off-road racing family, and then races with the Ultra4 USA as well. So he kind of double dips and really enjoys this racing. Back to Jaron Gunter hitting the Yukon launch with Matt Bauer and that UFO.
It's good to see him because he had quite a trek coming here. His motorhome broke down in Idaho, 500 miles out. But he got here a complete 24 hours later than he was supposed to. They were having trouble getting it fixed. Then he gets here at like 3 o'clock in the morning, goes out, qualifies. Oh, no, and he's slowing down right over that Brannick bump. So hopefully everything's okay. But then he goes out in qualifying, and he ends up rolling on the qualifying run. So he only had a little bit of time, but he is pulling off the side right now. So that is unfortunate.
Did somebody else run out of fuel? Did they have an issue? I'm not sure what's going on, but Jaron Gunter, a complete stop? No? Okay. And he takes off pretty good, so I'm not sure if they had to reshift something. Maybe they had to reset the computer. I have no clue. I'm completely guessing.
You know what it is? He had a gotcha moment.
Yeah, you never know. So Jared Gunter comes to a complete stop, resets whatever he had to do, and then throws her back to gear and peels out.
Well, it's good to see that he wasn't stopped there for too long, but like you were saying earlier, sometimes people have issues shifting into different gears, or they were in a high. I don't think he was running in a low gear, but.
And the white flag is out for Jared Gunter. But I think Jaron's running an SCS case, so he does not have to change from high to low range.
So he is running in the 6th position in the 4400 Unlimited class. Unofficial. But we do know that Levi Shirley was stopped on course. Paul Horschel in the horizon behind us has had tools taken to him, and that's unfortunate because it is super close to the Amsoil hot pits. But he is out there getting his car all fixed. But there is Eric Weichel right there.
And before him, we saw Dr. Danger, Clint Peterson, and Ryan Burdick. Lots of cars out there still on course. We had 4,400 in the 4,400 class. We had 16 cars take the line and 19 4,800 cars take off. There's that smiley face I was telling you about on the top of Eric Weichel. You can really tell who's who. And that's just a little tidbit for you drivers out there. Build a car that we can recognize.
Exactly. Or put your number gigantic on the rooftop for our drones. What's really cool, Miles, is you're saying that. What we were saying earlier, whenever somebody has something unique on their car, I was calling it like a landmark on the vehicle, but the roof, whenever it rolls down and they have their number really big, that's an amazing spot to put their number. But on top, like Eric Weichel has that big old happy face, and their whole entire team, they all wear yellow shirts as well, so you can always point them out in the crowd.
And they've got some great smiles when you're walking through the pits.
I got to know Nancy really well a couple of years ago. My first year actually working out in a remote pit for King of the Hammers. I was right next to Nancy. Super nice. Love that family to pieces. All of them super friendly. Take me in like I was there. They were trying to feed me everything else, and they're just, instant family to everybody.
Oh, they're great, yeah. Nancy used to ride with Eric Weichel, but now he's got Wade riding shotgun and Nate in the pits. But, Nancy's here rooting him on. Super excited. Looks like a Brink Fab car.
And there's Jaron Gunter right there, just launched. So he looks like he probably stopped in the pits because he came through. We saw him come through, and then he just now went over that Rocky Mountain Fab jump. So he ended up having to stop probably to look, and I bet he did take a splash of fuel.
You can see another gate crossing they go through, and look how burned in this course is getting. We've had 170 cars race this weekend. It has been absolutely phenomenal. Again, thanks for everybody that helps put this on. Jasa and Galen, Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra4USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. This has been a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. It's been so much fun racing with them. Aaron Zindler, Michael Adams, Grizz, and Dawn. We've been working side by side with them for the last week and putting this race on. So again, a huge shout out to the entire organization here at Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. It's mainly volunteers that put it on. It's been so much fun working with them, and it's been a pleasure. I hope we can continue on this amazing relationship.
I mean, look at the car count. It was 170 cars out here. So many drivers came. There was actually a race last weekend at NorCal Rock Racing, and there's a couple drivers that are actually here racing because they wanted to come race the Montana race. So it's kind of awesome to see people that, you know, had races there, and then they're now here with us this weekend.
Well, speaking of that, Cody Addington, who is leading this race, skipped NorCal last weekend so he could spend all his time and effort coming out here, and I think he's going to be pretty happy he did.
Yeah, he was talking about that yesterday, that he did that. But it's pretty awesome, though, to see drivers from all over the United States coming this far up into Montana, which is awesome up here. And again, like you said, I hope we do continue to come back.
Yeah, it's beautiful up here in the Big Sky country.
And there is that Scotts Bluff.
That is Trent Roberts heading up. Oh, and that's that.
Looks like they know somebody's behind them, so they're staying off to the side until they get past.
I believe that's Ethan Road that's pulling over and letting Joe Gatlin pass him. So Joe Gatlin and John Dykus get around one of our Yellowstone's competitors. But that is Clint Peterson, Dr. Danger with Peterson Racing. It's a Trent Fab chassis. Running those race line wheels.
This one has a unique look to it on the front end. It almost has like those, I think it's Kevin Taylor that has like the front end that looks like the Porsche with the round lights. That's the way the front end of this car looks to me.
I like that.
And there's that old school Bronco. I love seeing those old school Broncos out on race course.
I believe that's Dave Fahimi. And that 73 Ford Bronco out of Duval, Washington. You want it? What a great race we have on our hands. There's Eric Weichel heading out. And I've got another special guest hopping into the Amsoil broadcast desk with me. This is Mr. Tom Prendergast. I hate seeing you here in the Amsoil desk with me. Why, you should be out on course. What happened, buddy?
We sheared the bolt that holds the front yoke onto the SES box.
Well, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, so we had that. We had a couple of misfires that finally cleared up, and we took off, and then that just said no more.
Oh, such a bummer. I saw you cruise slowly through the Amsoil hot pits, and I saw you were done. You gave me the break.
Yeah,
A tough break for that. But you have such a beautiful car. You've got that car from Rob Butler. Give me a rundown. That thing is absolutely amazing looking.
So it's it's a Eurofighter 2.0. It's been a lot of fun. We've spent a ton of time with Keith at KTM getting the shocks right and everything, and we're still learning the car. I mean, we picked it up 2 days before Christmas, and then took it to Hammers, which wasn't smart. And then just fixing parts we broke at Hammers and brought it here because we love this track.
It's amazing up here,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Oh, this track is awesome. I'm kind of bummed that we're not still on it.
I completely understand it. You had a great run going till you didn't, but
Yep.
hey, that's part of it.
Yep.
But hey, you'll be back and better. What's the next race you're coming with us?
Crandon, most likely.
Crandon, all
So,
right. That's
yep.
going to be a fun one. But hey, you still have one of your teammates out there with
do.
Joe Gatlin still running.
Yep.
So
he is.
are you wishing you would have gave him the new car and you kept the
No,
old one?
no,
not
no,
even close.
We had a lot of fun. We're trying to we took the challenge and jumped the ranch road on lap coming in. from
Oh, I
lap,
missed that.
I'm hoping there's video of it. So it hurt a little bit,
But it was fun.
It was fun. So we'll see if there's any footage of that out there to see if we can see how stupid we are.
Oh,
honestly.
heck yeah. Well, thanks for hopping in with me. I just want to have a quick chat, but I'm going to kind of give you a little razz here.
Okay.
Do you think Nora's going to rub it in your face that she took home a trophy and you didn't?
Absolutely, 100%.
And you're
So-
going to hug her and,
Yep,
and let her do
yep,
it, aren't
yep,
you?
I am. I'm proud of her. She finally found the rev limiter. So, and she drove really hard yesterday and had a big smile on her face at the end of the race. So.
I love it. And that's what it's all about. Obviously, you're broke, you're bummed, but the smile on your face and then, the hug from Nora out there, I mean, you just can't get any better.
No, not at all. It was amazing. So, we'll keep round the cars up and come back together and make it happen.
Awesome. Well, Tom, always a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Best of
Thank
luck,
you.
and I can't wait to see you once again in Crandon.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
So Tom Prendergast and that beautiful Euro fighter had some bad luck, but hey, his daughter took home some hardware, and we'll see what Joe Gatlin, his teammate, he's driving his spare car.
Like you said, Miles, it's always a bummer to have the drivers in here during a race, but it's always awesome to have them come in and give us good information.
There's Dustin Sexton in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And I'm thinking, what do you think, 5-7 minutes before we see Cody Addington? It's going to be close. The checkered flag is in JT Taylor's hand.
I haven't seen him on here, so I'm not even going to gauge it.
Well, I'm just getting some input through my rugged race radios.
It's going to be awesome to see Cody Addington, though. You know he's going to come in super pumped. But you know what? He hasn't crossed the finish line yet.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be a race to the finish. You can't just take anything for granted. As Eric Weichel up and over the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab Jump.
Getting a little tongue-tied here at the end of the day.
It's been a long day, but it's been a fun day. There's the 321 of Dave Fahimi.
And we still have an hour and 40 minutes left, so we have lots of racers that'll still be coming through the finish line.
There is Paul Wolf. They got his car fixed. He is pulling off the course. Tough break for Mr. Paul Wolf. Had such a great race going, but hey, that's part of it. He will be back and better for the next one. There is Russell Ruckus Raven in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So Cody Addington way out front with a commanding lead, but I think it's going to be down to like 10 or 15 seconds, splitting up Bailey Campbell and Philip McJilton. So it is going to be down to the wire between those two. This is going to be an exciting finish for second and third. But where is Cody Addington? I hope I see him soon.
Yeah, we should. If he's that close to us, he'll be coming into the camera's view here in just a minute. But how exciting. That is going to be a photo finish almost.
Cody Addington is going to be so stoked. There's one of our Your racers. What a beautiful part of the track it is right there. That looks like Joe Gatlin possibly up front, and then a Your racer in the back. We just had Tom Prendergast up here in the Amsoil booth with me, and that is his spare car driven by Joe Gatlin. Part of Fire River Racing. Joe Gatlin is teamed up with Fire River Racing and Proving Grounds off and on as he hits the Yukon launch.
Did I hear you? I was listening to the interview, but I was also talking with our crew in there. Are they going to Crandon? That's our next
Yep,
race?
the next race they're planning on is Crandon, and he's got a new work with a supercharger company, so that new car is going to have some more horsepower as well.
Oh, wow. But it was an unfortunate break today out here at Big Sky. This race has been awesome. We've had a lot of racers having some issues, but it's been a great finishing rate, though.
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing.
All right, looks like we might have another 4,400 racer coming in here. It'll be just a minute. We'll confirm that.
And the white flag is out for Joe Gatlin. In the 4570 with Fire River Racing. And that looks like Michael Adams, Grizz himself, that runs Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, waving that white flag. He does a little bit of everything. He was hoping to hop in the booth with us, but he's been busy out there. But he's been helping out on course, doing recovery. Now he's waving the flag. I mean, he's just like JT Taylor. You get in where you fit in, and you make it happen.
Exactly. He was in with us a little bit yesterday, and he did his awards last night. We'll be seeing them again. And there, right there on screen, is Cody Addington making that right-hand turn right before the Yukon launch.
So our physical race leader is about a minute and a half from grabbing the checkered flag for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. Cody Addington has had a great race all day long. It was a battle between him and Paul Wolf earlier, but look at him go right now. Paul Wolf had an issue. Paul Horsel had an issue. So Cody Addington, smooth and steady, moving his way through the pack. He'll be super stoked to win one of his first regional races. I do believe he won a national race a few years back, but this could be his first regional race with Ultra4USA.
And we did see him last lap to go into the hot pits. They did give him some fuel. You don't want to take that chance towards the end, but we can hear some sirens in our background going on of somebody waiting to pass.
And the checkered flag is out. Cody Addington just unofficially wins the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. He had a great lead over everybody else, so I don't think there's anybody that can catch him. But before we make it official, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's. But a great, great race by Cody Addington. My personal opinion is he just locked down this race. There's Tom Liu and Seasons rooting on their teammate, Cody Addington. There is Andrew Rivas in that red Jimmy's car. And there is our unofficial winner, Cody Addington, number 888 with ADD Racing out of Forest Hill, California. That is a Jimmy's Red Dragon chassis, single-seat IFS, turnkey LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Yukon, King, Nitto, Vision, Lasernut, Willwood, Parts Mike, Custom Splice, Factor 55, PCI, and OCD Graphics. Help him win this race unofficially. I can't wait to see a smile from Cody Addington. He's getting all his gear off. I see some of his buddies helping him get out. And there's that smile I was waiting for. Cody Addington, what a race.
That is super exciting for him. I can't wait for the podiums because he's always fun to talk to. And right there, though, we do have Joe Gatlin that just launched over that jump, so he came out. But the man on the hour and the man that was on a mission, Mr. Cody Addington, getting out of his car, going to be super, super pumped.
What a great, great race we had today, Pam. There's one of our Your racers, part of the Pro Unlimited class. They have two classes. They have Pro and Pro Unlimited. I believe this is a Pro class. So I think the race on our hands right now is between Bailey Campbell and Philip McGilton. They are neck and neck. I think the time split is going to be less than 30 seconds. So who's going to push harder to come in?
Yeah, between Bailey Campbell and Philip McGilton, that is so close. That's where the race is. Cody Addington, he checked out. I mean, once he got out front, and with Paul Horschel having the issues, and then Levi Shirley having the issues, he checked out. Now the race is between second and third, and we shall see how this plays out.
What a great race we have had. So much fun watching this. And again, thanks to everybody who has tuned in to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 here in Yellowstone County at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. What an amazing day of racing it has been, but right now it's all about Cody Addington out there. Put on a clinic. A few racers had some bad luck, but we are going to have Erica Allreed down there in the Amsoil hot pits to have a quick chat with them, see what's going on. But there's Erica and Cody Addington. So Erica, take it away and let's see what's going on.
I've got our unofficial 4,400 Unlimited winner, Cody Addington. Cody, you were up there in the mix for the entirety of that race, and when everything is all said and done, you find this top spot. What went into this winning effort here today?
Man, a lot of work in the shop. Friends, family come and help me out. Other teams, we're pretty grassroots, so it means a lot to win against these guys.
And who helped you out with this effort here today? Because, like you said, there are so many amazing people behind you.
Well, the only people that were able to come out was my dad and my girlfriend, so we had a limited crew. Horschel always helped us out, Paul Horschel's team. The car ran flawless. I never even turned it off all day. So Nitto tires, you can see they're perfect. King Shocks did great. Vision Wheel, they're all intact. Laser Nut. I mean, all these people.
Thank you, Erica. And again, congratulations, Cody Addington, to unofficially win this race. But just getting some chatter over the radio, it sounds like Brent Harrell is about 7 miles out, and he may win the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That would be one heck of a feat for that young man and that Horschel machine.
Yes, and a little bit more chatter. Levi Shirley is all fixed up, and he is moving again. So they got their car fixed, back out on course.
So a huge shout out to Rich and Bama Moore for taking parts out to Levi Shirley. That is really cool.
Oh, and Paul was broke down earlier. He's back on race course as well. Paul Horschel.
So Paul Horschel was broke down a couple times now, but they were able to get him the right tools.
And there we see Eric Weichel.
There is Tracy Poole trying to chase down one of the Brinker cars, it looks like. That's a Geyser truck. So Tracy Poole on that Geyser TT Unlimited truck, kind of stuck in a valley behind a Brinker car, I believe. But he is the overall leader for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association in the Pro Unlimited class. It's been such a wonderful day of racing, and we are not even close to being done. The race line start-finish is still open for about another hour and a half.
I don't know exactly how many cars are still moving out there, but we obviously do have some, but they do have up until that 7 o'clock time to finish the race.
So Tracy Poole in that Geyser TT Unlimited truck, still pushing strong, trying to fight through that dust. I heard a lot of good things about Rowdy in the TDK truck, but I haven't seen much about him today, so he must have had an issue early on. Tough break for him.
There's been a lot of issues early on, and a lot of issues all day long, but you know what? The ones that are running, they're running strong.
And there is Tracy Poole. Speaking of the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200, he makes a pass, and he is physically leading his race. Thanks again for everybody who has stayed tuned in. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing, and it is starting to wind down a little bit. But we are still waiting for the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class winners and to round out the podium for the 4,400 Unlimited class. There's Bob Lindgren heading over to the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. I heard a little squeak there.
I know. I looked at you. I heard it.
It's been a long weekend of racing, a lot of talking, a lot of dust, but I have had so much fun, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
And going through that canyon, that must be quite a breeze out there, because when you get down into those, usually the dust likes to linger, and it's blowing away out. And there is the 481 right there that was on the screen.
There is Travis Zollinger right there still trucking along, but it sounds like Bailey Campbell could be just a couple minutes out. There's Philip McJilton chasing Trent Robert, so let's go back to that screen because that is Philip McGilton. That may be physical second place. And then on adjusted time, so there's top right is Philip McGilton, about a minute and a half out from grabbing the checkered flag, physically finishing in second place. But on adjusted time, we're going to have to wait on Bailey Campbell.
Yes, because like we said earlier, she did start in that 14th position earlier on today. So where is she going to go? And Philip McGilton, he's actually in dust right now, but he is chasing down, trying to get past. And here we are getting a white flag.
And there is Philip McGilton grabbing the checkered flag for second place. I'm going to do my unofficial stopwatch here. He has to beat her by 5 minutes, so the ticker is on. But Philip McGilton just crossed the line, physical second for the Amsoil Big Sky 200. This is going to be super exciting to see. Where is Bailey Campbell? That's our next car we need to be looking for. That big white Monster Energy Campbell Enterprise machine should be coming into screen here anytime.
And Philip Mitchelton just came through, and he was 12 minutes and 40 seconds behind Cody Addington.
So Bailey's got roughly 4.5 more minutes to come across the race line, start-finish line. Where is she at? I think it's going to be down to the wire on this race. This is going to be a super, super exciting finish.
Well, this is where the nerves start going. It's
here is Bailey Campbell. She is going to bump out Philip McGilton, I'm sure of it. Bailey Campbell, I think, just stole away second place from Philip McGilton, and she does. Unofficially, Cody Addington won, Bailey Campbell 2, and Philip McGilton in that third spot. What an amazing, amazing race. It was down to the wire, but I think she stole away by about 4 minutes.
Wow, congratulations to Bailey Campbell, starting in that 14th position, coming in second place unofficially right now. And there is Joe Gatlin right there on the screen coming through.
But that's going to give Cody Addington a 13-minute, 44-second win over Bailey Campbell. And then she pumps out Philip McGilton. What a great, great race we had all the way down to the end. We had some issues earlier with Paul Wolf and Paul Horschel dropping out, then Levi Shirley dropping out. But then Cody Addington took it, ran with it, and made it his own race. And then it was a time battle between Philip McGilton and Bailey Campbell. But Bailey Campbell looks like she just unofficially took second place away from McGilton. What a great race by all three of these competitors.
And you could hear her when she came through just now. She was on the gas. Her and Ryan have to be super pumped right now. And you know that they were, like we said earlier, doing the math in their head, knowing where they needed to go to get into the top 3 spot.
What a great race by the young lady of Bailey Campbell to battle all the way to the end. She started in 14th position and just held her own the entire race. Never went checkers or records, just ran her pace. Her and Ryan Miller ran an amazing race. But again, unofficially, it's Cody Addington, Bailey Campbell, and Ryan Miller, then Philip McGilton and Dr. Amanda Ross. And here comes physical first place, Tracy Poole for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. He's about a minute and a half away from the checkered flag from overall winning the Yellowstone Off-Road Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. Remember, we have 2 different races going on with 2 classes apiece, but there is Tracy Poole about to grab the checkered flag and overall winning unofficially the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. Remember, everything isn't unofficial until after the race. We got to see how everything shakes out. I believe that was a Brinker car.
Getting that checkered flag. And we should have Brent Harrell coming in here very soon because he was about mile marker 33 just about 5 minutes ago. So we'll be having him come in right now. Actually,
I think we missed it. I think Brent Harrell did grab the checkered flag and unofficially won the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. A huge shout out to Brent Harrell for unofficially winning the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Amsoil Big Sky 200.
and that put him in 4th overall for the whole entire race as well, unofficially.
And there he is pulling into the hot pit. So we did miss Brent Harrell. He unofficially just won the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And I think on adjusted time, nobody else can get him. There's his dad, Brett Harrell, coming in to give him a little congratulations. But the Harrell crew's got to be super stoked. And it looks like, yes, Brett's saying, yeah, we got it. Brent Harrell's got to be super excited for winning the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class here at the Big Sky 200, presented by Amsoil.
Yes, Brett Harrell was over here earlier, gave us a little update on his car. He actually missed a turn, went off an area, and it just completely ripped off the front right of his car.
Oh, tough break for him. There is Jeremy Jones battling out on course. He's trying to get around, but there's a rock. He dives back in just in time. He is trying to really push hard because what's he sitting in? Physical second in Legends class?
Yes, Jeremy Jones is sitting in second position. He did have a 7-minute, 35-second difference between him and Woody Rose on the last lap when they came through.
So there's Brett Harrell congratulating his son, Brent Harrell. What a wonderful race by that young man. I believe it was supposed to be Mike Slauson riding shotgun with Brent Harrell. We'll see if I see when he crawls out of the car.
Hey, Brent. Can we grab you for a...
He looks pretty worn out. He's got dust all over his face.
Well, that was a tough race. It was a hot race. 200 miles that they did today, and the course was rough. The course was getting rougher every single lap. They were digging out the 40-inch tires that these the 4400s run. They were digging out the ruts even more, and it's arm pump. What it does is it's hard on the arms. Yes, they have the power steering and everything, but it makes them tired.
Yeah, it's been a great race. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. Curtis is back home, been working on his truck all day, tuning in and checking everything out. But we're going to try to get a word with Brent Harrell here in just a little bit. What a great race we had for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It was Brent Harrell that ran an amazing race all day long. Jeremy Jones is not too far back, and then Woody Rose. We'll see how it all shakes out when it finishes up. But across the line first was Mr. Brent Harrell, and we're going to send it down to Erica Allreed and have a quick chat.
Brent Harrell. Brent, congratulations on such a dominant performance here at the Big Sky 200. Where do you believe you were able to find an advantage over the field today to secure your very first win of the season?
I don't know. I mean, I had a fantastic co-pilot, Mike Slauson, today, and we kind of went out and took it easy the first couple laps and then started picking it up from there. Bailey Campbell was behind me for a good chunk of the race, so she was like a good pace setter, if you will, but I'm super happy to be done. I'm wore out.
I could imagine so, and I know there's a lot of people behind you, so who would you like to thank for this win today?
First, I'd like to thank God. My family wouldn't be able to do it without my dad and all of our pit crew that come out to help. Nitto Tires, Fox Shocks, Max Tie Downs, Brett Schmid Trucking, Trail Ready Wheels, Rigid Industries, Obstacle, Paul Herschel. He built an amazing car, and I couldn't be happier with it.
Congratulations to you and your team on such a dominant performance today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica, for that quick little update from Brent Harrell, our unofficial winner in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We've got a car pulled over on course. I believe that's Garrett Humpston with McGrills Racing.
Yes, and they were pulled over earlier on as well in one of those little canyon areas, and it's unfortunate to see them off the course again as well. They did start moving earlier, but they were moving slow, and here we are seeing them stopped again.
I believe that is Dean who is going over to check on them. That's Michael Adams' dad. It's a whole family affair out here. It's a bunch of friends, a bunch of family that run Yellowstone off-road racing, and they do some amazing things. It's been so much teaming up with them and putting on this amazing racing action. There's some dust trails going off in the end.
We saw Jeremy Jones earlier trailing behind, waiting for him to come through. See, he's running in that second position in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. He was riding in the dust. I'm not sure exactly who it was he was behind. But we can see a great drone footage right here of these two cars, and the second one is definitely riding in the dust, just trying to get past whenever they can.
Look at the dust trails we have out there. They are still pushing hard. I think the top of our screen could be Jeremy Jones, physical second in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Oh, and you can see right there, the driver pulled over that knew he had somebody behind him just because he knows if he doesn't do it, he's holding up somebody else's race. Oh, and there's that little lip that we were seeing people hit earlier, and it's really popping them up. I think that's Jaron Gunter, actually.
There's Bobby Lindgren, still pushing strong. So we do have our unofficial podium for the 4400 Unlimited class with Cody Addington, Bailey Campbell, and Philip McGilton. And for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports, we have Brent Harrell, and we're waiting on Jeremy Jones.
Jeremy Jones and Woody Rose, because they're running 2 and 3.
So much action all over this race course. We do have Tracy Poole, I believe, is the only your official winner for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, YORR. He ran an amazing race all day in his Geyser Unlimited TT truck. So I believe Travis Zollinger is going to be overall second place for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association. So he ran strong in that Pro Unlimited class all day long. And there is Jeremy Jones.
He'll be coming through to get that checkered flag, but like you were saying earlier, he is sitting second position unofficial right now in the 4800 Legends class. Woody Rose is sitting in that number 3 position.
And Pam, you missed it, but he drifted that corner. He has given it all he's got coming towards the race line, start-finish line. He is trying to give it all he's got. The checkered flag is going to be out for Mr. Jeremy Jones, and he clips the flag. He was giving it all he had till the very end. Jeremy Jones, unofficial second place for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And his fastest lap of the day was a 55.48, and this last lap just now was a 57.44. But great run by Jeremy Jones.
We've still got a lot of cars out on course. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing. Thank you for everybody for tuning in. What a great weekend we have had. We got here on Sunday, started setting up course all week long. Oh, and we've got a pass in the prairie. Still pushing strong.
What a great view right there.
And look at the dust we are seeing.
So Cody Addington, unofficial in that first position. Bailey Campbell second. Philip McGilton in that third position for our 4400 Legends or Unlimited class. And in our 4800 Legends, we do have Brett Harrell, and we do have Mr. Jeremy Jones has came in. Those are our unofficial 1 and 2. Actually, we have a little change up here. Woody Rose came through, so we actually have unofficially Brent Harrell is in that number 1 position, and Woody Rose is actually in that number 2 position, and Jeremy Jones in third.
So on adjusted time, I missed that, but Woody Rose snuck into the...
It actually, until Jeremy came in, that's when it switched up just now.
Wow, so Woody Rose did sneak in there. I missed that. Great job by Woody Rose that may have just snuck into second place over Jeremy Jones. So unofficial 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. First place goes to Brent Harrell. Second place goes to Woody Rose. And third place goes to Jeremy Jones. And that is a super, super tight race. It looks like only about 15 maybe 20 seconds splits up Woody Rose and Jeremy Jones. So it was an absolute race to the finish. So a huge shout out to everybody out there. But unofficially, we have locked down the Ultra4 USA podiums. We'll see if anybody can sneak in there or not. There's Trent Roberts, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And Eric Weichel is sitting unofficially in that number 4 position. Not sure exactly how far back he is from Jeremy and Woody, but he will be coming through because we did see him moving on race course earlier on.
There's Harley Foley, one of our camera photographers, taking some pictures. That is the 222 of Rich Moore and his daughter Bama Moore with More Power Racing. They're the ones that took the parts out to Levi Shirley.
And Levi Shirley did get moving again. We got some information from the hot pits for him. And there we have the 222 coming across, getting that checkered flag.
What a wonderful weekend it has been here in Broadview, Montana, here in Yellowstone County at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway for the Amsoil Big Sky 200. Again, thanks to everybody that makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners. A huge shout out to Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, Aaron Zindler, Michael Adams, Don, and the entire team. And Pam, you're getting ready to hand out some LaserNut 360 Wrap trophies here in just a little bit. So thanks to them. And again, our official broadcast partner is Speed Sport.
Yes, we'll get some information from the drivers, and what we've been talking about all day long is we want to know who hit over the 100-mile mark.
That is Levi Shirley. He got that car back up and running, so he is back on pace, and that thing is really smoking, getting a little slideways there. He's pushing all the way till the end. Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso running a very fast pace in that Eurofighter 2C IFS machine built by Rob Butler.
He is 2 laps down from what it's saying here on scoring, but you know what? You still have to finish if you want to. You're out here. You never know up until the end. But we do have unofficially R1, 2, and 3 already in, and It's pretty amazing that, Cody Addington, Bailey Campbell coming from 14th position, and then Philip McGilton in the 1, 2, and 3 unofficially right now.
What a great race. That Off-Road Armory Eurofighter is still on screen, and look how burned out it is getting. He's putting those Yokohama tires to work, and Levi Shirley still pushing strong. Out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Lucky Dog Racing and Levi Shirley Racing. He's pushing strong. He could still get a top 10 finish because the attrition has been very, very tough out there.
I mean, technically he's sitting in 9th position right now. So he is in the top 10 as of right now. And the only ones that we have not seen come through is Jaron Gunter in the 4400, Clint Peterson, and then Levi Shirley. So he definitely, as long as he finishes, he'll be in that top 10.
It's been a great race, but we've had one of our good buddies, James Cantrell, back at the MAO headquarters, and we're going to kind of see what he has to say and give his explanation of the race.
Hey, Miles and Pam. Great day of racing out there in Montana. Action all day long. Congratulations to Cody Addington on his win. I know this is his first regional race win, unofficially. Bailey Campbell with second place. Awesome to see her back on the podium. And Philip McGilton rounding it out with the third place. And then in the 4,800 class, you had Brent Harrell bringing in the win, which was awesome. And then Woody Rose looks like he ended up second with Jeremy Jones third. Lots of action all day on the course. It was a wild race to watch, definitely, from out here. And we're looking forward to seeing everybody out in Visions in 3.5 weeks, and we'll do it all over again. You all have a good day.
Well, thank you, James, and thanks for your input all weekend long. It's been a pleasure. Always love hanging out with you. I would rather see you in a race car than on the mic, but hey, I'll take you anytime. It's been so much fun out here. So again, James Cantrell from the MAO headquarters giving us his little 2 cents.
And we still have eyes on Levi Shirley. The drone is following him through. He'll be coming in. I'm not sure exactly what mile marker he's at, but I do know that he was broken down around the 14, anywhere between 14 and 17. They weren't exactly sure where he was, but back out on course, and we should be seeing him shortly.
But we're still chasing down this Off-Road Armory Eurofighter of Levi Shirley. Corey Nasso riding shotgun. He is still pushing super hard all the way to the finish line. And look at the terrain. He got a little off course, but saved her.
Yeah, you don't want to get too far off course here, especially in the section he's at, because that's where those large rocks are off the sides, as you can see here, and you don't want to hit any of those gotchas.
And look at him blowing out those berms on some of these corners. Really pushing hard, trying to get a strong finish. Where's he at? It looks like, 18th spot, but top 10 overall in the 4,400 class. We'll see if it shakes out.
There's only a few left above him that need to come in. As I was saying just a little bit earlier, you have Clint Peterson and Jaron Gunter. And then we also have Travis Zollinger and Brent Burton. So we have those guys that are above him. We haven't seen them come through yet as well. So we're just waiting for all of them to come through.
Let's run down our unofficial top winners. We have Cody Addington 1, Bailey Campbell 2, Philip McGilton, then Brent Burton, Travis Zollinger, and then we'll see who it is, Jaron Gunter. And that is the 4,400 class.
Yes, and in the 4,800 Brennick Motorsports Legends class, we do have Brent Harrell in that number 1 position, Woody Rose in that 3rd position, and Jeremy Jones in 3rd. So Woody Rose 2nd, Jeremy Jones 3rd. Those are all unofficial. Everything we just said is unofficial until we get it all finalized at the end of the race.
What a great drone pilot chasing down Levi Shirley. He's coming into the back far side of the qualifying course. So we should see him in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
There's actually a pond up there. I didn't even notice that earlier from the drone footage.
There's a lot out here. This is a private 10,000-acre ranch. Thanks again to Warren Ketchum for letting us come out here and check it out. We are just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview. Elevation is roughly 3,900 feet, and it is a beautiful part of the country. We're just about an hour or so outside of Yellowstone, right here in Yellowstone County. I was talking about Yellowstone National Park. I know Paul Wolf took advantage and took the family down there earlier this week. I was hoping to, but we've just been a little too busy.
Yes, work week out at races is usually a little difficult to actually go and explore, but I might start seeing about taking some extra time after the races and go explore these beautiful places. We're so close to them. Like you said, we're an hour out from there. I've never, ever seen Yellowstone. Have you ever been to Yellowstone?
I have not, but it's definitely on the bucket list, and we will make it happen. But I kind of want to wait to take the family.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Have my family come. Hopefully one of these days my kid's out here racing with the Ultra4USA series.
That would be fun.
Yeah, it's a future plan.
Old Hank would give some of those guys a run for their money, I'll bet.
Yes. Well, I mean,
only one way to find out.
Put him in a car.
We just saw Nathan Parker yesterday at 14 years old win the stock class. There's a great shot of the race line wheels, start-finish line. There's another shot of Levi Shirley. We should see him in the next few minutes.
Oh.
And a huge donkey kick from Levi Shirley. But it sounds like down in Bailey Campbell kits, it is Erica Allreed going to have a quick chat with her and see how her unofficial second place is. So Erica Allreed with Mrs. Bailey Campbell, what do you got for us?
Alongside me is Bailey Campbell, our unofficial second place finisher in the 4,400 Unlimited class. Bailey, this one has to feel good. You had faced some adversity earlier this season, and you said the goal for today was redemption, and I'd say you'd accomplished just that. So take me through that drive from your perspective.
Yeah, so KOH, it beat myself down, it beat our team down a little bit just because I wasn't out there racing my own car, but today I finally got to get back in it. We had an awesome motor run, and oh my god, it's just a huge relief knowing that this car lasted the whole race. I ran it so hard, and it made it, and we crossed the finish line in second, and I couldn't ask for anything more.
A well-deserved finish for you and your team indeed, and I know there's a lot of people behind you, so who would you like to thank?
Monster Energy for sure, but actually before I thank my sponsors, I'd like to thank my whole family back at home. Oh my gosh, it makes me tear up because my mom has our daughter right now, watching her at home, but luckily Miller came out here with me to co-drive, and I couldn't thank anybody else. These sponsors are amazing: Monster Energy, Nitto Tire, Fox Shocks, Fox, Hughes, and everybody else on this car is amazing.
A well-deserved finish. Congratulations, Bailey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica and Bailey Campbell. There's Levi Shirley grabbing the white flag. Remember, he was down on course for a little bit, so he has about 53 more minutes to finish his last lap. So he's on the gas trying to make it happen. But what a great race it was for Bailey Campbell to be coming from 14th spot all the way to unofficial second. You saw her almost getting choked up thinking about her mom and her daughter back home watching her. She knows she wishes here. Usually they come out in full force, but they came with a light team. Her and Ryan Miller came with a plan and executed it.
Yes, an amazing job by Bailey Campbell. But Levi Shirley just not coming through. Guess what she did? Levi Shirley's last lap having to get fixed and everything, he's been out there since he came through last time, 2 hours and 22 minutes.
What a tough break for him. But it looks like somebody else that's been having issues. That's Paul Horschel. We saw him having issues in the Amsoil hot pits, and then Brett Harrell took him some other parts, a fellow racer, and he was able to get him back and going. So Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat back out on course in that beautiful IFS IRS with rear steer Fox live valve Horschel built machine. We could not make this race possible without our amazing marketing partners. So a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Lights, Speed Sport, Can-Am,
Nitto and LaserNut,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries,
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Wayland,
the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, and King of the Hammers.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the Amsoil Big Sky 200. There's Annalise Zindler with Chris Coates riding shotgun, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Pro Class.
And there we see Jaron Gunter right there. Coming in, doing that tight right-hand turn. We were seeing people in qualifying actually bicycling right there, but he's going off the Yukon launch.
He's unofficial 6th spot, if I'm not mistaken. So he's had a rough coming out. He took a little flop during qualifying, but fought his way through all day long. It is looking pretty good.
So Jaron Gunter doing amazing out there, coming in, getting his final lap. His fastest lap of the day has been a 56:52.951.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200, and we want to give a huge shout out to the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing sponsors of Elevated Power Sports, Throttle Down Customs, Jim and Tracy's Alignment,
J&M Tire,
Askin Construction,
Inland Truck Parts,
DRW Performance,
Tractor and Equipment,
and Metalworks. They help Yellowstone Off-Road put on all these awesome races, and there's Jaron Gunter getting the checkered flag with a top 10 finish with Ultra4USA in the 4400 Unlimited class.
So that put him unofficially in that number 6 spot, but 9th overall. We do still have a few out on race course. It is 6:11. We are ending the race at 7 o'clock tonight. Super excited. This has been an amazing day of racing, an amazing weekend of racing out here in Big Sky, Montana.
And then, Pam, you are going to give away some LaserNut 360 wrap trophies here in about an hour. We got to make sure everything goes smooth. We got to dot our I's, cross our T's. But it's going to be a fun night to wrap this thing up. Thanks again to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner, for bringing you all this amazing action here in Broadview, Montana.
And we can see right there, we have a camera waiting. We don't have anybody in the dust right now, but we do have cars still out on course. We did see Levi Shirley go through. He was able to go through because of the way his lap times are. So he had some issues out there, but they did let him go out for one more lap.
And you saw him. He was on the gas, so we'll see how he can make this show up. So for Ultra4USA, our next race will be June 14th through the 18th at Visions.
And then July 27th through 30th will be in Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
August 31st through September 4th for Labor Day weekend, we will be back in Crandon, Wisconsin.
And then September 28th through October 1st will be at Disney in Oklahoma.
And then we will finish up the year for Legends of the Fall at Lake Havasu. You do not want to miss that one. Visions and Lake Havasu are going to be two huge events for us here at American Outdoor Events. So definitely get on, check everything we have coming out. We got Nitro Circus, Ultra 4, Lakes Havasu. We're going to have F1 boots. We're going to have rodeos. There's so much going to happen at those two events. Definitely check it out. Get your tickets. It's getting sold out quick.
Yes, Lake Havasu is going to be awesome. It's going to be great weather out there as well. Going towards the end of October, we will have our Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series the weekend before, so we're finishing up all of our racing in the last 2 weeks of October.
It's going to be busy, but it's going to be fun. There's the 321 of Dame Fahimi, racing in the pro class for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing in that 73 Ford Bronco. There's the 4499 of Clint Peterson, Dr. Danger himself, with Peterson Racing. Out of Deadwood, South Dakota, in this Trent Fab chassis.
You can see the breeze is still picking up out here. We have it has gone a different direction though, Forest Miles, so it's going the opposite way. We have no more dust coming in on us.
It is absolutely beautiful up here. So Cody Addington in a Jimmy's chassis, Bailey Campbell in a Campbell chassis, and then Philip McJilton in a Jimmy's chassis as well. And then we have Brent Harrell in a Horschel chassis, Woody Rose and Jeremy Jones both in Trent Fab machines. So we got a pretty good showing out there. There's Paul Horschel. Couldn't quite tell if they gave him which flag. Did you see which flag they gave him?
You know what? I actually think they gave him the checkered, but I'm not 100%.
Because we're down that it's going to be really close if somebody could make another lap in 45 minutes. So I bet you the checkered flag will probably be flying for the rest of this race, because the race line wheel start finish line does close at 7 p.m.
We do have a car right there in the dust that has actually stopped. Not sure who that is.
Look at the dust out there. It's still flying. That is Eric Weichel making the pass on that car that pulled over. Great sportsmanship from one of the Yellowstone off-road racers. Eric Weichel out of Helena, Montana with Wade riding shotgun. Eric Weichel still making his way through the course in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
We do see Eric Weichel. The drone is following him through. Eric Weichel's been out there trucking along all day long.
There's Andrew Rivas, part of the Pro Unlimited class in that red Jimmy's car, part of the Yellowstone off-road class.
And there's Eric Weichel again. He is running in that 4th position in the 4800 Legends class.
And there goes Andrew Rivas. There's the 321 of Dave Fahimi, heading out of the Amsoil hot pit, so he'll be heading up and over the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump. And he gets a little hang time. That's not bad for an old body. Old Ford Bronco, a little heavy on that machine.
It looked like a soft landing, but yeah, you're definitely right on that with a little bit of all the heavy metal on it. And there is Eric Weichel. I'm not sure who that is behind him, but that is one of the, that might be the one that was pulled over earlier that is racing with the Your Series.
So for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series in the Pro Limited class, unofficially first place is Tracy Poole. Second place, Travis Zollinger. And third place is Jeremy Jones. Again, this is unofficial in the Pro Unlimited class for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200.
And we just had a glimpse of Levi Shirley right there going into that deep rutted left-hand side.
And look at him blowing around there. He's giving it all he's got in that Off-Road Army Eurofighter. That is a great-looking machine. He's still trying to work out a few bugs on it. You know, these are new cars. It takes a while for you to get them completely dialed in. And the checkered flag is flying once again. I believe that was Clint Peterson.
And Clint Peterson is sitting in that number 7 position unofficially in the 4400 Unlimited class.
He'll be super excited for a top 10. There's one of our Yellowstone off-road racing pro drivers trying to chase down Eric Weichel, it looks like. Again, I do apologize. I've been racing with Ultra4USA for a very, very long time, and I've only seen the your races just a couple times. So Eric Weichel still trucking along, doing some great work. Part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Thanks again to everybody for tuning in all weekend long. It has been an amazing race weekend here up in Broadview, Montana, in Yellowstone County at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway for the Big Sky 200, presented by Amsoil. That is Levi Shirley in that Eurofighter off-road Army machine. Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso have been pushing really hard all day long, had some mechanical issues, but the never quit attitude is proving to show itself as we speak. On the top left of your screen, you see the Optima leaderboard. Again, everything is unofficial, so we check everything out, but it's looking really nice for Cody Addington, Bailey Campbell, and Philip McGilton. And then it's Brent Harrell, Woody Rose, and Jeremy Jones in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That is Eric Weichel coming through. He should be getting the check flag here in just a couple minutes. We'll have one more shot at the Yukon launch, hit the Brannick bump, and across the race line wheels, start-finish line.
All right, and Eric Weichel will be sitting unofficially in that 4th position for the 4800 Legends class.
And look at that. There's a rattlesnake it looks like Tom Liu and Jaron Gunter are playing with. They must have found a dead one there, but we've been talking about rattlesnakes all weekend, and there is a big one. I don't think I'd be holding that sucker. I don't care how dead it is.
But you know what? It's Tom. But Jaron Gunter, awesome job by him today. He overcame so much just to get here, and then coming out here on course for, I don't know, it was what, maybe 30 seconds he was on the race course whenever he had his tumble. But out here finishing the race this weekend, amazing job by his whole entire crew.
And the checkered flag is out for Eric Weichel, unofficial 4th place in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Eric and Nancy will be super excited of that. Wade riding shotgun all day. Nate has been running the pits. Checkered flag is out once again for the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Association. That is the 1459 of Monty Tibbetts. What a great day of racing it has been here for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 here in Broadview, Montana. And I've got the unofficial winner in the 4400 class, Mr. Cody Addington. How's it going, buddy?
Man, I'm stoked. Heck yeah.
That smile is worth $1 million right now. And I know we were chatting earlier, you skipped the NorCal race to come here, and apparently it paid off.
It paid off for sure. We had a good car, man. I never even turned the car off all day and never got out. So, I mean, that's a perfect day of racing when you don't have to get out. We never shut the car off, and we just ran clean laps and tried to stick to our program and not make mistakes.
And that's what you did. And obviously earlier on, Paul Wolf was out front and had some issues. Paul Horschel had some issues. But you just seemed like you ran just your perfect smooth race, stuck with your remedies, and it made it work.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we had in mind. I mean, you know, to to finish first, you must first finish, and that's
I like
hard.
that.
So I mean, it's tough in these cars. They only have so many miles in them. So I mean, the car's right there. It's fine. It's ready to go. All the Nitto tires held up perfectly, and man, we just had an awesome day, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching you, and you were the only single seat that finished up front. How'd that play in your head?
Out here it wasn't bad. I didn't even use the GPS. I mean, it's pretty burned in. The course was marked really well. There was no times where I thought I was off track. I mean, at Hammers I definitely made some mistakes navigationally. It's just a lot to do, the driving, the shifting, and then look at the GPS also. So luckily this course was marked good and it was burned in well.
It is a super fun and fast course, and you made it happen. You came here with a very small crew, but you joined teams with some other guys and made it happen, and you came all the way, where are you from, Forest Hill? Correct?
Forest Hill, yeah, it's about 1,150 miles. My girlfriend came with me, and my dad drove his little camp trailer out here. That's all I had, and luckily Team Herschel helped me out, and he's always got guys. It's hard for my guys to, with work and life and family. It's just, it's hard for them to get out here. So we're going to have a bigger crew out at Nationals. So, they can't make them all, and I understand that. But luckily we got some awesome people that help us out and got us here today.
And speaking about back home, you own your own business, if I remember right. You remodel houses and whatnot. What exactly do you do?
I'm a small general contractor, mainly just a single-man show with some subcontractors. Do a lot of bathroom remodels, kitchens, mainly interior stuff.
And so you work your butt off at work to go to the shop at night and make it happen. I mean, I remember, I think it's 2012, you had the little black Toyota that could. You raced the Everman Challenge, finished it, and then Dave came up and said, hey, do you want to race King of the Hammers on main race day? You did it, and your fans grew up that day.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have a good following because we are still that grassroots team, and it means a lot to guys that look up to us, and we try to, put that on and show them that it can be done against the best out there. So
yeah, you started in the Everman Challenge race, and then you brought, I think it was Mike Boo's old solid axle 4400 car.
No, actually, Dan Trout built me one.
That's right.
One-off car, and we raced that and didn't really have a plan. The car was great. I mean, it just got to the point where I was out driving the car, and I really didn't have a plan when this so-called Dragon was for sale.
And if I remember right, Lauren Healy called you specifically and said, hey, I'd love to see you in this car.
Yeah, and I still thank Lauren for that. I mean, it's old, but obviously you can still get it done. I mean, we've revamped and got a lot of new parts, obviously, over the years in it, and then it still rips.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren Healy had a huge success. You've had a huge success. I think if I remember, you won Nationals in Reno with it, and now this is your first regional race win, though, right?
Yep. Yeah, I've won this is my second win in actual Ultra 4. I've won a handful of NorCal races and stuff, but it feels good to go against the big series and take a win home.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to take anything away from you, but like you said, you're kind of a one-man show, and to be battling with the biggest names in our sport, I mean, the smile when you took your helmet off, we saw you in the Amsoil hot pits, and that smile, you gave the little thumbs up, and I love seeing the raw emotion when you first crawl out of that car.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the car, like I said, it's fine. I'm a little sore. There's a lot. I mean, it's hard on the left foot with braking, but I mean, my hands, everything feels pretty good. So we were gonna bail out tonight. We're gonna kick it for a bit and start heading home in the morning.
Exactly. If you've been on the race goes, you're gonna head home. But now that you want to celebrate a little bit, I'll celebrate with you too.
Okay, right on.
But what a great race! So much fun watching you out there. Again, a one-man band in that single-seat Jimmy's chassis, putting those Nitto tires to work and brought her on home.
Yeah, and I'd just like to thank everyone, my girlfriend, my dad, my mom. I have a cool, awesome group of friends that supported me. I mean, my phone's just going crazy. I can't reply to everyone right yet, but I appreciate it, guys, and you guys make this happen also.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cody. And one more question. How fast did you get up to on that Spider Tracks backstretch? I'm going to guess 110.
No, not even.
Oh!
Not even 100. I just, I stuck with my plan, and, you're only going to make up a little bit of time there.
So you're saving the car, because I heard of a UTV kissing 100, so I assumed the Unlimited cars would do more, but you didn't want to
There was definitely more in the car for sure, and we ran the SCS case with a little lower than 1-to-1. I mean, we could still do probably 115 or so, but I mean,
But you'd be tacked out.
You're piping it at that point.
Well, what a great race. Cody, I'm so stoked for you. You've been racing with us at Ultra4 USA for a very, very long time. And again, worked your way up from the Everyman Challenge all the way to the top of the pro class in the 4400 class.
Right on.
And you're here.
Thank you, Miles.
All
Thanks,
right.
Ultra4. It was an awesome course. I mean, it was just, it finally came together again, so it feels great.
Awesome. Well, Cody, always a pleasure. Great to seeing you. And we'll be handing you some Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies here in just a little bit.
Right
Cody
on.
Addington, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Miles.
Ain't nobody here sweet enough to melt, so.
What a great race. Again, chatting with Cody Addington. I've been hanging out with that guy for a very long time. We've traded some stories around the campfire more than once. And to see him start from the grassroots, that's why I love Ultra4 as much as I do, is because it is about the raw emotion and the people that make it happen. And Cody Addington just showed he can do it, and he did it.
Yeah, he had a great day out there, coming in first overall and in his class. Super amazing. Congratulations to Cody Addington. He got out front and he made an astronomical lead, 13 minutes between him and second place just now at the finish of the race.
Yeah, it was so much fun to have that roll out. So we'll see how it all shakes out, but I'm pretty sure it's looking good for Cody Addington that unofficially just won this race.
Yeah, so Miles, you're going to step out for just a minute, and I'm going to have Mr. Philip McJilton come in here. And we're going to sit down and chit-chat. All right, Philip, how are you? You got to be feeling really good right now.
I'm doing good. I'm a little bit exhausted. It was a long race out there. The course was not real rough, for the cars. I was pretty surprised, though, how long, through the race. I was like, man, it's still going. We still got another 2 laps.
I know.
But, no, it was a really good race course. We showed up, just kind of never been out here. This is our first time out to Montana. So we were pretty unsure about what to expect when we got out here. When we got out here, we seen a big, wide open course and a lot of really awesome IFS fast cars, right? So our straight axle, it was a little bit out of its element. It was originally designed and built for the East Coast and Midwest because that's where we reside.
Exactly.
So our focus has been woods racing, trees, and ditches and things of that nature. And Jimmy's 4x4 has done a really good job of putting a great package together for us for a straight axle car. But, we got out here, we got into big, wide open country, and, Wayne from Alltech and them guys have done a lot of work on this car through hammers and everything else. And I tell you, it works really good for a straight axle car. We've had to do a lot of adjustments. We've had it for a little while, and but this year it's really starting to come in whole. We ran really well at Rush. Hammers, we made it the third lap at Hammers, but then we had a few hiccups there later in the race and did some damage. But so far this year, we're having a good showing, having a blast.
Well, it's awesome. And you're going to be at Visions, correct?
Yes. So our plan, we're running a full season this year, so we'll run every race. And so we'll be there. And so some races will be ours. Some other races maybe a little bit tailored to other cars. But we're excited.
Well, you never know. But, yeah, it's definitely exciting to have you up here. You are no stranger to racing. You've been racing for quite a while.
Yes,
I did not know this until I met you. Yes. But give us a little rundown of your racing history.
So the racing history, I kind of started out when I was young with dirt bikes and stuff, and I raced motocross, AMA outdoors, and got into Loretta Lynn's and stuff, and got in the indoor arena cross series, and then everybody knows everybody's been around bikes, so understands that with age get a cage. You can outgrow the bike thing pretty quick, which I did. So when I got older, and I took some time off, and then I've got out of bikes and got into cars and got into circle track stuff and worked my way into driving for Ford in their driver development program. Raced in the ARCA Remax series for some time. Ran a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for Toyota for a while. And I think I finished up in 2008 was my last season for Toyota in the Truck Series. At that point in time, I kind of transitioned. I found myself sitting there going, man, I still had this itch. I'm a racer. I'm a driver, and whether or not, no matter what I'm running, and I want to be racing. So I was like, man, what works for me? You take dirt bike racing, you take motocross, and you take the circle track stuff. And a friend of mine, Adam Woodley, which you guys are familiar with, he's like, hey, man, you ought to try running an Ultra4 car, And I was like, oh, man, that'd be good. So I ended up at Rush or not Rush, but Roush Creek
Okay.
in 2012. And I went out there on a rock crawling car and really did a terrible race, but really got a taste of how much fun it would be and what the future of that sport could possibly be. And at that point in time, we started building, and over the years, and here we are now. So it's been a bit of an adventure to get to this point, and I'm really happy to be here, and we're having a lot of fun. I got Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun with me, and she is like completely new to the sport. She got in last year at AOP.
That's when I met.
Yeah,
That's
so
when
you
I
met
her
her
too.
at AOP.
Yes.
So you think about, she has no understanding of off-road. I'm not picking her. It's not a negative.
Right.
It's just a reality.
Right.
She doesn't understand anything about off-road races. Never been on a four-wheeler, never been in the woods. And I dropped her in the passenger seat for AOP for her first time in a car, period.
And that's not an easy course.
No. I'm like, listen, let's just stick you in here for this. I can kind of find my way around. Don't need a lot of navigating, but just if you can get through this and it doesn't scare you to death, then you might be all right. So we raced there in AOP, and I tell you what, she did great. I remember we took that first left on the trail. Remember the race that struck off and it took us first mountain left?
Yes.
We went to turn left, and she was like, I think that's the way to go. And I'm like, that's the way we go. So ever since then, she run hammers, we run that, and here we are now on our first podium in the Ultra4 Series in a straight axle car in Montana. So she's really taken to it and doing great. We've teamed up with Schofield Performance. James, you guys are probably familiar with him.
Yes.
He's done a ton of work with the car and really, really have brought our game up. We had a lot of issues last year with the car and mechanical failures. No one's fault or nothing, just new car blue stuff. So we've worked our way through that and just really excited for the year. We've had solid finishes so far this year, and we continue to improve, continue to find things in the car, and we're just looking forward to there.
Well, you're doing awesome. I mean, coming out here to Montana, I've never been to this racetrack out here, but it looked like it was fun and fast. Let's ask you, what do you think your top speed was out there today?
I asked her once. We were in the 90s, well in the 90s right there on that one. I'm not sure what the straightaways are called here, but the one long straightaway there, we got on up into the 90s pretty solid. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's for the folks that's watching it from home, there is a difference. The main thing that I would say on the IFS net from a steering standpoint is we're full hydraulic versus a rack and pinion steering. So we have nothing but hydraulic fluid controlling our steering. So when you start getting over 100 with these little ruts in it and get them around that, she gets a little bit skaty.
Yeah.
So you really want to be careful with that. But I tell you, the car did great, and it stayed. I swear we could put gas in it and just kept on going all day. So hats off to everybody that worked on the car.
So speaking of gas, did you stop and fuel up?
Yeah, we actually stopped twice.
Okay.
Now, maybe we didn't have to on the last time, but we're really racing for points, racing for the year, and racing for the season. And we probably didn't do as much homework as we should have done on fuel mileage and understanding the car and what it's burning. And so we went ahead and swung in, stuck a small jug in on lap 4 to ensure that we got through lap 5 and got to the finish. So
Which is a smart move right there, because we have seen people get so close to the finish line. And
right. How many times you guys see guys jogging, carrying fuel cans, all right? So I didn't want to be that guy, so we decided to play it safe. And we learned a lot, though, about the car and what it burns in these type of races, because this is a different course from what we've run anywhere. So I wasn't really sure what the fuel burn was going to be, so we just played it safe. But
yeah, we actually had a driver have to fuel up at the start-finish line today.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes. They came back from their hot pit and had to put fuel in right there. So playing it safe is definitely, you have to.
Yes.
And that's what we were talking about with Cody Addington earlier is are you not with him, but we were talking about Miles and I, and it's is he going to stop and fuel up? He had such a lead, and he did. He came in and took a splash and go.
Yeah, and I think it's smart. There's times when it's time to gamble, but I don't think race 3 of the season is the time when we want to start rolling the dice on that. So there's a lot of chess playing and being smart and making good decisions through the season if you want to be there at the end of the year. So, and that's what we're trying to do, is make good decisions in that. I do want to make one thing out. We got in on the last lap behind one of those 2-wheel drive trophy truck things, and this, oh my God, the dust them things put out. I was behind us. I'm like, it was like a tornado of dust behind us. And we're like, oh my gosh.
We could see it on the screen whenever people were, on the tail end of somebody.
Yeah.
And those unlimited trucks, they throw up. I mean, you guys throw up big dust clouds too as well.
We do, but not like that. We were running. We knew we were second at that time because we left out physically in second, but I knew Bailey was putting a pretty good push on us. So we really needed to make time, and then we caught a lot of traffic in lap 4, which everybody's racing their race. So it ain't nothing against them, but caught a lot of traffic. But we got behind that trophy truck, and the amount of dust he was putting up, and we had to check up. I mean, it was just we didn't want to yard sale the car on the last lap. So it was just. But I think we lost some time there, so nobody's fault, just racing. But man, them things put out some dust.
Yeah, I know.
My hat's off to them
It's
guys.
pretty amazing to watch the live feed. I mean, because we're just sitting here. We've had our own dust issues here because of the wind today, but watching the live feed and the drones following you guys, and it's just amazing, just the long trail of dust.
Oh yeah, and sometimes as long as the wind was going crossways, you can get pretty tight and throw your siren and make a pass, but then you'd make like a right turn or a left turn given your situation, and all of a sudden you're just straight on. The wind's carrying it straight in your face, and you're blind as a bat. So
exactly.
But you just got to be smart. You got your GPSs, and you know the course, and you've done your homework, hopefully, and so you just kind of roll along and wait for it to clear up, and then make your move at that point.
So doing your homework, how many times did you guys go out and do pre-run laps?
Pre-run laps, we only did 2 actually. Now, but we did a real slow first lap, and we took a lot of notes there, and really stopped and just studied a lot of the, a lot of the stuff you can see here on this course because everything's so flat and open. But there is a lot of over-the-rise stuff with offhand corners after that. So we really we made sure we stopped and made good notes on those and judged our speed and stuff where we needed to call those out. And that's something that, Amanda, she does really great. She doesn't know the sport, but she's super intelligent from that standpoint. So she does a really great job at putting notes and everything else and calling out that stuff on the track. And I really think we, after lap 1 or 2 or that, and kind of got our communication down, the flow was good. So
well, good.
It's exciting. We'll see how it goes.
It's definitely a test of having a couple in a race car together. I've been that with my husband as well,
yes,
so
yeah,
I totally understand it, and it can really test a relationship. But you guys are doing amazing as well.
Yeah, really.
Together.
We haven't got into any real scraps
That's
yet.
good.
We've had a couple times where we wanted to get out, but it settled back down pretty quick. So we do well at communicating and working through that stuff, and I feel like having that relationship and that and knowing each other's tempo and understanding each other that helps in this actually. So. It's interesting. It's exciting. I'm looking forward for the rest of the year. So.
Well, that's awesome. So again, back to the course. From pre-run day, the course was awesome, right?
Yes.
And then today, each lap, could you tell a change in the course with the ruts or anything like that?
Yeah, you could tell. There was actually one spot. What was it? Dead Cow Corner.
Dead Cow Corner.
Yeah, there was Dead Cow Corner, but you could really see there was like a sinkhole there. Like the ruts were getting so deep, and it was like soft. Like there must be some type of water table below the surface, and it was just like sinking down. And there was a lot of those corners that it was amazing how rutted they got through the race. And we actually bicycled up pretty hard on one that I wasn't expecting because it did, like you're saying, got so rutted out throughout the race. But yeah, you had to really be careful and then be, for us, just make sure you didn't push too hard into some of those corners. And like you said, you end up upside down, sitting out there by yourself and wishing you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. I know like the other day in qualifying, we saw some, good bicycles, but out there you do definitely, we were talking about how like earlier on the class 11 bugs that were out there, the 1600s, they were trying to straddle the ruts because obviously they don't have any clearance, right?
Yes,
but with you guys, anybody that would try to do that, if you're going too fast and you hit those ruts wrong, they can take you and they can flip you over. Or if you're trying to stay out of it, it'll just suck you right back in.
Yeah, and you can see, especially like I could see in the ground from the IFS cars, because as their suspension compresses, they lose that ground clearance in the front. And that's one thing with the IFS cars, the difference the straight axle. But you can see a lot of places where their bulkheads had dug into the ground because the ruts had gotten so deep.
Exactly. So. It was a good day though out there for you for sure. And I'm going to let you get going, and because we're going to see you on the podiums.
All right. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Everything obviously is unofficial still. We don't have official times, but we have to say that. But we will probably be seeing you on the podium.
Yeah, it's looking like it. So. No, I appreciate you guys having me here. And like I said, it's our first Ultra 4 podium, and I don't think it's our last. So we're going to be here, and we're bringing A game.
You know how to do podiums. You've been around this, so we'll get you up there later on. So congratulations again, though, on your unofficial second place. Or third place. No.
I think I'm third, maybe.
Yes, you're third.
Third.
Bailey got you at the last second, I think, whenever coming through.
Yeah. So we lost a little time, and Bailey, she was able to close the gap and get that. So that's great. That's good for her. And hey, we're still happy with third, so we're going to stand on the box. That's all we can ask for. The car drives still. We can put it on the trailer. So
there you go.
Looking forward to vision.
That's the best part about the end of a race weekend is being able to actually drive it onto the trailer.
Exactly. So that don't happen very often, as you know, in this sport. So we're happy about that. So and big shout out to BF Goodwrench. Now, this is our third race. We raced Nito tires last year. Nothing against Nito, great tire. Switched over to BF Goodwrench this year, and this is our third race now. No flats this year. So,
good.
So hats off to those guys in tires. There's no tire liners or nothing on it. It's straight up tire, and it's getting the job done. And we've got mud in the East Coast, desert. Here we are in Wyoming, and it's still getting it done. So outstanding job for those guys.
Well, awesome. That's awesome to hear that you're having no issues with those, because tires can be an issue.
Oh, definitely. And you see them out there even today. I think I've seen some tire flats today and that. and it can really slow you down a lot. These courses, the competition's getting so tight. I remember back before, you used to be able to stop, get out, change a tire, and take back off, and still be in the race. Nowadays, everybody's so competitive and so fast. That time you lose putting a tire on, you're out.
Exactly.
It's not out, but you're out of a podium for sure. So it's great to come here with a good tire and a good package and get the job done. So
exactly. Well, it's awesome to see you up here, and we'll be seeing you here in just a little bit over there.
Yes.
But again, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations to
Appreciate
you and
it.
Amanda.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
we'll
for
see
having
you.
us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. We are going to be wrapping up the race here in just a little bit. It is 6:50, and we have had quite a few people over here doing interviews. And I'm bringing Miles back on here. You got to take a little bit of a break. We've been switching off doing interviews. It's been a lot of fun getting to talk to everybody. And Miles, we're almost done with the race weekend already.
It's been awesome, and he is super stoked to be done. There's a Brink car. I couldn't tell it apart between Eric Brinker and Chance Holloman, but somebody was super stoked to be finishing this race. It's been so much fun out there. It's been a great time. Thanks again to everybody for tuning in off and on all weekend long for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. And it looks like, Pam, we got a little bit of weather that could be moving in, so that could add a little element. The main race is pretty much wrapped up, but we got a lot of camera people out on course, so we'll see what happens. This could get a little dicey.
Yeah, for sure. And right now we do have, I did not catch the number of the car that's on there. I think you already had it out, but he keeps stopping. This is the second time he's had to stop, or that might be frozen right there, but he was stopped earlier on, and it definitely not fun when you're out there on your last lap trying to just make it.
I believe that is Rob Inglis. There's a couple cars that look very similar, and that is Mr. Rob Inglis with his son Caden Inglis riding around for his 18th birthday. Talk about a way to celebrate.
Yeah, exactly. Happy birthday to you. All right, we still have the dust in the sky on the racetrack. Amazing day of racing. I don't know how many times I've said amazing today because it has been an awesome day of racing. And again, I can't believe the race weekend is coming to a close. Going straight to Mid-America for the next race next weekend, as well for our side-by-side races. So it has been a busy couple weeks, a lot of fun for the past couple weeks. We've had Erica Allreed out in our hot pits all day long, getting good reports for us, pit reporting, getting a lot of information. She's done an amazing job out there. Her first race with us for Speed Sport was at our Legends of the Fall, and she did an amazing job out there as well.
That was last year to wrap up our season, and she was with you guys in Wheatland not too long ago, if I remember correctly.
Yes, she was.
We are winding down, but I do see a little dust trail at the top left of your screen. We are overlooking the qualifying course we started at yesterday morning. And there's somebody really hauling the mail across the wide open desert, and that is Mr. Levi Shirley, still moving strong in that off-road Army Eurofighter, putting those Yokohama tires to work. Corey Nasso and Levi Shirley still pushing strong He had those vibration issues. He was running up front, but he was able to adapt and overcome and make it happen. And he's going to be super thankful to Rich Moore and Bama Moore for bringing him his parts out on course. Because remember, this is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors can help you. Obviously, Ultra4 USA will help him flip over if it's a safety issue, but for fixing the course, it is only your fellow competitors. And it sounds like he's only got about 8 more minutes before that race line, start-finish line, gets locked down.
And you can see how hard he's driving. He's going to try to get to that finish line. I'm not sure exactly what mile marker he's at right now, but I'm not sure if he's going to make it back here within these 8 minutes. And the great drone footage right there, dropping down into one of those canyons with the tight left-hand hairpin turn into a right hairpin. This is a really fun section. We were talking about this earlier with some racers when I was off camera, and it's really fun because it's like a huge S turn right there. A lot of fun for the drivers as long as they have their momentum going. And that silty, dusty area that he's going through, you can see how rutted up it is and how soft the dirt has actually gotten.
Levi Shirley's been racing with us. I remember racing with him in the XRRA days back in '08 down in Gray Rock, Alabama. Was the first time I saw him drive a buggy. And to see him come, I think he was, I don't know, he was super young, maybe 14, 15 years old back then. And to see him grow from there to all the way now, it's been a great time watching Levi Shirley grow up in his professional career.
And he's always an amazing driver out there. He's super fast, and like you're saying, you've been around him for quite a long time. I've only been around him, this sport since 2020, but it's awesome to see these drivers starting at young ages racing and then see them as adults, married, have kids out here racing, still having fun out in the racetracks.
I believe that's Annalise Zindler with Chris Coates riding shotgun. No, that is Rob Inglis, sorry.
Well, it looks like he's moving now because he kept stopping earlier on. We saw him going, he was going and then he would stop. He was going and then he would stop. So it's good to see that he's actually moving along.
He sent it over the Yukon launch. One more left turn, and it'll be hitting the Brannick bump. Rob Inglis still pushing strong all the way to the finish line. All the way from Calgary, Canada, coming down to race with us. He's been racing Ultra4 USA off and on for quite some time. And there it is. The checkered flag is out for Rob Inglis. His son Caden riding shotgun. They are going to be super, super excited.
And there is Levi Shirley right there trying to get here as fast as he can. Not sure exactly how many minutes he has left. It is 6:59. I believe he has until 7:03 to actually finish.
Yeah, a little adjusted time, I believe. I think there's going to be a gate he's going through right now. So, yes, I do believe he is. Yep, okay, there's this last corner. So I think he's about 5 minutes out. So we'll see. It's going to be really, really close to see if he can be an official finisher of all 5 laps. Levi Shirley is really moving all the way to the finish line. I think he's got about 3 more minutes on adjusted time. He took off in 7th position, so it's going to be really down to the wire. He's going to be pushing all he has got to see if he can make this happen. There's JT Taylor and Aaron Zindler. JT Taylor's our race director for Ultra4USA, and then Aaron Zindler on the right is one of the main people behind Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. We've been working side by side with them.
And right here, as fast as Levi is going, he's going to do that right-hand turn right here. But you can see at the bottom, it goes into a tight left.
Yeah, it's a little creek crossing down there that's got a little culvert. I think he's got about 3 more minutes to go. It's going to be super close. It is going to be down to the wire to see if Levi can make it happen.
There's that long straightaway that they come through on those floating bumps. And there we have on the screen there, Mr. Levi Shirley on the gas, trying to get into the finish line. You can see he's going through super fast through those floating whoop section, as I keep calling it, right there below the bluffs where everybody's been watching the race this weekend.
And you know he's got some race chatter in his ear saying, you better send it. If you're going to make it, it's going to be super, super close. And he has given it all he's got. He's about 2 or 3 minutes away, and it's going to be closed in about 2 or 3 minutes. So it'll be very exciting to see if he can make that thing happen. But Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso are pushing super strong. I know Brian Shirley, his dad's tuned in from home. As he hits the Yukon launch, Levi Shirley is really, really going strong.
I'm nervous for him inside because we know how close it is for him to get into that finish line.
The Brannick bump, one more little drop to go, a couple more zigzags, and it's going to be literally within 30 seconds if he's going to make it. What a great, great run from that young man, Levi Shirley. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm excited. I don't know what to say. It's been a great race. I know it's almost over, but he's racing the time right now, wanting to do it. I mean, that he adapted, overcame, had those driveline issues, and he is pushing strong. It's 7:02, and there's Levi Shirley. I think he's going to sneak in. Checkered flag is out. It looks like Levi Shirley may have just officially finished the race. I'm getting the thumbs up from Liam O'Donnell. 23.
So congratulations to Levi Shirley. He had one lap that was over 2 hours and 20 minutes long because he had to wait for parts to get out and fix his car. So let's see where he actually finished his last lap because we know that he was on the rails. His last lap was, I'll get that update here in just one moment. We got Mr. JT Taylor on the race radio, the rugged race radio. So awesome job by Levi Shirley. Awesome job by all of our racers out here this weekend. They have all worked so hard. You know, you want to come out here, you want to win. Not everybody gets to get up there on that podium because, you know, issues. It's called racing. But congratulations to everybody. And look at that sky. Beautiful sky coming with the sunset here in the Big Sky, Montana.
So much fun. We've been racing since yesterday morning. We started qualifying, and then we went to the youth races, then the UTV races yesterday afternoon. This morning we started with the limited, and now we got the unlimited race cars out there. So much fun has been had out there for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. I hear some chatter on the rugged race radios. We have some weather that's starting to come in, so we're trying to beat the clock on that too.
Yeah, we have to get down all of our easy ups. We don't want them blowing away. We had crazy winds earlier. We're all anchored down now, but lovely, lovely, fun weather coming in, which is awesome. But at least the race is over.
And there's one more car. I don't know if he's got it in him or not, but he's giving her heck trying to make it to that finish line. Remember, this race was on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments starting at 1 p.m. This race is on adjusted time. I don't know if he's got enough time to make it in, but just like Levi Shirley, he's giving it his all to try to make it happen.
And Miles, it's that time of the night. The mosquitoes are starting to come out. But you know what? We're almost done. We'll get to go over and give away those amazing laser nut and 360 wrap trophies. I see Miss Bailey Campbell coming this direction.
What a wonderful day of racing it has been for the Amsoil Big Sky 200. We're going to take a quick break and wrap this race up, so we'll see you right after this. Welcome back to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana. Welcome back to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana. It's been an amazing day of racing, and we're going to roll right into the Nitto Tire results. It's been so much fun today. So here Here comes the 4400 Unlimited. A huge shout out to Cody Addington in that first position in that 888 machine.
And then a huge shout out to Bailey Campbell coming all the way from the back in 14th position.
Third goes to Philip McJilton.
In that 4th position, Brent Burton.
5th, Travis Zollinger.
6th, Jaron Gunter.
7, Clint Peterson.
And Joe Gatlin in that 8th.
Levi Shirley in 9th.
In that 10th position, Paul Horschel.
In 11th goes to Sean Holland.
In 12th, Richard Moore.
13th, Paul Wolf.
14th, Tom Prendergast.
15th goes to Brett Harrell.
In 16th position, Curtis Warner.
And then 17th is Ryan Stambaugh. Up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Again, we'll bring up the Nitto Tire results. Next is the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Here is the Nitto Tire results. And first is number 56, Brent Harrell.
And in that 2nd position, the number 22 of Stephen Woody Rose.
3rd, 4837, Jeremy Jones.
In the 4th position, the 406 of Eric Weichel.
5th, 37, Dustin Sexton.
In that 6th position, the 819 of Bob Lindgren.
In 7th, the 4811 of Trent Roberts.
In 8th position, the 4832 of Chance Holloman.
In 9th is Rob Inglis.
And in that 10th position, the 1717 of Johnny Valdez.
In 11th goes to Russell Raven.
In that 12th position, the 747 of Chad Jesse.
In 13th, Levi Rhodes.
In 14th position, the 312 of Eric Brinker.
In 15th is Victor Beal.
In 16th position, the 4810 of Garrett Humston.
17th goes to Greg Neff.
In the 18th position, the 1949 of Nicholas Allegry.
And rounding out the field is the 19th, Larry Baglow. What a wonderful day of racing it was. The 4400 Unlimited class did not disappoint. Cody Addington had a great race, stuck to it, and made it happen. So much fun was had out there today.
Yes, and Levi Shirley had a lot of issues, so he was one to talk about. Bailey Campbell getting in that 2nd position. But, Miles, it was a great day of racing.
So much fun we had. So thanks to everybody for a great weekend of racing for our first Western Race Series at Ultra4USA. A special thanks to Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series for a great and we'll see you at Visions here coming up in just a little bit.